Sultans of Bling, the couple who had all this stuff up in their loft, Indian, basically, ceremonial jewellery and everything else, could be worth millions. Could be worth millions. And the Archers fans fume as the new BBC app plays old episodes. About as good as it's going to get, isn't it, really? And also Magenta Devine has died. Now, you'd have to be a certain age to know who Magenta Devine was. She was a presenter on the television, famous for wearing dark glasses, even at night time. How she ever saw anything, I've got no idea. I met her on numerous occasions. I appeared on one of her programmes, Network 7, which I think was produced by Janet Street Porter, who was her sort of, her mentor. She was only 61. She'd had been, years and years ago, a heroin addict. She'd had a short illness. Dreadful, really. And also, if you're thinking of going to the Cheltenham Festival, I warn you now, they're not going to have a repeat of the druggies last year. So on the entrances, sniffer dogs. Sniffer dogs. So just remember, you'll be gussying yourself up, and then you'll get there, and if it turns out you've got a little bit of weed or puff or whatever it's called nowadays, you're going to be carted off to the Nick. So, just tell you now. And the cheapest Sunday roast is in Margate. How much are they doing it for? Well, it was £7.50 in an effort to drum up business. The landlord is doing it for £1. £1. That's meat, roast potatoes. He's Scottish boys down there already. He's worked out he can get down there for a couple of quid on a youth pass. And so he can book it, and it's £1 for Sunday lunch. That's including all the vegetables and the balls thing, you know, the things that come with it, and roast potatoes and the meat for £1. For £1. Whether he's making a profit on it, I've got no idea. But good. And a pair of drunken teenagers went to Mackie D's in Gatwick and woke up, surprisingly, in Barcelona. It's a marvellous service. You just go there to get some breakfast. Next thing, you're whisked off to Barcelona. Brilliant one. We take all your texts and emails on the programme. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Chris Packham wants a face-off with Donald Trump. What are they going to talk about? I've got no idea. I mean, I suppose perhaps he's going to have a go at him over something, but I can't think of what it is. Also, R. Kelly's big US TV interview. I did catch a little bit of the Michael Jackson thing, to be honest with you. I don't know why. Some people said they believed it. I think Tom Swarbrick said he believed it. I wasn't too sure. I couldn't quite work out why you've got all these pictures of smiling children, and yet at the same time they're both claiming that he was abusing them, while their parents were in the flat upstairs. And I'm thinking, what sort of parents would allow your children to be with Michael Jackson if there was even a shadow of a doubt, or of a shadow or a hint of anything that could be considered scandalous or dangerous? I mean, that's what's interesting, because I'm thinking, wait a minute, this must have come after the Geordie Chandler thing. So they were aware of, I mean, we knew what Geordie Chandler's parents were like, because Geordie Chandler told us after his father committed suicide that his father had made it up. There was no abuse, but Geordie Chandler got $30 million out of Michael Jackson. No admittance of anything at all, because Michael Jackson kept saying there wasn't anything. Everything he went into court for, he was acquitted of. In fact, even one of the people, or it could be both of them, on that film, had already denied that anything ever took place. And obviously, whilst they thought about it, they thought, do you know, he's dead, we can get away with anything. Because that's the way it came over to me. But then everybody's different. And, you know, everybody is different. So, you know, you might have watched it and thought completely different to me. You know, and that's everybody's opinion. Birthday wishes to Dorman Dom, 57th birthday today. Woo, happy birthday. And Shell says, I watched Bake Off for the first time. Can I ask what's wrong with Noel Fielding? There's nothing wrong with him, he's just not funny. He's dyed his hair quite clearly at home because he's left it so it goes to that sort of hideous orange colour. His clothing is just abysmal. And his makeup is like the makeup of the dead. How do they get the gigs? Well, somebody somewhere went, oh, he's really funny. He's contributed zilch to the programme. Not funny at all. And Russell Brand, I think they've lost a huge percentage of the audience. What did he do as his cake? He made a cake vagina. I mean, he's either the thickest person on the television, or he's just a bit simple and stupid. Let's prefer to go with simple and stupid. You know, not even funny anymore. Not even funny. Although there might be people who find him funny. Personally, you know, he's out there as far as I'm concerned with the bloke, Keith Lemon, who turned up to somebody's thing the other day, another one of these hideous little outfits which he never used to wear, and another funny hat. I suppose if you're losing your hair and it's dropping out as fast as his is, then you can probably understand it. Again, not very funny. A bit Dom Jolly. Dom Jolly, not very funny. You know, probably was of its time, but now we've all moved on. It would be like, who was Timmy Mallet going out, still doing that same thing with the mallet. I mean, that was years ago. You can't still do it now, but apparently he does. He still goes out to parties and kids like being hit with a rubber mallet. That's what they say. That's what they say. In the news, we've still got Kim Jong-un. I bet you know Donald Trump said to him, "Where'd you get your hair cut like that from?" And Kim's looked at him and gone, "You're a right one to talk, aren't you?" Look at them poor souls. But mind you, Kim Jong-un, he can have people murdered like that. Bit like Donald Trump can have people murdered. Mainly Mexicans, I suspect, if this wall goes ahead, because that's what's going to happen. It's ridiculous, isn't it? And how these people ever get into power? Fear. Because Kim Jong-un inherited it from his father. He was another mad as a broomstick person. Completely off his trolley. But what they talk about, I've got no idea. You so want to be a fly on the wall. You know, you really want to be a fly on the wall. You want to hear exactly what they're saying. Because Trump's probably looking at him thinking, you know, you are mad as a broomstick, but you've got more power than I have. You've got the whole nation on your side because they can't get out of it. They're kind of stuck there. There was also, if proof were needed, and I don't want to be rude, but I'm going to have to be, a traffic warden who ticketed a police car while the officers were responding to a 999 call. I mean, has he seen a police car? Does he know what it is? Is he a bit thick? Should he be fired? I mean, how ridiculous to ticket a police car. It's like, you know, traffic wardens, around my way, they ticketed a hearse with a body in it. And you feel like saying, oh, go and get some proper training. Can somebody who's training them try and teach them, you know, what a hearse is and also what a police car is? Because they're really well out of order. The McCanns have snubbed a Netflix documentary about Maddie's disappearance. They say it could harm the ongoing search for her. Excuse me, what ongoing search? And also, all the people who were with the McCanns also don't want to appear in this Netflix documentary. You get the feeling that the word's gone out. What? You get the feeling that the word's gone out saying don't appear on it. So nobody's appearing. You'd think they'd want to do everything within their power to get Madeleine back if she's on there. Surely a Netflix documentary is brilliant. But now I'm beginning to feel a bit uneasy about, you know, why do you not want to appear in it? Why would you not want your friends to appear in it and say what happened on that night? Slightly odd, isn't it, really? Slightly odd, but there you go, that's the McCanns for you. Nothing we could do about it. Also, the smile of the sex attacker, who we failed to deport. He goes to prison for sex attacks, comes out of prison, commits another one. Laughing his way through. People like that we need to take, as I say, in the aeroplane, push them out over the ocean. Bloody well swim back, as far as I'm concerned. Also, the struggling universities facing going bankrupt. Is there any point in a university? They're very nice buildings, and it's very lovely to say, I'm a university graduate. But to be honest, what possible use is it? The producer has got some sort of award from, you know, the Bunty Club or something, which came with a bar of chocolate, and he wears a hat, and then people clap, and then you all throw your hats in the air and they take a photograph. And I'm thinking, and it costs thousands to do that, and he's ended up here. What possible use is your Bachelor of the... I'd get your money back. I mean, because I'm assuming that if you go for these, what is yours? It's a master's degree. I mean, I'm assuming if you get that, they must have said, of course, this will get you into banking in a big way. You know, not you will end up producing the Steve Allen show. I mean, to me, it seems like a dreadful waste of time. You got one, Popsy? You got one as well? What do you got? You got yours for... well, you would have done, wouldn't you? Scotland, you do them for free. And what's yours in? Is it the same thing? Oh, that's right, the Bachelor of Music one. Not a note. Seriously. So, Bachelor of Music and... Sorry? Broadcast journalism. Right. But I know loads of people in broadcasting and they don't have any awards and things like that. And a Bachelor of Music, that's no use at all, is it really? I mean, it didn't help you get the job here. Did anybody ask you to sing Do, Re, Mi or something? No. Oh, did it? They asked at Classic FM. Did they really? What, they asked you what qualifications you had? Did it? You needed a music qualification. Really? What? Did you do an audition? What did you do? Did you not do an audition? I shall have a word with the boss. I know him. I've seen him before. I shall have a word with him, asking people about these sort of things. That's blatant discrimination. Can't have people do... I was never asked to do anything. I didn't even do did I do an audition? No, I didn't do an audition. I just sent in a tape. And, I've said it before, we lifted a bulletin from the news and took out the newsreader and put me in there. And that was enough to get me the job. 40 years later. Served me quite well. No qualifications. I love it. There'll be somebody who writes in, oh, well, we can tell by that by listening to you. But you're still listening. And that's why we laugh. All the time. Also, who's emerged 8 months on from her disgraceful lying on television. Only Roxanne Pallett, she's waded into the Michael Jackson allegation, saying she feels like Michael Jackson. She's being picked on. Go away. Go away now and stay away. Also, Jason Gardner's apologised to the Fridge. Sorry, not to the Fridge, to the GC, because he was asked by Jamie Theakston and Lucy, was he being rude to her? He said no. He said, I likened her to a white good appliance because GC. And there is one, it isn't GC, but it's two other names like EG or so, whatever it is. And it's LG, that's right. And so he likened it to that. It wasn't, of course, she's done her little Queenie meltdown, because she's a bit simple. It's not her fault. I knew Bob Beckman too. Dates her, sir, says Fred in Teddington. Yep, Bob Beckman. Put all his worldly goods into the name of his dog, I think. I'm pretty certain. I can picture him now. Actually, somebody started following me the other day. Tony Lockwood used to be our head of sport at LBC some years ago, and he started following me. He looks exactly the same. Nobody looks any different now. I've noticed people that the only thing that's different, if ever we have an LBC reunion, which we have every so often, although I didn't make it to the last one, which means the next one will be much depleted, I should imagine, is the fact they're all white-haired, which I find very unusual, because you look at people and you go, I don't think you were white-haired when I knew you, but now you see people and they're white-haired, and that's why when I saw a picture of Magenta Aussie boy, is he gay? Grey? Is he gay? Is he really? He's not. Is he? Gee, I've never looked. I shall have a look. Mind you, both of you are dark. Well, you're not dark. You're dark. You'll have little flecks of white. Start panicking. Especially when it's, I'll tell you, the worst. Seriously, that is enough to make you go into rehab. It really is. It's dreadful. Won't happen to him because he's ginger and strawberry blonde and but light brown, strawberry blonde. And I didn't, because I'm lucky. I've hung on to mine. I nearly put a rinse through it a few weeks ago, and I thought, is it acceptable for men to put a rinse through their hair? And is it? Why are you saying yes? Have you put a rinse through? No, because I thought you can get this no more grey. And you can and you comb it through your hair and then you leave it and then you sort of shower it out or something like that. And I'm not sure if I'm going to look a little bit stupid. I don't want to look like half the cast of Emmerdale who look like they've got the wrong colour hair for the ageing face which we're seeing before us. But is it acceptable for men to put colour through? Possibly. Could Scotty Boy fault find and repair a broadcast mixer, says Gary? I shouldn't think so. No, I shouldn't think. You can't do that. No, you can't. He can drive a desk. He's very good at meeting the celebrity guests. It's so, he's got his own little book that he takes around. And so when he sees me, go, oh, could I just have a little autograph? It's not for me, it's for my mother. And he's having them all framed up, saves him buying a Christmas present. And he'll have them all framed, and there'll be a picture of the celebrity, and then a picture underneath of the autograph and things like that. He's very sort of, I don't know, what do I call it? Very infatuated with sort of the idea of celebrity. Did you get one with Al Murray? Did you get a picture? Oh, right. Don't ask them ever again. All right. I don't want the PR companies coming back saying, yeah, but you have to not accept their ideas. They are celebrities. They're different from you. They've got different coloured blood. They've got bigger bank accounts. They live in bigger houses. They've got more friends. Okay? I don't want to spell it out to you any more than that, but don't start asking them if you can have something for your parents. It makes us look as though we're some sort of charity. Don't want people to go, it's terribly sad. We did the Steve Allen show the other day. His producer is really living on the breadline. But don't worry, because we did a video for his father. The next one will be this role. This role for, well, I'm doing you a favour. I'm doing you a favour. I mean, I like to give a helping hand up to somebody I think has got maybe the potential to make it as a helper, and then unfortunately we couldn't get that person, so we ended up with you. And that's it. So yesterday I was sitting down discussing things with our management. He just comes and stands next to me like he's part of the thing. All of a sudden he's part of it, and I go, yes. I'm having an intense conversation about, which direction I see the programme going and how it's all going to work. And he just walks straight over and stands right next to me. And I'm thinking, I didn't want to break off what I was talking about. And I looked at him and I thought, what do you want? What do you want? Can't you just wait? And then I was chatting away to Caroline, who told us about the competition and the rest of it. And I look at, and there he is staring at us like he wants to be part of it. It's really creepy. It's like being stalked. And then I come to go out. Next thing I'm looking, he's next to me as we're walking out, talking away. Oh, I did this and so and so. Like I'm interested. No, he didn't get as far as the bus. We sort of left it here by the can only be described as a coffin outside this door, and he obviously he just wants to be your friend, and I'm finding it a little bit clingy. You know, but it was when he looked up, but also the bit before when he came and stood right next to us. So it was me and Hillary and Tom, we sort of chat, and then he comes and plonks him, like all of a sudden, oh, well, if you're talking to Steve, you must be wanting to talk to me at the same time. Nobody wanted to talk to him. Did they? Nobody wanted to talk to you yesterday, no. Are you ashamed of your behaviour? You're not even ashamed. Not even ashamed. It's so bad, isn't it? You see what we have to put up with here? You think life is a roller coaster. You think we're having a whale of a time. You think it's all going tickety-boo. Come work here. Come work here. You'll find out what I have to put up with every day as he bounces in. Hello. And so now he's coming out and I've got this for you and I've got... Oh, for goodness sake, leave it alone. I'm just waiting for the call on a Saturday night. Hi, it's me. What are you having for tea? You know, shall we FaceTime? You know, that's what's going to happen. I want to run some names past you. Every day, 2 days I've had that running now. Steve, can I run some names past you for future guests? Mussolini, Hitler and the Almighty. I don't think very likely, but, you know, at least he made the effort, I suppose. Right, we're going to take a short break. I think we need to, don't we? We just need to pull ourselves together, which is lovely. And 4:20.
This is LBC.
Isn't it reassuring to know that when you're looking to remortgage, you don't have to rejig your routine? That's why at Barclays we offer evening and weekend appointments. It means you get to talk to...
About the whiskey thing. He says no whiskey is worth that. So I found another one, which is even more expensive. Bonhams set 3 new world records. A bottle of Macallan Valerio Adami, 1926, 60-year-old, that sold in Edinburgh for £848,750 for the bottle, which makes it £42,000 per dram. And a bottle of Macallan 1926, hand-painted by the Irish artist Michael Dillon, was sold at Christie's for £1.2 million, breaking the £1 million barrier. Now, he says, this is bloke next door, that, you know, with Mrs. Woman up in Aberdeen, and he sort of says, oh, no whiskey is worth that amount of money. But it is for certain people. I mean, personally, I couldn't drink £848,000 worth of whiskey. I mean, I wouldn't, because I wouldn't know the difference. But this is partially driven by the Asian market, because I think sales of Scotch to India, China and Singapore have soared. And that's according to the Scotch Whisky Association. And so there are people who will do that. They would think nothing of spending £848,000 on a bottle of whiskey, bringing it out and going, you're all going to have a little dram of this. This was made in 1926. It's been maturing, and it's nearly £1 million a bottle. I mean, seriously. I mean, Andy Simpson, who you might not have heard of, he's the co-founder of Rare Whiskey 101, which compiled the Knight Frank Rare Whiskey 100 Index, says the key to rare whiskey's sustained growth as an asset class is the passion that buyers worldwide share for investing, collecting and occasionally drinking some of the best and rarest Scotch whiskies. Now, if you were having a really super-duper dinner, you'd be going, we're going to bring out this whiskey. I paid £1 million for this bottle, but you're all only going to get a little tiny drop of it. I mean, it's a lot of... But if you're a billionaire, why would you worry about something costing £1 million? It's like me going out and buying a bottle of milk and going, have you seen how much? At £1.20? Outrageous. These people have no concept of things like that, but they know a good whiskey. They know art. Art is the biggest growing medium for people nowadays. In fact, all the big auction houses have their collectors who go round, and mainly they're from overseas places where they've sort of come from, and they've got money to spend on art. They're looking at art as an investment. You can have your own investor who works for the auction houses, and they'll say, oh, we've got a very nice piece coming up now, probably can go for 27, 28 million. Would you like us to bid for you? And they'll go either yes or no. And when they go round there, these are quite young people. They aren't old people at all. I watched it about a month ago. And I remember being fascinated by that. There was so much money coming in because people wanted to invest in art. Really, really fascinating. Steve, when in your programme meeting suggests that you should do mid-mornings, perfect you, says Dave. We don't have those sort of morning meetings. And if they did have, I wouldn't be there. I can't do mid-morning. Have you tried a milkshake in the ice cream parlour in Harrods? They're fantastic. I had a caramel one. I've been many times, says Travis. I love a milkshake. But it's strange enough, I'm a man of simple taste. I'm just as happy with a McDonald's milkshake. But my favourite so far, and I've tried a few, is from that burger place. Not Five Guys. They're nice, but they're... No, it's not Burger Kitchen. One word. Sorry? Byron. Best milkshakes. Best milkshake. And you can have the booze shoved in there. It's a dreadful waste of booze. Because it gets absorbed by the sort of the ice cream or whatever. But they do a banana milkshake. I mean, I would happily sell my body to buy one of them. Unfortunately, I would probably go dry, because nobody would be buying. So I would never get the milkshake. But I'm just telling you, that's how desperate I would be for it. Because it comes in the thing they've actually made it in, not then poured it into something else. And it's ice cold, and it's lovely. It's got bits of banana in it, I think. The place in Twickenham for the great milkshake called the Zippy. No idea. I can't remember. We used to send people round to go and get it. I never physically went in myself. And talking of nostalgia, says Rachel, I've started watching Never the Twain. Yeah, that's on Forces TV. Is that BFBS TV? Very good programme, Never the Twain. The trouble is, you know what's the only thing that's the matter with it? The opening credits run too long. Seriously, you only get about 7 minutes of the programme, and then they go to the break for half the way through. It's way too long. Way too long, the opening credits for that one. That's the only thing. The first time I watched it, I thought, oh, God, it's what, on every programme? The answer is yes. 22 minutes to 5, I'm telling you. I don't really care. Makes no difference. Listening in Finland on a trip to a tractor factory, says Matt, from Ely. I've been to Ely. Why have I been to Ely? I went to Ely. I think we went up a church tower. I think we went up Ely Cathedral. I'm sure we did. That's the only way I can think of it. It's Cambridgeshire, isn't it? Which is not the most exciting place. Although when you're young, you don't know about all the rubbish that's sort of going on. Matt the Trucker says, I find it incredibly odd that the McCanns don't want them or anyone that was there to appear in the documentary. You'd think they'd really want to do everything they could to refresh the memory of anyone who was there who may have information. But it seems they don't want some investigative filmmaker poking around, kicking up stones. And the other people that were there with them, perhaps they're worried it won't keep their story straight, the same as it was 10 years ago. Well, I mean, personally, I don't subscribe to any of that, but I do think that, they would appear, to want everything going. Would they not? I mean, I'm one for closing down the inquiry. I'm afraid I have to stand alone and say we've spent £12 million so far. There's lots of children that go missing every year. They get nothing like this sort of coverage. They're not going to find her. I firmly believe they're not going to find her. I can understand where they're coming from, but £12 million, I think that's quite enough. Netflix made a documentary film about Amanda Knox a couple of years ago after she was finally acquitted of murdering Meredith Kercher. It features Knox herself. Her boyfriend was also convicted and then acquitted, and others involved in the case, and it's brilliant. So they've got a good track record of making programmes like this one about Maddie. They've already made it. Whether the McCanns choose to go in there, unfortunately, as far as I'm concerned, I couldn't give a stuff. Don't care. And I can't remember who the friends were. But it just seemed particularly odd that they wouldn't want to do everything in their power to do it. And that was what I thought would have been good. It's a Netflix thing. Netflix makes some fantastic documentary. I've spoken to more filmmakers who've got stuff appearing on Netflix. But there you go. That's what they choose to do. Steve, salted caramel milkshake from Shake and Udder is available in Sainsbury's. Is it? I don't think I've been in a Sainsbury's. Where's a Sainsbury's? Oh, I know where there's a Sainsbury's up the road from me. I must go and try that one then. Milkshakes are great, but then every so often, Steve, a vanilla soft-serve cone is delicious. I dreamt about ice cream yesterday. I dreamt that I went to an ice cream van and I had a 99, but without the flake. So it was just called and that was that. At a place called Eat in Southsea, I had a Jack Daniels and salted caramel milkshake. Incredible. You have to have a lot of booze, don't you, in them to make sure... We had it. I went out with a friend of mine ages ago and we did actually try it. And I remember thinking, milkshakes are great. I don't think you really need the booze added to it. And not lunchtime. Booze sends me to sleep. I'm ridiculous. There's a government pensions ad running that says, and I know which part of the room you should never put baby in. Well, apart from hanging the cradle on a spit turner over an open fire, I can't imagine where that might be. Can anybody else put me out of my misery, says Dallas? No, producer doesn't know either, so there you go. Mike in Bromley says, I've just taken an ambulance from Bromley to St Paul's Cray. I'd be only too honoured to show you around an ambulance if you're ever in Bromley. Thank you, Michael, very much indeed. Also, Gary says, the two sons of one of my neighbours are merchant bankers. They live in big houses down south. One of them drives a Porsche. One year, one of them bought their dad an £8,000 bottle of whiskey, which they then supped over Christmas. Parents have a £100,000 boat. See, that's not very expensive, actually, an £8,000 bottle of whiskey. Scottish Boy, though, has the answer on the advert about where you never put baby. And the answer is, where do you never put baby? You never put baby in the corner. It's from Dirty Dancing. Oh, right. Who knows rubbish like that? Where'd he get that from? Were you truly wafted here from paradise? Or have you come to... You were... No, the answer is no, mate. Luton Airport. OK? That was the answer for the television advert. Were you truly wafted here from paradise? And you then go, nah, mate, Luton Airport. Because it seems sometimes that you came down on a cloud of oofle dust. You know, and sort of just, yeah, oofle dust is what Sooty and Sweep had. Oofle dust, izzy wizzy, let's get busy and all that kind of stuff. And then you come out, so Dirty Dancing, the answer, you never put baby in the corner, that's from Dirty Dancing. Why? Do you know why that was the answer? I mean, it's, the reference is because you don't put it in the corner. Oh, right. Well, what do you do with it? What do you do with the baby? You don't put it in the corner. Oh, she's called, oh, right. Is he talking gibberish or something? He says baby's one of the main characters. What, the character's called Baby? She's not actually a baby. Do you know, I tell you, if you've just turned on, lady, you're in the dark as much as I am. Seriously. Oh, here we go. He's going to prove it now. Oh, that's Baby, is it? Baby in the corner. Shit! So I've just seen Ollie for breakfast. It's like people always wave round here. We're very, very chatty and wavy and all that kind of thing. We go, hi, Ollie. Hi, Ollie. So maybe not put baby in the bath. No, Rachel, you missed it. You know, it's from Dirty Dancing. We've discovered Dirty Dancing because the character's called Baby. And for some reason you don't put her in the corner. Well, I mean, I don't know why, but he knows that. He knows that. I bet he probably likes Dirty Dancing. I bet it's one of his favourite films. Is it not? Oh, well. Do you have a favourite film? It'd be something really exciting, like sort of, you know, Robot Man, Robot Wars or something like that, or, you know, The Poseidon Adventure, The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3, any of those, Bambi, Sound of Music, Mary Poppins, anything at all that you like in the film world? What was it? Ocean's 11. God, that was a rubbish film, wasn't it? Wasn't that Bruce Willis? Was it Ocean's 11? George Clooney. Rubbish. George Clooney, never known as an actor in my house. Never known as that. He was just known as that very, very good-looking man who went out with loads of different people. You liked Ocean's 11, did you? Did you identify with any of the characters in it? You know. Not a high-level... Oh, is that what it was about? High-level thief? Well, I don't know. You've had your hands on some stuff round here, I've noticed. I've noticed. Oh, of course, the famous pen. Yes, the famous pen. Oh, I'm not a high-end thief. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Kevin says, my local ice cream man sells a 99 without the flake. It's just called a number. You get nuts and raspberry sauce. Why would you want nuts on your ice cream? It's difficult enough to hold the blooming things, isn't it? And then Graham in Yorkshire says, we call a 99 without a flake a cornet. There you go. We have it with raspberry syrup and chopped nuts. See, I can do that. I think that's okay. I nearly bought one the other day that I thought I'm going to have to walk, you know, back to the car holding an ice cream and then it's going to drip in the car, so there's no point in having it. So I decided not to, which was probably good for my tummy. I often wonder, says Ian, why some artists like Madonna are always fresh and new while some spiral ever downwards on the nostalgia circuit. I don't know. What time's the Mummy Diaries on tonight? Who cares? Who cares? Google it. I'm not the Radio Times. I'd probably like to be, but I can't be. They've had a bit of a trouble, actually, with one of the Ghastly Fahir sisters' little boyfriends. He used a very rude word against a holidaymaker who's trying to enjoy their holiday. Bit of pond life he is, as you can probably imagine. See how long the marriage lasts. Ghastly twosome. Ghastly twosome. And Chrissy says, has Scottish boy got a strong accent? I can't even understand northern people. Can you not? It's funny, actually. You want to be down here. I mean, I'm terribly multicultural. I can understand everybody's accent, and I get all sorts of accents, you know, with the car drivers and stuff like that. I get lots of different people. I can always understand what people are saying, and I've always understood him. It's just him, you know. You know the accent's the easy bit because it's not that strong. He's more a southern Jesse, you know. He's I've got a shawl, and I can sing some Scottish reels and stuff like that. He's old Mother McCree sits by the fire, toasting his Wotsits, you know, and sort of, and you know, we're having gruel, Steve. We had a lot of gruel when we were younger. He tries to paint a picture. As Mrs. Woman I thought she would have a stronger accent. Okay, I love the Scottish. I live with two people who are Scottish, so we're often discussing that. not really. But I love all accent. There's no accent I don't like, except if they're in a reality show and they're a bit Pond Life, you know, they're a bit screechy. It's like, you know, listening to all the cast of Essex. I mean, even the boys have started talking a little bit camp, but the girls, I mean, seriously, listen to Fern McCann's voice. God, that is enough to send you to sleep. It really is. Right, short break. Piers Morgan offered £1 million to quit Twitter for a year. My God, there's easy money. There's easy money. He could do it. Of course he could. Very clever. Very clever. Frey Bentos have gone veggie. They do those meat pies in the tins, and then you cook the tin and all the rest. I remember having them years and years ago. You know, when you don't have much money, that's what you go for. Now they've gone veggie. So that's good, isn't it, for vegetarians and piscatorians and all the other people who don't eat meat. Plus, the Home Secretary says more police needed to combat knife epidemic. Well, I don't know how they're going to manage it. You know, what they need is stop and search. And you know what's going to happen? They're going to be stopping black people left, right and centre going, right, you look guilty. So if you're a young black person, you stand a much bigger chance of being stopped on the streets. They're going to be doing it all the time. Then I watched the R. Kelly interview. He lost his temper on it. Now, whether or not that's a tactic, I don't know. But it looks like he might have killed his career stone dead. You know, these are underage girls we're talking about here, and once you open the floodgates, they seem to go for ever and ever. My daughter Maria, says Marilyn, smashed the sales of the lamps on QVC last Sunday. Oh, right. Was that good? I watch QVC all the time, and I do watch the jewellery channels, where they have the presenters who've learnt to speak while smiling at the same time, which makes them sound very false. You know, and we've got this is so rare, and and they spend ages and ages, you think, here we go, I know how much this is going to be. You know how much it's going to be. And it appeals to people who think they're seriously buying something that's going to be worth more money in the future. You know, very worrying. Steve, Re-Nostalgia, another show being dusted off on Talking Pictures. They're showing every episode of Robin's Nest with Richard O'Sullivan, Tessa White, Tony Britton and David Kelly. I'm looking forward to it, says Paul in Manchesterford, every weekday afternoon, 5:30. Your impersonation as a Scottish boy sound like a cross between Moira Anderson and Barbara Mullen. I don't want him to speak, actually. I don't mind building his part a little bit. You know, just sort of makes him feel part of the team. You know, because he's struggling in the business, and I want to want to make sure that he's happy. But he's doing all right. He's doing okay. He's very good with the guests. Very good with the guests. And that's I used to have an AP years and years ago, and he was very good with the celebrity guests. He would always, put them at their ease and say, they'd say, what's Steve like? And he'd go, oh, seriously, he's really looking forward to meeting you. And, he's very good at things like that. And that's what you need. But we haven't taught him that. He does that all by himself, which is nice, isn't it? So the Daily Mirror, another life lost. 5 Home Secretaries, a string of police chiefs, 12 crime commissioners, all too many grieving families demand action, and Theresa May still isn't listening. I mean, we don't know what the answer is. They don't know what the answer is. In fact, nobody knows what the answer is. So we're just here. So they now have got, witness appeal as Jodie suspect is taken to London. This is a 20-year-old man. I mean, they've obviously got some sort of evidence, so we'll wait and see what happens there. Also an ex-convict who wants to steer youth from violence. Yeah, but you've got to find them, haven't you? You've got to find the people who want to come out of violence. If they're in a gang, they're not going to want to come out of violence. You know why? They'll be targeted. And they'll be killed. If you're in a gang, you've kind of taken an oath of allegiance. Whether or not you believe it, that's how it works. And if you decide that you don't want to be in that gang anymore, they're going to make sure that you're not around. And as these are children, that's what happens. That's what happens. Oh, dear. So tearful R. Kelly has hit out at the women accused him of sexual abuse, saying he's been assassinated by their allegations. He faces up to 70 years behind bars if found guilty. Speaking on This Morning, he told Gayle King, I've been assassinated, I've been buried alive, but I'm alive. He denied holding women against their will as alleged in TV series Surviving R. Kelly. He denies 10 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse. He said, how stupid would it be for me with my crazy past to be a monster and hold girls against their will and not let them eat? Well, I don't know. I've watched it so many times. He just loses it. At one point, he uses bad language, which is never a good thing. Now, this might be an instant reaction. You'll find all the psychologists saying, somebody's accused of something. Is he just going to sit there and go, well, it isn't me? Or is he going to lose his temper? In which case, does that say more about him? I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, but I bet you anything they'll start analysing it. Because he lost his temper, he's so frustrated, you could interpret as being a frustration that people are saying things about him, which he knows damn well are not true. Simon Cowell is half a stone lighter. He's taken a nutritionist's advice to cut refined sugar, gluten and dairy for his diet. Do you know, if you gave up bread for a few months, you would lose an awful lot of weight. If you stopped eating bread. If you stopped... I mean, I stopped drinking full-fat milk years ago. Then I went back onto it recently, which is okay. You know, somebody said there's certain things you can do. I do eat, I think healthily. I don't eat fried foods. I don't think I've had anything that's fried. I'll basically steam it. So I've not had sausages for ages. I've lost my phone. I would love sausages. And I was reading a report in Country Life, and they were talking about sausages, and I thought, oh, God, they sound delicious. But I've not had any, because it means that you might have to fry something. You could probably bake them in the oven, but it's not quite the same, is it? Matt says there's a wonderful place that has delicious milkshakes near us called The Yard. They're that good, me and all the boys flock there. Good Lord, trucks all over the place. What a happy trucking place that must be. You can't beat a milkshake, can you? You cannot beat a milkshake. And I can't remember the first one I had. I can't remember which, the very first milkshake I had. It was probably in a Wimpy bar, where they literally used to crush a milkshake into a thing, then it would come over in a tall glass. Well, you could drink it straight away. It was just basically fruit-flavoured. And they do chocolate. And I then started buying all the crusher things, which were lovely. Steve, see, I've said this, let them do a polygraph test, a lie detector over the Michael Jackson saga. Yep. I've said that. Why not? The producer shot it down. He said, but it's not exactly accurate. I said, no, but it's the nearest thing that you've got to accuracy. It would let you know if these people have made it up. But I bet you anything they wouldn't do it. But if you want to get to the answer, that's why they use polygraph tests. Much better. Steve, I was listening to Tom Swarbrick earlier. He was talking to LaDonna Harvey. Yeah, she's got a radio show, apparently. She's got is it on a sort of a Saga radio or something like that? Is it? She's a breakfast news show. Really? Oh, there you go. She normally joins Darren Adam once a week, and she was talking about the breaking news that Kelly is back in prison for child support. He owes around $160,000, apparently, and has to pay $60,000 to get out of jail. I don't think he's got 60,000, has he? That was the whole thing. He hasn't got 60,000. Mind you, that's the Jordan thing. She's going, I'll be going out buying a car. She's got no money. She owes she owes nearly £900,000. And, she's behaving like it doesn't really matter. If she thinks that selling a few kids' clothes are going to change things, think on, dear. Plane from Barbados was quarantined at Heathrow yesterday. 100 passengers became ill. Can you imagine the fight for the few toilets on board? Oh, God, no, I couldn't. I can't think of anything worse. That's like going to a festival, isn't it, in a field, and you see the queues of people for these toilets. You think, I don't want to go in there. I really don't want to go in there. Thank you very much indeed. And Gary says, do you remember the late 70s sitcom You're Only Young Twice? I do. Peggy Mount and Pat Coombs, set in a sort of a nursing home, but a fairly sort of upmarket one. It was very good. And Pat Coombs was very lovely. I used to use her a lot on television. And it was great. It's still available. You can get it on DVD. Amazon. Talking Pictures also do Armchair Theatre on Sundays, says Mike, at 9. I think lovely old British stuff. The last one I watched had a young Keith Barron and the big-eyed lady from A Taste of Honey. Who could that be? I don't know who that is. I can remember the film A Taste of Honey, but I can't tell you. Not Adrian Poster, is it? Is she in A Taste of Honey? I don't know why I thought of that. I'm probably wrong. Magenta Devine has died at the age of 61. Her family said she passed away at a London hospital whilst having treatment following a short illness. She hosted BBC's Reportage and the Rough Guy travel series, pioneered by Janet Street Porter. Paying tribute, Janet says she was a brilliant presenter, a one-off who made everything we did utterly memorable. Journalist Sanka Guha, who also worked on Rough Trade, said she was an icon for a generation. Yeah, she worked on Network 7, which was youth programming. Very good. Very, very good indeed. What have we got? Oh, we got the news coming up, haven't we? Got the news coming up. Also, the Duke of Cambridge said Blackpool highlights how the issues of unemployment and low-quality housing are more pressing than ever. They've obviously never been in this house. I mean, but the graffiti on the walls didn't look like it was graffiti. This looked like it had been sprayed about an hour before. I don't know why. That's just me being cynical. It says, hi, yes, boss. No, if you're going to see graffiti in a place, it's totally unintelligible. Kevin, the milkman, says it was Rita Tushingham in A Taste of Honey. And Yvonne in Hastings knew the answer as well. Thank you. Do you remember the actress Queenie Watts? Yes, of course I do, Colin. Of course I do. She had a pub in the East End. It's not there anymore. Not there anymore. They they pull all these places down, but she turned up in lots of sitcoms. Lots of sitcoms. And I'm pleased Tony Lockwood is still around, as he was head of sport at Radio Tees in the 80s. Was he? Thought he was with us. Perhaps he came in later. How did Katie Price blow 40 million? Well, she didn't. They've just made it up. She's never had 40 million. I mean, otherwise she would have to be the stupidest person in the entire world. And this sort of so-called here. So if she doesn't pay the bills, the 9-bedroom mansion will be forcibly put up. And files have been sent to Company House. So she can avoid declaring bankruptcy. I mean, all she's paid is £27.96. She obviously thinks she's going to get away with this one. Whereas looking at the place, you know, it's nice to have a place like that. But she had a mortgage on it. Look how disgusting the swimming pool is. The whole place is just a tip. Nobody's bothered cutting the grass. £27.96 from Feb 2018 to last month. That's all she paid to the creditors. She's taken the Michael out of them. And people will wonder how she's managed to avoid bankruptcy. I've got no idea. No idea. Jordan Trading was set up in 2003, and at the height of her earning powers 10 years ago, it had 1.5 million. And that was at the height, so she never had 40 million. Don't know why the press keep lying about it. But she was once said to be worth 40 million, but is said to have blown a fortune on partying. She never partied. I'm sorry, even if you go out with your friends, just supposing I took the entire LBC pack out, I couldn't spend 50,000 quid just having a free bar and everything else. Also, the surgery she's had, it's always cheap. She goes abroad to get it done. Cheap places. And then plugs the place afterwards. So mainly it's free. So it's just lies after lies. Her entire existence is a tissue of lies. You know, so now we've seen that, you know, she's racked up a load of it. And then she comes out of court. You know, we know she was drunk in the car. She's a bad drunk. Well, the amount of drink that she throws away, wouldn't get through 40 million. She never paid for the house. And this was supposed to be bought when she had money. And as far as I'm concerned, I'd be around there going, see, the trouble is she's been quite clever. She's not that stupid. Well, she is stupid, but she's not that stupid. She's got lots of children. They can all go and live with she could put Harvey in a home, and the kids can go and live with their respective fathers. And that way, she could sort herself out, because, to be honest with you, she's never worn any outfits that anybody's gone, oh, wear that for free. She wears cheap, trashy stuff. That's why she's never had the money. Never had it. If she's ever had £40 million, I'll eat an entire studio for you. But as I know she hasn't, or never had. Refray Brentos. Delicious delicatessen corned beef in a white crusty bread sandwich with Cornish butter. Why Cornish butter? Is Cornish butter better? Cornish butter better? I don't know. My mother always said you never put a baby under the light in the room. I think it's an old-fashioned thing. No, everybody's missed this one. The only person who's managed to get it is Boy Next Door. He's managed to, yeah, all right, put your hand down. If you want to go to the toilet, go to the toilet. Don't need to put your hand up for it, okay? And he said it was from Dirty Dancing. That was the film that, and I've had the time of my life. And I never saw the film. It was Patrick Swayze, wasn't it? I like Patrick Swayze, yeah. He was very good. He did drag in a film called To Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything. Somebody, I can't remember who it is. It was a very famous film where they played drag queen. He played a very good drag queen. Mind you, most straight men play very good drag queens. There's a worry. That was done in a thing. They were testing some years ago. What was the most left object in one of those places where you go, a cheap hotel for the week, you know, where you see a cheap little hotel in the countryside? What was the most common left objects? No. In men's rooms, wigs. Wigs and makeup. A lot of men, heterosexuals, go and dress up and just sit in the room. Seriously. Bizarre. Steve, surely your first experience of milkshakes was at home. No. I don't think it was, but we didn't come from one of those sort of families. My mother baked and did everything else. We had orange squash. My mother made lemon squash. You know, she made lemon squash. I don't think it was some way down the line that we actually got milkshakes. And even then, you couldn't just, if my mum and dad were out for the day, I wouldn't have dreamt of making a milkshake by myself. What, and using up milk that was in the fridge? You don't have the milk. If there's only half a bottle of milk, you can't have a milkshake, can you? Because otherwise your dad's going to come home wanting a cup of tea and he's not going to get it. During your morning routine at the end of your walk through wardrobe, does it lead to your instant spray tan room? And does that room lead to your hair and makeup room where the manicurist and pedicurist wait patiently for you to sit in the chair? I've only ever a few times had an instant tan. And to be honest with you, I am so pale now. I don't think it would take. I don't think it would take, but I mean, I'm not one of these people who looks a bit creosote. We're not like that round here. We don't. I can't think of anybody. Who would be the only person in the office who's got a spray tan? Is there somebody who's got a spray tan, or somebody who looks as though they've been dipped? Because most of us are fairly pale. Is there no? I can't think of anybody. Can you? No, I mean, we don't see much sunlight, and when we do see it, it's sort of, it's sort of half. One of Eddie Mayer's producers like a spray tan. Oh, right. Oh, I think I know which one that... Oh, is that a spray tan? In that Victoria? Oh, right, OK. Do we know it's a spray tan? Oh, she said... Oh, right. See, some people are very good at having spray... I used to use tan towels, which was like a little wipe thing, which was impregnated, and you rub it over your hands and your arms and all the rest of it. But to be honest with you, people would go, oh, you've got that fake tan on. I used to think, right, I'm not doing that again, actually. What about those fake, trying to sound like Eliza Doolittle, the vowel sounds they use on sales channels? Maybe that's how the producers think we all talk, says Dave in Kent. You have to watch the most funny ones are on Gemporia. They would absolutely have to be the funniest presenters, because they've all learnt to speak with their mouths smiling at I can't believe it. They're like that. It really is. It's they've obviously been to the worst acting school ever on the planet, because they go, and they hold up some bit, and they go, and then of course when you see it close up with all the light shining on it to do it, and then you see it on her gnarled old fingers, it looks a bit naff, really. And seriously, most of them, they've got bad fake nails on and all that kind of stuff. There was one woman the other day trying to demonstrate earrings, and she'd grown sideboards down the side. I thought, you've obviously not heard of a no-no, because they're being advertised all over the place. And then occasionally, when they've run out of jewellery, they start advertising candles or sunglasses we had a few weeks ago. It was seriously rubbish. But it's the jewellery, isn't it? And this one, how much? We're actually selling it lower than we're actually paid for it. And they sort of say, oh, we've had a parcel of jewels in the in the safe. I thought the safe might just be a little box under the desk. Steve, I missed your In Conversation, says Mike, this week, so listen to the podcast catch-up. Scott talking made me cry. Hard to think of Barbara Windsor being taken piece by piece. My grandmother had it too. I'm glad that she's in good hands. Yes, I think so. We got great response from that. Great response. Kevin the Milkman says, I'm not surprised the other couples who were with the McCanns on the fateful night don't want to be involved in the documentary. They'd be exposed as being neglectful parents as well, also abandoning their children to go drinking. Were they... I'd forgotten, because it was such a long time ago now. Were they friends of theirs and they all went out together, or were they friends that they met out there? That's what I can't remember. You never remember the useful things, do you? Remember all the rubbish, I'm afraid, from it. Another one here, which says, yes, but Katie Price did make her kids some healthy pancakes. She's got somebody clever playing with her finances. Is she as stupid as she seems? Yes. Absolutely, yes. And somebody's not playing with her finances. It's such that hasn't had anything successful for years. To support that lifestyle, you need a lot of money coming in. The books she didn't write, so she'll make a bit of money on those. All the rest of it, nothing survived. That's why Jordan Trading collapsed. There was nothing going on at all. Because what would happen when she was at the height of her fame, when she was probably still drinking, and somebody would come to her and say, oh, Jordan, I've got this packet of cigarettes that needs promoting. She'll promote it. You give her some money, she'll promote it. 99% of that has collapsed. Nobody, you wouldn't want her talking about anything. You can always tell when she gets something free, she'll mention them on her Twitter. So we've had this slimming drink. Don't touch it, please. You want a diet? Go to your doctor. And so, I mean, it's everything. Nothing's actually worked on any of it at all. That's why I always used to joke and go, so if she'd ever had 40 million or 45 million or 40, or whatever it is, she'd have bought that house for cash. She's got a huge mortgage on it. And because there was no money coming in, I think she's probably remortgaged. But it's all well documented. You can't miss it. It's quite easy to find. You'll see it with loads of them very shortly. You will be seeing more and more people from reality shows who sort of think that the money is just never ending. It doesn't. It doesn't arrive in, I'm afraid. You have to work for it. Nobody, and most of these people, I mean, look at, you've got, who's appearing in court very shortly? Oh, Kerry Katona. She's appearing in court very shortly. And they say, oh, she's living in £1 million house. It's rented. She's got nothing. You ever seen her driving a car? Nope. Steve, has Kevin the Milkman noticed more customers since the plastic problem was highlighted? Marilyn says, I've always had a milkman. Milk is so much better in glass bottles. Oh, I agree. Unfortunately, I haven't had a glass bottle. It's only when Kevin delivers here do I ever get a glass bottle. The rest of the time, it's plastic. Plastic. Steve, if people knew half of the stuff found in hotels, you'd never stay in a hotel again. I know. Used to go to the Sandwich Bar in Harlow Town Centre back in the 60s. They made the best milkshakes around with just the right amount of froth on top. My favourite was lime. Oh no, a lime milkshake. It sounds like it's going to curdle the milk. A lime milkshake. No, for me it had to be chocolate or strawberry or vanilla or something like that. Banana was a very popular one. I like that. When I was a kid in the 60s, my mum would put ice cream in a glass, pour Tizer in the glass with the ice cream. My mum called it a spider. Not sure why, but it tasted great. Well, we used to have Coke floats, but only when we went out to a little cafe, and we didn't do that all the time. We couldn't afford to do it. So you'd go in and you'd go, I'll have a Coke float. It was like a Victoria Wood sketch. And so they get the glass and they put a dollop of ice cream and then pour in the Coca-Cola over the top. Well, that was considered a bit decadent. In my day, that was definitely decadent. I used to love things like that. But as I say, we didn't have it very often. We couldn't because we couldn't afford to do it. We'd have a cup of coffee in there, served in a glass teacup with a saucer, and then you put money in the jukebox. Didn't play the fruit machine. We couldn't afford to do that either. But to have a milkshake, whew, blimey! I tell you, we're leader of the pack. Did you watch the Michael Jackson documentary? Couldn't believe my ears. And no wonder he ended up killing himself. I don't think he did kill himself. What were you watching? Obviously not the documentary. As I say, there's some people who are so dumb that you simply can't believe it. He didn't kill himself at all. What have you given up for Lent? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I don't do that. I bet Dale used up all the tan towels. I bet you didn't get a look in, says little Dave. No, he used to go on holiday. And that's where he did his top. He could lie on a sun lounger for days on end. Seriously. He didn't do fake tans. He did the real thing because he could go over to America and do it over there. And I don't think he'd ever use a Morning. Sharon says, I'm in a taxi on my way to Luton, going to Spain for a friend's 50th birthday. It's always the taxi has you on the radio. You reminded me of cream soda with ice cream. It used to be called ice cream soda, didn't it? Was that it? And you could get it from Lucozade, I think. Marilyn reminded me of that one as well. So you put in the ice cream and then the ice cream soda over the top. It's all chemicals, I'm sure. I don't think it was anything particularly good. In Glasgow, ice cream and juice is called an ice drink. My first Coke float was in a Wimpy. And ice cream and ginger beer is best. Do you know, Kristen, I've never had ginger beer. I've never had ginger beer. I haven't even had beer. I can't bear the taste of beer. Ginger beer is quite sugary. It just doesn't appeal to me. It's like cider. Cider doesn't appeal to me either. But if somebody said, it's only apples. And you go, yeah, and the rest of it. Never really liked, says Gary, the Fray Bentos pies. Huge pastry top with a slimy underside and hardly any filling. Although the empty tins afterwards are great for keeping to bake things in. I've quite liked the tiny goblin tin meat pies, though. Spam balls, says Kevin the restaurateur. Huge success. Going on the bar snack menu today. Yorkshire pudding wrap filled with dreamy Dijon mustard, chicken, mushroom and veggie option. Woo! I like the idea of spam balls. I think you could start a trend on that. You could start a religion. Poor old Pricey. Kate, virtually every part changed by plastic surgery. She won't be able to do that on her old age pension. Well, she can't afford to do anything at the moment. She really can't. That's why she's using the kids. Nothing to do with her. She's exploiting her children. But they're her children. I couldn't care less. As long as the fathers agree to them being exploited, that's their business. But don't start complaining about the media when you're literally trying to court it to try and get publicity for something, which is not going to save you. Perhaps she thinks she's going to be the new Mothercare or something. Unlikely. What sound wakes you up, says tanker driver Phil. We were talking about this the other day. He says, it's my phone waking me up every morning with Morecambe and Wise singing Bring Me Sunshine. We used to play the song on the programme, actually, some years ago, called Wake Up, It's a Beautiful Morning. I think it was with that Boo Radley's, that's right, Wake Up Boo. And that was quite... And then it used to go into the Bitches Back for some peculiar reason, best known to the producer at the time. Not in radio anymore. Milkshakes, says Phil. I think my first experience of a milkshake was back in the 60s with something called Nesquik. Yeah, there was chocolate, strawberry and banana. But your mum would make them for you. You're right about the milk. You wouldn't dare help yourself to the limited supply in case Dad needed a cuppa. I know. I don't know how much milk we used to get through, because I can't remember. It was in there and you could have a cup of tea and something like that. You couldn't waste, nearly half a pint of milk on doing, a milkshake. But the Nesquik was great, but it was never the same as Crusher. Crusher was better because it was liquid. It dissolved much better. Nesquik, the powder used to stick to the bottom of the glass. Unless you did it in a machine. I think we had an ice cream, a milkshake machine, which you just sort of clipped it up underneath and just went, which was very exciting. And, Steve, this is, what people have been saying for a long time. This is nothing new. Might sound a bit harsh. Somebody says the McCann should be done for negligence, all because they wanted an evening without the kids. They lost their girl and the taxpayers had to cover the bill to search for her. Any other investigation should be covered by them, as it was down to them. They're in the situation. It also wasn't even in this country. It was in Praia da Luz. It's got nothing to do with us at all. I don't know why we're paying for it. You know why? Because the police over there washed their hands of it. They don't want anything to do with it. So, Neil says he's in Wigan. Only famous for the casino, as far as I remember, and the pier. Wigan Pier is famous, is it? Oh, right. Is it still there, or is it fallen down? I don't know. But he says, we always knew it was Christmas in our house when Dad bought Canada Dry ginger ale. Whew. How posh were you? Yeah, we used to have the same. My dad used to build up a little store before Christmas. He'd come home with a few bottles, and it'd be put in the garage to keep cold. I don't think we had a fridge. Well, we did have a fridge, but I don't think there was room for bottles in it. Bill says, I can't believe the McCanns are asking for more money. I don't remember seeing accounts showing what the 12 million spent so far has been used on. Well, it's been used on, going out there, flying prison officers, police officers backwards and forwards to follow up on non-existent leads. That's the big problem. 12 million, I think enough is enough. Especially after Brexit, we're not going to have any money left anyway. Can't start searching for children that were lost by somebody's negligence in another country. Nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us at all. Fray Bentos was the name given to a World War I tank, says Kevin. Was it really? Fray Bentos. I know they used to name planes, but I wasn't sure about that. From Kevin's in Burbank. So lovely. And Chrissy says, I've been married 32 years today, but won't see hubby until tonight. Please tell Bill I love him, says Chrissy. Her husband's called Eric, but she... thought that one myself. Sometimes I'm quite original. Sometimes I'm not. Cliff says they still wear clogs in Wigan. Stop it. Stop it. Adhering to that stereotype of flat caps and whippets, and a hovis, and a bicycle. Thank you for bigging up the milkman, says Steve the milkman. We're back with a vengeance and picking up calls left, right and centre in Muswell Hill. Nobody wants the plastic anymore. Glass is the way forward. Ta-da! I'm with you. Glass is much better. Also, I'm so used to plastic now. So used to plastic and all sorts of things like that. But you're right, proper glass bottles, please. Can't be that difficult, can it, really? And what sort of piece of filth? A father, jailed for 16 years for planning to carry out a monstrous acid attack on his own 3-year-old son amid a custody battle. That's how disgusting he is. That's how disgusting he is, that he can throw acid over a 3-year-old little boy. Seriously. Seriously. I bet they're looking forward to meeting you in prison, as everybody else is. A crude biscuit dish made by Russell Brand was the big bake-off turn-off. He's just a bit pathetically stupid, I think. Probably years of abuse. But he did a... Well, anyway, he just did this thing now. 600,000 viewers went click. He suddenly realised perhaps he's not the most interesting person, and certainly not funny at all. Big question the paper's asking, when will it stop on the knife crime? Answer, never. Never. It will never stop. Because as somebody said on the television the other night, so I give up my knife, but then the person who's attacking me has got a knife. Where do I stand? Also, the old school royals and visit a slum. This is William and Kate. They've never seen a slum before. But as I say, this doodling on the wall, that doesn't look like graffiti. Generally speaking, there'd be a whole wall covered in it, everything. They've got spray cans. This is just a piddly little bit. I'm very sceptical of that. Harry and Meghan act like big stars and get down with the kids. Well, he thinks he's in show business because she said to him, you're really popular. Yes, I think one of the papers said this morning, which one was it actually? One of the papers, wait a minute. The Daily Mail. Stephen Glover says, why I fear the Duke of New Age nonsense is riding for a fall. But the trouble is, if you remember, I've told you the reason for this before, Mr. Glover, is that he never had anybody to tell him what was right and wrong. His mother died when he was young. His father didn't have anything to do with him. That's what the royal family do. Charles was left alone by the Queen. He had nannies and people bringing him up, till one of them very unwisely did an interview with a magazine on how lovely they were and got fired and was never spoken to ever again. Millions to search for Madeleine, Steve, yet nothing for knife crime. Typical. Yes, I agree. I think 12 million is about tops. It's just getting looted. They haven't learnt anything. The last time we got a couple of leads, quite clearly not. Quite clearly not. If they have, I think we need to see the proof. What have you got? What have you got on this? No clothing, no CCTV, no people sighting, a load of old sightings which mean they scurry off around the world. They find nothing. Nothing at all. Michelle Keegan wears an £85 shirt and trousers combo from her own range. But why have I not got a range of clothing? Big pants for boys, I think. And she was unveiling her line in London's Covent Garden. Well, there you go. A champion angler has been stripped of his prestigious title after being caught cheating. How do you cheat? Martin Booth was awarded the top prize at the Paul Rogeman European Open Beach Championships. He scooped £4,000 new fishing rods and was cheered by fellow competitors. But they discovered, the organisers, that he broke the rules by landing one half of his prize-winning catch outside competition hours. They've now disqualified him. There was more than 1,000... They're very obsessed anglers. Neil will tell you, and my brother, that's what he did. No. He sneakily fished out of competition time and landed a thornback ray. So that was enough to disqualify him. Not good. I was watching a... No, you're not... No, you're not allowed to use loads of things, actually. This gave him a 5.905 aggregate winning score. But then one of the other competitors, Matthew Hope, says to find out the winner was a cheat was absolutely sickening. Oh, they're very passionate about... They're a bit upset over this one. He had the gall to stand on stage in front of all the other anglers and accept his trophy, rods and prize money whilst we cheered. Fishing fan Ryan Mullins says, hope he gets a lifetime ban from competition fishing. They don't like it, do they? My brother's... I'd have no idea. I have no interest in fishing whatsoever. Neil, Neil, he goes fishing as well. I know quite a few people who go fishing. Me, straight over my head. Straight over my head. It just doesn't... It's so boring. It's so boring. Nobody can ever persuade me that it's not, but my brothers like doing it for free. I think it must be, you go there to contemplate, whatever, the water and the fish, and you just sort of sit there going, oh, perhaps I'll catch something. Oh, God. Oh, I've caught something. Oh, how exciting. Let's put it back in again and wait till somebody coming along the towpath notices me. Oh. And I used to do it years and years ago, and you'd fish, and all of a sudden, this was a battle between me and the fish, and you took it out, and it was a little 7-inch long dace. Hardly worth bothering with. You can hardly feed people with the blooming things. Absolutely ridiculous. Rod Liddell, talking here about racism is wrong, logically opposing an ideology isn't. And he's talking about these people kicked out the Conservative Party saying nasty stuff about Muslims. Also, I don't have much time for Tommy Robinson, not his real name. He says most of the stuff he does seem to be an exercise in self-publicity, and the stench of racism is never far from him. But I notice he's had his Twitter feed and Facebook account closed down, and now Amazon is refusing to stock his book. This is, to my mind, wholly wrong. Unless he's breaking the law, he should be allowed to express himself the same as anyone else. And let us be the judge of whether he's talking inflammatory whatsits or not. Banning him from everywhere only gives his million followers the conviction that there's a conspiracy against him. This kind of bullying never works in the end. Yes. I don't know why they keep calling him the name that he's not. Unless it's registered as a business name. But, we live and learn. Also, the latest thing we're not allowed to look at is pictures of jam and butter. Not allowed to look at jam and butter. Supermarket adverts featuring the stuff have been banned from the London Underground. This is because Sadiq Khan, shake a stick, thinks they're dangerous. Not as dangerous as being stabbed in the throat, mate, writes Rod Liddell, but obviously pretty close to it. He says, I expect one day all kinds of jam will come in plain black wrappers with just a picture of some fat bloke on a defibrillator. I'll be kept with the fags and scratch cards, and you'll have to ask for your flavour whilst looking embarrassed. He said, sometimes I hate this country. I love the way that the mayor thinks he's doing something brilliant as he tiddles off on holiday again, not doing absolutely anything. Oh, he's back, is he? Just a short holiday. I wonder what he's doing. Nothing at all. They're never going to solve the problem, and that's the problem. You should launch an exclusive range of high-end men's disposable socks, says Benito. I sense a bit of irony. Whenever you get a voucher in a newspaper, I'm looking at one here, it's for KFC. Okay, and it runs from today until the 10th. So you've got 3 days to redeem it, and they've got 5 items, including a flaming or barbecue wrap, £1, a filet burger, I think it's pronounced that, or filet burger, I think, and fries, $2.49, 10-piece bargain bucket, $9.99, mini fillet burger, £1, and a 2-piece and fry, $2.49. But you have to redeem the voucher before you order the food. So in other words, you have to give them this voucher before, which is all a bit bizarre. I couldn't quite work that out, actually. See, to redeem offer, present voucher to the cashier at the participating KFC restaurants before placing your order. So in other words, you give it to them and you go, can't you read? I had this in McDonald's in Richmond the other day. The woman didn't understand English. What she was doing working there, I've got no idea. How ridiculous. But anyway, so a 10-piece bargain bucket, $9.99. So you hand it over, and they then go, right, small, why would you have to hand it over before that you've ordered things? Why can't you just go, I'll have a 10-piece bargain bucket? Because you always pay for it before they've delivered it to you anyway. Why would you have to tell them? Are they doing so does it come from a different part of the hot cabinet, which means it's smaller chicken or something? Chickens haven't eaten very much. Very odd, isn't it? I always worry about things like that. So you've got to hand it over before placing the order. Oh, they're on a voucher. Makes you feel like your school dinners, doesn't it? When you get the levers. And we used to go, they used to have to sit at a separate table. We weren't allowed to sit with the levers. They were all the people who weren't going to be sticking around very long. And so we ended up sort of having food, and then they got their own food, and they sort of did whatever they did, because they weren't going to stay. Looking at the Michael Jackson fans protesting outside Channel 4, I don't think there's enough here to make any difference at all. Seriously. They say here that, I don't know how many there's supposed to be here, but it's an army. They say facts don't lie, Michael Jackson, innocent, and part 2 airs tonight. So you got more of it. And you've got the 2 people here. Well, they must have been very young, weren't they? Were they 7 or something like that? But all the pictures just seem normal of these sort of kids. They didn't look frightened or anything like that. And yet they surely must have been. One of them is 36 and the other one is 40. Both, I think, have ever denied over the previous years going back that they were ever touched by Michael Jackson. So where we go from that one, I've got no idea. But looking at the... looks like me. I think so. Yeah. It's his new... Have you noticed it's a new vocabulary? Yeah. Yeah. No. How are you today? Good. 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 So little words we've got in the dictionary. So, are you looking forward to having a big lunch later? Yes. There we go, you see. Honestly. Nick Abbott could actually capture that. He can't do long words. No, he can't do long words. Nick Abbott could capture that, couldn't he? And play it out over his weekend programmes. How are you today? Yep. Are you feeling very well? Yep. Are you going out later? Yep. Seriously, I mean, it's like having a budgerigar. It is. It's quite exciting, isn't it? He's quite happy. He seems quite happy. She probably goes home in tears, but, generally speaking, he seems to be quite happy. Steve, there are so many trucks with neon signs. I count them now. It's a great way to pass time on the long drive. Yes, because, as was started some time ago, apparently if a truck driver's got loads of lights in the van, gay. Okay, that was where this came from. I cannot remember. Lost in the mists of time. Steve, if you're ever up north, you need to try Billy Bob's ice cream parlour just outside Skipton. The milkshake. It's a long way to go for a milkshake, and also, Skipton. I like Skipton. Never been, but it sounds quite nice. But the idea of going all the way up there just to get a milkshake is not good. It's like somebody says the best fish and chip shop will be on Stornoway. And you go, I'm not going to travel all the way up to Stornoway for a fish and chips, but I suppose some people do. Steve, with the social media as big as it's become in the past 10 years, surely someone would have some information on Madeleine McCann and given it up. Well, I have to be honest, computers now have changed our lives completely, haven't they? But obviously not. Seriously, I don't know, but I just think 12 million is enough. Thank you very much indeed. If the McCanns want to do it, let them fund their own research and do it. Let them do it. Why we should have to do something that occurred in another country that was nothing to do with us. It was primarily them leaving the kids alone in the room. That's the end of it. Nobody broke in. Nobody saw anything. Perhaps people didn't, sort of exist in that resort. I work with prisoners, and the attitude they have is I won't be caught, and if I am caught, I'll bust the case. And if I am convicted, it'll be only 3 years and back on the streets, and that's how we roll. The problem is the QCs, who even tell their clients to plead not guilty, even if they're 100% guilty. I thought that if they had somebody pleading is it not guilty or guilty? It must be guilty or something like that. They're not supposed to take the case if they believe. They must have a belief in whatever they're actually going to go for. Perhaps Katie Price, Steve, could earn money becoming the new face of the Elizabeth Duke collection, says Nelson. I think not. Nobody ever wants to look like Katie Price. Seriously, she looks to me as if she's been caught in headlights on a sort of a back road somewhere, you know, and the truck was just about, and then he went, oh, and there would be Katie Price. I mean, the next career... What do we think is the next career move? Well, she's trying the kids' clothing at the moment. That won't work. And as usual, she gets bored within about 5 seconds, because mainly the papers aren't interested. They don't bother picking it up. They couldn't care less now. They're just waiting for her demise. You know, so you can have a picture of her standing there with sort of a little hand cart with all her belongings on it, pushing them out the house. Channel 4 are re-showing the sitcom Cheers, says Malcolm. Where have you been? It's been running for about the past year. Running for ages. Every morning. You will get smaller chicken pieces, says Lorraine. So you're right, it happened to me when they did a free delivery and no minimum order. Yeah, because why would you say, I want the barrel and then you hand over the thing? You'd have to watch where the chicken comes from, wouldn't you? If they then go round the back, you go, excuse me, there's chicken here, I'll have this. I think it's about time we stood up for ourselves. We're turning into a bit mamby-pamby, I think, here. When I was 15, says Carl, in Dudley. I always say that. I'm so sorry. I used to work on my dad's pop van. There was one lady who had 3 bottles of limeade each week. As the weeks and months went by, I noticed she got yellower and yellower each time I called on her. Then she started to turn a hint of green. I convinced myself it was the limeade and tried to wean her onto cherryade to try and get a bit of colour. Sufficient to say it didn't work, and I later found out she died of jaundice. So that cheery anecdote turned bleak fast. The 80s, said Carl. As if there was anything in it. I used to love the limeade because of the colour. It was very phosphorescent, wasn't it? And cherryade. Cherryade! God, there's something wonderful about cherryade that makes you feel, you know, cherryade with ice cream. Coca-Cola. I haven't had Coca-Cola for years. It's a fizzy drink. It's not very good for you. And certainly not very good for me, I'm afraid. But, you know, and then they go, oh, drink the diet one. I go, oh, I don't like the taste of the diet one. It's a bit bad, isn't it, really? What do we got here? They've got Katie Price in Simon Boyle's bizarre column today. So Jordan Trading's gone into liquidation, and she's got 4 years. Of course, she'll just write it off. She thinks something's around the corner. Somebody's going to make a film about her. As if, why would you bother? You don't make films about failures who are arrogant, thank you very much indeed, and just plain drunk. And they say the latest figures out show exactly how much financial trouble she's in. They said Katie was once said to be worth 40 million. No, never, ever. Don't believe this rubbish that Simon Boyle's putting out. And she said, on partying, surgery and holidays. What holidays? Where did she ever go that was interesting? Do tell me, Simon. Go on, do me a list. You know, how many holidays has she had that's used up 40 million quid? The surgery was all free. She might have had to pay for a flight to get over there. And partying. Never had a house party in her life. I think she had a couple of them, but she did them for the sake of the programme. It was very boring, very dull. Very, very boring and dull. You need to ask Peter Andre. He was married to the poor soul. Cheapest dinner in Britain, the roast. I don't know how he does it for this price. It was $7.50, but for a special offer, 60 punters have reserved a booking £1. £1. The Britannia, this is the Britannia. The landlord's Paul Rollins. He makes the offer permanent if it remains a hit. I would think for £1, actually. It's a roast dinner, as long as you spend £3 on a drink. Oh, right, I thought it'd be a catch. So you can't just go in there and have £1 dinner. You've got to have a £3 drink. Something like that. So, in fact, he's making £4 every time he sells you a dinner. But it does come. It's a cut-price meal. Beef or turkey, roast potatoes, carrots, green beans, parsnips, cauliflower, cheese and stuffing balls. Wow. The average pub roast is about between 10 and 20 quid. People tucked into more than 1.2 billion roasts last year, with half on Sundays, separate figures are revealed. But here's for £1. I mean, even if you just eat the roast potatoes, it's worth £1, but you've got to buy the drink. I'd forgotten to read the bit about buying the drink. Also, Shamima Begin's father, let's hope she's disappeared now, is demanding, if you please, that she's let back into Britain, and says the UK is to blame for her becoming an ISIS bride. He's more stupid than he sounds, isn't he? We thought he was a bit thick. He speaks in Bangladesh, where he's lived for months. Ahmed Ali insists officials should have stopped her going to Syria. And how would that be, dear? How would you expect them to do that? Stand there and go, sorry, anybody here thinking of joining ISIS in this queue? OK, you're all right, thank you, you can board the plane. He really is a bit dumb, isn't he? And says Britain is to blame. Well, I think probably you're to blame, actually. We think you're to blame. There you go, it's your fault. She's your daughter. Why don't you have a word with your government and say we can shove her onto you in Bangladesh? You're not coming back here, matey. She says the British government should have been alarmed about the first girl and inquired at the school. What did you do about it, matey? Nothing, just opening your big mouth and coming up with rubbish, I'm afraid. So there you go. So she fled from her school in Tower Hamlets with 2 other girls a month after another pupil went. Mr. Ali says they should have been alarmed. Yeah, well, what were you doing about it, mate? Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. Ridiculous, honestly. Katie could join Loose Women. No. She's not actually appeared on there for quite some time. Well over a year, actually. And Shamima, by the way, she probably shouldn't have got through the airport. She was on a stolen passport. So I think that'll be perhaps what you've taught her, wouldn't it not be? Are you not the parental control? It belonged to her sister. She stole a passport to get out. So she wasn't even going out under her name. So why would they know? Why would they know? Border Force probably fell down quite a lot on that. But to be honest with you, you take her to Bangladesh, dear. You have her. Because nobody else wants her. They really don't. 5:45, heavy company. Where are we? There was an expert, Steve, on paedophile activity on ITV News a couple of days after Maddie was taken. He said he was positive she was taken by paedophiles due to her age. Otherwise, they would have taken the baby twins as well. He said she most probably won't ever be found. Well, I'm very... Well, they haven't got any leads. They keep saying every so often, you know, well, we've got another lead. And you think, no, you haven't. No, you haven't. And this has gone on for years. I mean, I didn't realise, you know, £12 million is a lot of money. And coming up 12 years. And, you know, by the time we go through Brexit, God knows what's going with that. God, dear, I tell you. Can we really afford to spend £12 million? You know, I don't think so. I used to love the drink Dandelion and Burdock. I was never sure it existed. Never sure it existed, but I'm sure it must have done at some point. You could probably find it. You could probably go to Amazon and find Dandelion and Burdock. I love the fact I could watch In Conversation with Scott on LBC. What a lovely, genuine guy. So sad what's going on with Barbara, but it's obvious he's totally devoted. I love the shirt you were wearing. Pure quality. Thank you. I also watched Leaving Neverland, Part 2 tonight. The boys didn't look frightened or scared in pictures, as Michael Jackson convinced them it was the right thing to do. But it was also their secret. He groomed them well. But then, what were the parents doing staying above? What's that all about? Odd, isn't it? Steve, funny you mentioning a milkshake maker. My mother used to have a weird big glass jar thing from the 60s with a screw on top which had a propeller on a shaft that went to the bottom, battery powered. Good Lord. I went to the Cheers bar last year in Boston. The outside is exactly as you see, but the inside is different. Of course it's a set. The inside of the bar. They've only ever used the outside. It was like whenever you watch the Craze film, the outside was Richmond Theatre before they had the canopy done and all the rest of it. The inside was a set, and Cheers never existed. Never existed as a bar. They could say, this is the outside of a bar. It was just a downstairs bar, but that was just it. They just used the outside bit. The rest of it went on the studio set, which we knew about, and if you'd listened to our interview with Kelsey Grammer, then you would know that as a fact. For Lent, I'm giving up healthy food. So today's breakfast consists of cheese strings and a can of Bar's Cherryade. Bar's Cherryade. I seem to remember Bar's Cherryade. I don't know why. Things you remember from your sort of childhood. A dad has been handed £22,500 after botched braces made his front teeth yellow and twisted. Oliver Bromley Davenport paid £3,000 during 20 visits to a dentist, which left him in such pain he could eat only soup for weeks at a time. Wow. The dental practice, you know, handed £22,500. They didn't admit liability. How those ones work, I'll never know. Front page, it's Meghan looking adoring. There's no class with Meghan, I've discovered. There is no anything to do with the royal family. The royal family, you know, have always been sort of, you know, whether you like them or you don't like them, they know how to sort of behave. She's just behaving like she's a pop star or something. She's playing showbiz celebrity, and it's not looking good. Also, the football manager's wife and the daughter locking themselves in the bathroom. They were raided. This is Brendan Rodgers. Thugs burst into the main bedroom where his daughter and wife were huddled. They then fled the adjoining bathroom and locked themselves in as two thieves plundered their Scottish home. The haul was said to include medals and trophies won by Rodgers, because he quit his job at Celtic last week to become manager of Leicester City, and obviously somebody didn't like the idea. Obviously somebody didn't like the idea. I think he was... Wait a minute, was he not sacked by Liverpool back in 2015? I seem to remember that, actually. That was embroiled in a multi-million-pound divorce row over a property empire that consisted of 102 houses. And so here's the wife. She does look a bit as if she could be a football manager's type wife. Hate to do stereotypical, but, she does look like one of those sort of people. It's like they always make me laugh when they go, Lizzie Cundy, a wag. Unfortunately, she never was. She never was. Never was. Magenta Divine has died at the age of 61. In 98, she was appointed a Goodwill ambassador. And I featured on one of her programmes, and that's all I can tell you about it. But it's a shame, really, because way too young. I think she went out with Tony James from Zig Zig Sputnik and said, so happy to hear the extraordinary news, an amazing woman. Why do people tell people after they die? Why do you not tell people when they're alive? That makes more sense, doesn't it? Makes much more sense. Also, the hunt has been called off for the missing British climber Tom Ballard, presumed dead. He's on Pakistan's Killer Mountain. He went missing. He's 30. That's 24 years after his mother was killed descending nearby K2. Why do people climb mountains? It's dangerous. It's dangerous. But they do it. And, in years to come, they will probably find his body. It will be preserved in the ice, which they do with other people as well. It's all very strange. I was watching a programme last night, and it was about people who have model railways. Now, you would have thought that this would have been a real childish programme, but actually it wasn't at all. These were adults. In fact, very few women in it, but there was one lady who was interviewed, and she said she's been accepted. And they were sort of showing you how they made these things. He said, we're not interested in the we're interested in everything about the trains. Everything about them. And so they would stand there and they would discuss it. And Pete Waterman was there because he's a big fan of railways, model railways and the like. And he was talking about what the addiction is. He said you would probably meet us and think we're the most boring people in the world because all we want to do is talk about trains. And so they had somebody who had and they actually highlighted the Twickenham Model Railway Society, if you please. Didn't even know there was such a thing. But it was wonderful. Phil says, you're not going to believe this, but I went to the Coronation Street tour and the Rovers Return isn't actually a pub. Just an empty room. Yes, of course it is. There's just the outside. It's a shell, isn't it? The houses, if they need somebody to be on an upstairs window, they put a ladder up and they have to climb up the ladder inside and go, oh, see you in a minute. But no, it's set. It's all set. Jules Holland as well. A fellow. He's got 100-foot long. Wow. But they know everything about it. They sort of, they're interested in trains coming into the state. They're into things that you and I would probably go, that sounds really boring. But I don't think it sounds boring. Because I would always want to have a model railway. If you had a big loft in a house, I would absolutely love to have somebody coming in, or failing that, to have a big enough garden where they put a model railway in you can sit on and go round like that. Like that. Mick in Darlington says, tell your texter that most, if not all, supermarkets sell dandelion and burdock in the fizzy pop aisle. Pablo says it's great for washing down a plate of tripe. Oof, gonna be sick. Can't think of anything worse. Anthea Turner helped launch a pop-up Action for Children charity shop in Watford called 1869. Sells new designer clothes, says Jackie. Actually, there is a thing here that's got a picture of Anthea Turner. She went out to a nightclub the other night or something. She's 58. She's way too old. Way too old. It's not for people your age. You say you don't like every accent. Please, you say you like every accent. Please tell me that doesn't include Paddy McGuinness. Nor likey, nor lighty. No, it's the wife who's the irritating bit in that relationship. He's fine. He's fine. He's going to be the new person on Celebrity Juice. They've got rid of that butch woman. What's her name? Can't remember. Fern Cotner. They tried to turn feminine. It just wasn't working. And so consequently, he's actually going to be it. Because they thought it was going to be Emily Atack. But apparently, she's in so much demand at the moment. Yeah, that's just at the moment. But no, I don't have a problem with Paddy McGuinness's accent. I quite like that, actually. He's a good-looking boy. She's just a bit irritating. Off to see the Searchers. Last concert tonight in Harlow. Ooh, the Searchers, that'll be nice. You'll like that. Have you seen or heard, Steve, These endless funeral parlour adverts. Your great-great-grandchildren will not be landed with the bill. Nice one. Kids could be around 70 years themselves. Actually, be very careful, Dave. If you have children, they can have you put in a home. OK, don't upset the kids. Don't upset the godchildren. Don't upset anybody. Otherwise, they just have you committed. But they always say that, don't they? There's that man and woman. She sort of wondered. She said, "Oh, I found this in next door. I thought, what are you poking around next door for?" And he goes, "Oh, that'll be that over 60 funeral plan or something. Oh, that's it. Oh, get me one as well," she goes. I'm thinking, who cares? Once you've died, you've died. Goodness sake, let them worry about it later. I don't think my grandchildren will be worrying about things like that. You know, pop him out with the rubbish. But they do that, don't they? And also, you get a free pen just for inquiring. Oh, lovely. I was so excited. Like you've never had a pen before. Also, Lana says, "I'm so addicted to listening to you. I'm laying on my bed in Venice whilst on holiday. I've been here 2 days and I've not heard one gondolier sing. Disappointed, but you're making up for it. They're like water taxis. They don't sing the just one cornetto. They don't do anything like that at all, which I think is a great shame. Great. And they're also very expensive. Put it this way, you're looking at between 40 and 100 quid each time. They're terribly expensive. It's like if you want a Fiacha and you go to Vienna, that's the horse-drawn thing, in case you thought, got some speech impediment. They're very expensive as well. But these things, sing. Oh, can you sing? How much you pay? Be very careful. David Teague says, next thing you'll be telling me is the Crossroads Motel didn't really exist. And it was just a set 2. Gutted. I always ask people, because sometimes I've seen behind the scenes of things, and you look at the way people have put things together. So you do have a set for the Rover's Return, but it's inside. The actual outdoor thing is once they walk through. That's why you can't see through the glass. Kind of ruins it for me, actually. The Crossroads Motel. Good Lord, David. You and I know just how bad that could be. Coming up to the news at 6 o'clock this Thursday morning, it's the 7th of March. I will tell you about the descendants of a British Army officer who fought in India 220 years ago, are set to become multi-millionaires. Oh, how is it? Why is it never me? Why do I not have a withering old aunt who's, on her last legs, who owns a diamond mine somewhere? And she'd go, or a gold mine. I'm going to leave it all to you, Steve. I've loved your programme. And Auntie Enid hasn't got a diamond. It's as if to say we're too old to boogie at 58. Yes, you are. You're way too old. Way too old. You should be sitting in an old people's home, dreaming of, sort of meadows and, trees you can sit under, but you certainly don't go boogieing at 58. Not in a nightclub kind of thing. Anthea Turner's always been a bit slightly peculiar. She's always been a bit... Who's that very good impressionist who does a very good impression of Anthea Turner? Where she's very good. It just used to make me laugh. And Stacey Solomon. I think she was on Britain's Got Talent. Female impressionist, and it'll come to me in a minute because I used to work with her. And she was very, very good. Very, very funny. I used to laugh out loud. So female impressionist on Britain's Got Talent... does Anthea Turner and a few other people. A few years back, I think she was on it. Because Simon Cowell sort of made out he didn't know her, but of course he would have to have known. She'd been out on the circuit. We used to use her on Five's company. Francine Lewis. Have you ever heard Francine Lewis doing Anthea Turner? It's so funny. So funny. Have you ever heard Anthea Turner doing Anthea Turner? That's quite funny as well. But she does Stacey Solomon. I think I said Stacey Dooley earlier on. Every time she did it used to make me absolutely die laughing because she was so good at doing it. Although I was watching a piece, what was it, on QI the other day, which I think was a bit of an old show, and somebody made Sandy Toksvig laugh. She laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed, and it was one of the best things I've ever seen. It's almost as good as Holly Willoughby and Pip Schofield laughing. Once they start laughing, it works so well on all sorts of different levels. Have you found Francine? I'm sorry you were bored by that, but it doesn't matter. At least we made the effort. The latest controversy, said Richard, about Michael Jackson. I was an avid viewer of Jim'll Fix It for years and watched it together with my parents. One of the things we constantly commented on was the children were generally very nice, middle-class children. With hindsight, if Jimmy Savile was the monster he's now described, why did none of the children's parents get an inkling and create merry hell? Thus is the Jackson accusation. It's true. Did they know what was going on? They knew about Geordie Chandler. They can't have been that stupid. It was all over everything. My ex was a helicopter pilot working mostly on air ambulances. He was teetotal but did enjoy the odd ginger beer till he learnt it's very mildly alcoholic. Needless to say, after that he was very careful only to drink it off duty. And Jackie says, my mum used to make homemade ginger beer. Weren't the famous five famous for drinking lashings of ginger beer and things like that? I think so. Chris says, my father was a steam railway enthusiast, always planned to get a model railway layout, but never achieved it, sadly. When I visited Vienna, I went to the zoo, which I was told was the oldest in the world. It's out at Schönbrunn, isn't it? A very nice day out. Loved the local meal that was served in a metal pot. I can't remember its name, but I'm certain you will. No, you probably went to a Heuriger, I should imagine. Which are Heurigers, where they've got lots of people who've got little houses, but they grow their own grapes and they make their own wine. And you go there, you can sit there all night. As long as you're buying all their wine, they're more than happy to serve you. And generally they sort of throw a few things together with it, which is quite nice. So here is this man, okay. They are the descendants of a British army officer who fought in India 220 years ago. They've got a stunning collection of gilded weapons that he brought home. They were plundered from the palace of Tipu Sultan, ruler of the kingdom of Mysore in southern India, in the wake of his defeat by the Duke of Wellington. Experts say the items, including the musket gun the Sultan used in the battle and his gold-encrusted sword, are once-in-a-lifetime finds. They've been kept in a dusty attic without the family realising. A sale of other items belonging to Tipu netted £6 million in 2016. The auctioneers say this collection is more significant. They've got Tipu's solid gold 4-compartment beetle nut box with 3 220-year-old nuts inside. Wow. I mean, is it not just theft? I mean, am I imagining this one? They actually stole it. And so they've got it, and the family have asked that their names are not revealed. I bet they have, but you'll see them, because this stuff is... So he just, obviously, this old bloke just brought all this stuff back. The auctioneer says it's impossible to put a price on these items, but I would say that the collection is more important than the first one that's sold. When I first saw the gun, I nearly fainted. It's a once-in-a-lifetime find. Yeah, but they're stolen. They're not theirs, are they? How can you do that? Are we allowed to just take stuff? You go abroad, we're in battle, let's take the gun, we'll take the swords, I'll just bring them back, okay? And nobody's ever... So they've been stuck in the loft for ages. They will be there, I bet you. And somebody will find out. I'm going to Aberdeen next week, says Scottish girl. Does Scottish boy need any washing doing? No? No, okay. No, he said no. But thank you very much indeed. Steve, you just mentioned Simon Cowell, and what came to mind was what's happened to the last winner of the X Factor, Dalton Harris. I don't know. I didn't see it, so I don't know. You're telling me something I know nothing about, I'm afraid. I think, as far as I remember, somebody told me he moved back to Jamaica. And that's all I know. I don't know anything else about it at all. Have they sorted out the design oversight on Corrie, whereby the Gents of the Rovers is in Ken Barlow's front room? It was always said that was why Albert Tatlock was so grumpy. They've all got different set. If you see it, they literally go from set to set to set to set. Same as all the houses in EastEnders. I mean, it's all a bit I don't want to ruin it for you. But I was always totally mortified to discover that when they made Dr. Zhivago, which was such a great film, it was filmed in Spain. They didn't film it in Russia at all. I was gutted. And the snow that you saw everywhere was fake. They sprayed everything. They went round, sprayed all the trees and all the rest of it. That ruined it for me. Philip says, bring back Mrs. Shufflewick. Well, if you did, she'd be in a terrible state. She's been dead God knows how many years. Yes, poor old Mrs. Shufflewick. One of London's original drag acts. Could have been a huge star. Played at the Windmill Theatre. You know, if you go inside the Windmill Theatre, I know it's lap dancing at the moment, but there is a board just inside the entrance of all the famous people who ever worked there. Like Harry Seacombe did a shaving act. I think Morecambe and Wise played there. Apart from it was full of topless people. And Mrs. Shufflewick, which was Rex Jameson, appeared there as a little old sort of washerwoman type person, and then gradually descended into the abyss. 36 years ago, died. Oh, my goodness me. 36 years ago. It doesn't seem possible. Holly says, Keith Lemon and Paddy McGuinness have had a very long-term bromance. I know, that's why it was always obvious he was going to get it. Once Paddy's on Celebrity Juice, it will magnify. There'll be a Martin Bashir interview with Paddy's wife saying, there are 3 of us in our marriage. Yes, she is the most boring person under the planet. Actually, we've had a couple of days where she's not been photographed walking out in a very flimsy outfit. You know, so, television. And you think, yeah, but for no reason. Sarah Vine on Leaving Netherland. First part last night, second part tonight. As a mother of two who watched last night's chilling Michael Jackson documentary, she says, why did parents leave the poor boys at the King of Pop's mercy? I don't know. I mean, my obvious thought would be money. That would be my obvious thing, because they knew about Geordie Chandler, they knew about the 30 million, and that's why I would have thought, you know, people go... I mean, I can't quite understand it. Can't quite get my head around it. The boys trusted and adored Jackson, believing him when he said they were special. But nobody said anything. I mean, did the parents not suspect? Did they not think... Really? Did they not? Apparently, Robson's mother described how the attention from Jackson dried up after Culkin, who's always denied being abused by the star. She says, it broke my heart to see him waiting for that call. I mean, they were very young, weren't they? Very, very young. But whether or not they're after money, I've got no idea. Just something about it. Not quite right. But then everybody's got an opinion. Goodness sake, just because you don't agree with somebody's opinion doesn't make it wrong. Other stories in the papers this morning. Oh, it's always the way, isn't it? It's an acrobatic impala. And it sees, and this cheetah goes for it. At one point, you think the cheetah's not going to get the impala. And so the cheetah turns upside down and launches herself here. This is at the Masai Mara National Reserve in Kenya. The cheetah is called Imani. They give their cheetahs names out there for some reason. But anyway, she spotted this young impala running towards her. She jumped into the air, did a perfect somersault, and pulled it to the ground. I mean, you know, if you are that impala, you see your life flash in front of you. And you think, oh, please God, it doesn't get me. And unfortunately, they do. Not all the time. Not all the time, but certainly a lot of the time as well. Also, smile of the sex attacker Britain failed to deport. This is in a lot of the papers today. It's a Nigerian let out of jail, and he reoffends. His name is Moses, pictured grinning outside court this week. 5 years after being told he'd be deported following the attack. He was jailed after he and another man had sex with two 14-year-old girls. He's a paedophile and a pervert. Both men were in the country illegally, and he's still here. We can't get rid of it, honestly. That Prime Minister of ours got a lot to answer for. You think it's all collapsing? I tell you, it's getting worse, getting worse. 6:15, the LBC News. Morning, everybody, 6:20. So I just had a raspberry. Ever since I read the other day that raspberries are really good for diabetics, so I thought, oh, good, have a raspberry. David says the guys in the Jackson documentary don't seem 100% believable, but those who think he was completely innocent are very naive, given how tactile he was with the boys in public. Do they really think he kept his hands to himself when they were in his bed? Well, of course, you see, you're assuming they were in his bed. You see, fatal mistake number one, you don't know. You've got somebody saying, yes, we were in his bed. You don't know that. You don't know that. And also, have you never slept with somebody and kept your hands to yourself? Slightly disturbing thought, but there you go. Richard says, one of your morning spikers, late tuning in, found a new favourite drink, gin and lemonade. Ugh. Talk about a goldfish bowl, Steve. It was great. I did meet Anthea Turner when I was working in a petrol station on Christmas Day. I've still got the video, 20 or something years ago. Why would you keep a video of that? Why would you keep a video of that? That's a bit scary, isn't it? Great clip of Rex Jameson on YouTube as himself on candid camera in a newsagent with Jonathan Routh. Yeah, they'd censored the newspaper, and he couldn't. He was so. It was a bit off his, and he went in there and said, and they were sort of cutting things out, and he accepted it. He just accepted it, bless him. It's on YouTube. Rex Jameson on candid camera. But they didn't mention it was Rex Jameson. I don't think they knew it was Rex Jameson as Mrs. Shufflewick. I agree, Steve. Dr. Zhivago, lovely film. Have you seen the interviews of Omar and Julie Christie? They're fascinating. Omar was so charming, a prolific bridge player. He's not still with us, is he? Is he still with us, or is he passed? I can't remember. Or is he still... I don't know. For some reason, I think he's 80-something, but I think he might have gone, but I don't want to say he's gone just in case he hasn't actually gone, and then people sort of... 2015 he died, did he really? It was a great film, but as I say, in Spain. In Spain. Still coming up, World Book Day, and the Natural History Museum featured in his book The Ice Monster by David Walliams. He's discovered a new thing. I mean, he's obviously become very, very successful with that. And the whiskey, I found out exactly which one it is now. This is the whiskey, £615,000 for the bottle. Okay, this one of 12, one of 12, and the reason it's famous, which is £30,000 a dram, 1926, but it's one of 12 that features the label by Sir Peter Blake. Sir Peter Blake designed the label, Okay, he was the man who did the Sgt. Pepper album cover. So the whiskey attracted collectors from around the world. There's obviously huge collectors around the world. And auctioneer Charles Graham Campbell opened the bidding at Bonhams in Edinburgh at £360,000. That's what it started at. Following a flurry of activity, the hammer came down at £500,000, although with commission, it's £615,000. You have to remember this when you're going to auctions. That's the 6th highest paid for a Scotch at auction and the 3rd highest for a bottle with the Blake label. Wow. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, I can't get used to spending that sort of money, but the producer got very excited. Assistant producer got very excited about the whole thing. But I wouldn't, even if you had that much money, what would you want to do with it? It's like, people who go out and buy very, very expensive watches. They're very nice, but they just kind of attract the wrong sort of attention. You just mentioned Mrs. Shufflewick. And remember, as a child, regularly watching Old Mother Riley. At the time, says Nicole, I thought she was a grumpy old woman. I know. There've been quite a few Old Mother Rileys over the years. It was like the people who did the sand dance. They sort of interchanged quite a lot. Off up the Brentwood High Street at lunch today, there's a volunteer-led clean-up going on all week with fly posting being removed, gardens weeded and benches being refurbished, says Mark. Tomorrow, the official launch of Chat First at the Brentwood Centre, which is our ongoing support for people like me with mental health needs, as well as programmes for helping the youth and also anybody with dementia, cancer and MS. So there you go. That's Brentwood High Street for today. Should be nice. Steve, says Ellie, my boyfriend Bob is exercising in the lounge. Could you please play yesterday's Steve Allen soundbite to cheer him up? Do you know, I have no idea what yesterday's soundbite is. This goes out on... Why are you smiling? This goes out on Eddie Mayer's show. You've heard it. Was it an obvious soundbite from yesterday? Or was it not? And this is where they go through it. So, I mean, and they pick something at random and it becomes the Steve Allen soundbite. And I've heard a few of them. So, is this one really weird? Is it weird?
Dirty pervert.
That what it was? That what it was. What was that taken from? I can't think what was that was taken from. We can't remember. That was yesterday. There you go. See? The Steve Allen soundbite.
Dirty pervert.
I must have been very close to the microphone, I think, for it. Sounds almost artistic. Steve, 2 friends have reversed their diabetes type 2 through diet. Yeah, well, they're now saying it is possible with a combination of soup and shakes. What sort of shakes? I've got no idea. Stevie, the mad dash to have us all driving electric cars. Has anybody noticed how incredibly expensive they are, says Richard? Yes, I have. They're very expensive. They had, actually, the guy on the television the other day, Trevor Eve, who was shoestring, and he was on Top Gear. And they were talking about his car. And it was quite funny because the bloke who runs it, Clarkson, he was saying, you've got about 5 cars, and one of them was a Bentley. So he says, you've got a Bentley? He said, yeah. He said, I've got another car. Which I sort of use for most of the time if I'm coming here. He said, but you've got a very nice car out there. And that just reminded me, really, that poor Nick Abbott just couldn't get over the fact that I drive a Bentley. I don't know why, because, I mean, he's super, super rich. He's very rich. I mean, but he has a 21-year-old car. I didn't think, actually, cars could be 21 years old. I reckon what he's done is he's bought a Skip with wheels. And that's about as good as it's going to get. How do we get here? You're a little bit extra, says Maggie. You just go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. You download the LBC app, or the Global Player app. Very easy. You click on, don't you, and then it downloads. And or you go into your app store, you can find it there as well. Just type in LBC, and you'll find it. And then every day you can download. You can click on My Little Bit Extra. It's available for everybody. Unfortunately, we're not that kind about Z-list celebrities. We're fine with normal celebrities. It's the Z-listers that we don't cope very well with, the attention seekers, the people with not really much discernible talent. But, we'll try for it, don't we? So here is the royal concern over depressing squalor. They really are sheltered, aren't they? Have they ever seen news programmes or have they ever been on... I'll tell you what you need to do, William and Kate, you need to get on a train and come into Richmond. Every month, they spray paint the walls again for brown, and by the end of the next month, it's all been graffitiised. Why don't just bring in dogs to sort these people out? They're obviously doing it at night. They're not doing it during the daytime. Then you can see what graffiti... That's why, when I look at this particular graffiti on this wall, that doesn't look like graffiti to me. That looks like something that's been written on there. But they quite clearly, so far, because we've got antique furniture, and we got a lot of Queen Victoria stuff, and we got that. They've obviously never been in a place like this. They were visibly shocked. I mean, seriously, they obviously haven't been out for ages and ages. It's ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it before, where you sort of sometimes wonder about why they don't know anything about this. They need to, really get out there, but they are far removed from us. Far removed. Grace says, I love Eddie's sound bites. Dirty pervert is the best so far. A fabulous ringtone. Really? Lord. Oh, I hope not. I hope not. Honda workers call on MPs to secure a U-turn on the plant closure. The union Unite warned 12,000 jobs could be lost in the supply chain, which is not great. And the cruise ship bug strikes passengers on a Virgin flight. Again, not good. And the waffle behind the failure to deal with knife crime scourge. And we are no nearer solving problems about knife crime and how we can do it. But the one thing that we are all agreed on is that with Call the Midwife and other nostalgic TV dramas, you love them. You can't get enough of them. I watched the other day, is it Heartbeat? I watched Heartbeat. It was really good. What are you singing? Are you singing Heartbeat? Was that Heartbeat, why do you care? All right. Was it Buddy Holly? Or somebody like that. We think it was. But I did watch it a couple of days ago, and actually I got quite engrossed. I got quite engrossed in it, thinking, do you know, this is a nice little drama, but they're always sort of quite human interesty, and I thought it was really nice. I don't even know if they're still making them. Probably are still. No, maybe not. But I loved it. I thought it was really good. It's like whenever I watch Last of the Summer Wine, that just the intro kind of takes me back to that time. And we love nostalgic programmes. We love those sort of programmes. You sit there, and now they're going to show all the Robin's Nest and stuff like that all over again. You can buy them. They are available to buy on DVD. Also, the diet is 800 calories a day, which cures type 2 diabetes. Wow. So there's a case study here. I'll tell you very quickly. His name's Joe McSorley. He saw no warning signs for his diagnosed with type 2 in 2015. He said the thought of having to take medication for the rest of his life led him to take part in Direct. So he consumed, for 12 weeks, 4 daily shakes with 200 calories. He said, and I went from being 14.5 to 11.5 stone. He lives in Glasgow with his wife Yi and stepson Jean. He's planning to become a personal trainer when he retires. So his blood sugar levels are now normal, which is amazing. To 7, coming up with Nick Ferrari at 7 this morning for breakfast on LBC. 4 people have now been stabbed to death across England in the past week alone. Is more stop and search the solution to this violence crisis, or does the government need to do something more extreme in the short term? Like what? Nick will also be finding out about the billionaires fleeing Britain to avoid tax, plus with reports saying that Theresa May's Brexit deal is set to be firmly rejected by MPs again next week. The Chancellor, Philip Hammond, will tell Nick what the government intends to do next, with just 3 weeks left till we're due to leave the EU. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari this morning on LBC from 7 o'clock. It's a difficult one, isn't it? There's no answer. No answer to any of that, which is big shame, because I wish we knew the answer to knife crime. I don't even think stop and search is actually going to work for it. The Black Cab poet, Michael Dennis, says, my brother likes nostalgic dramas like Call the Midwife. Is it funny? I don't think I've ever seen it. Perhaps I should. Perhaps I should watch things like... I always think it was something that wasn't really sort of for me. I always thought it was mainly for sort of ladies. Could be wrong. I've made mistakes in the past, actually. Made big mistakes about the programmes. He says, and Heartbeat, comfy, fluffy telly. Which see, I enjoy Heartbeat as well. I think it's quite cleverly put together. What is the key to a long life? We've had people who get to 103, 104 and they go, well, of course, I've had a nip of whiskey every day. And I've always thought, it's great, but I don't like whiskey. And it's far too expensive at the moment. Here's a woman called Vera Reid. She was born in Norfolk in 1913, which makes her 106 this week. She was born, as I say, in Norfolk, one of 3 children. She's got a sister aged 94. Her brother died only last year. Her daughter, Christine, is 73. What does she eat that she says is really good for her? Herrings. She eats herring. I don't think I've ever eaten herring, actually. I really don't think I could eat it. I'm not sure. But anyway, it worked for her. 106. Imagine I'm sitting here. Steve Allen is 106. Hello? Could be interesting, couldn't it? They said they're going to treat knife crime like a disease, says Albert, yet Mrs May treats it like a mild cold. We need a new leader, and so does the Tory party. I think everybody needs a new leader. It's a complete mess. Steve, I watched a film the other day about a poor family set in Victorian times. They couldn't have been that poor. They had a load of antique furniture. What was called antique furniture. Brown furniture, very unpopular, isn't it? Now, of course, it's coming back in again because clever people dip it, strip it, and repaint it, and it's called distressed. Steve, I watched the complete documentary in Jackson Groom. Well, it hasn't finished. We're going to got part 2 this evening, so you can't have watched it yet. So Jackson groomed the families, both from very working-class backgrounds, as well as the children. Money and fame, such as Jackson's, allowed him to promise them anything they wanted, and naturally they were taken in. Of course, the children look happy in the photos. That's what they were expected to project in return for his special affection. See, the trouble is you're believing everything that they say as gospel. That's the difference, isn't it? That's the difference. You're believing everything that these two people have said, whereas in fact, they both denied it before that anything had happened. So what's made them change? David says, in the Martin Bashir documentary, Jackson said he lets boys sleep in his bed while he sleeps on the floor. That's believed. You see, how do we know? We weren't there. We were not there. We have no idea. You have to take two people's word for it. So, you have to wait and find out, because the other part of it, because it's 4 hours, I mean, it's a labour of love, as they say, of the wrong kind, for 4 hours. So you get the other 2 hours tonight. So that's why. But, people say it revealed a real predator. It might be. But you're based... I mean, why now? Why have they come out now? I know you've got all sorts of psychiatrists say, it takes time to do this, and all the rest of it, but they were sort of telling a different story a few years ago. I watched the Michael Jackson, says Chantel. It felt like they were playing a cruel prank. It felt false and sinister, not to mention one-sided. I had to watch it as a fan to remain objective. Apart from the fact that he's dead and he can't defend himself, the men appeared scripted. I think you watch people on television, and we've seen loads of these sort of documentaries where people make spurious claims about something. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's not true. Even watching it last night, I just thought they seemed a little bit... It seemed a little bit set in tablets of stone. That's what it seemed to me. I don't know what they're doing it for. I don't know whether or not they're doing it for some sort of compensation. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. Will it change? Because one of his children is saying she doesn't want this now because it could affect her acting career. My father is 93, says Angela. He once ran a cafe and lived off fried food. Being Italian, he's always enjoyed a glass of red wine. His uncle lived to 102. It's all in the genes. Well, I mean, nowadays we're getting people celebrating their birthdays and their, 70s, 72. Barbara, as you know, is 81. There's loads of people. I think you find Lionel Blair's pushing 90. People who are still sort of, wandering about and all the rest of it. It's amazing. Rob says, laughing and making others laugh will give you a long life. Working for me. You see, I think that's probably true, actually. I think that's working, I think, gives you a long life. I know eventually people go, I'm so tired, I could just have a little lie down or a little bit of a rest. I think I'll retire. And you think, what would you do if you retire? Got to be involved in something, haven't you? Some people do. They join the WI. Men, find a hobby that other people are interested in. Gardening, the thing that we can all do. You can do window box gardening, container gardening, tub gardening. You just got to sort of do it. And the thrill of watching it, as Monty Don said the other day, it keeps everything from the door. And if you're lucky enough to have an allotment, well, bully for you. You've got a place you can make a cup of tea and just sort of sit there and contemplate how marvellous things are. It's the quality of life that counts, or how long you live. I'm not sure. I'd like to live to 100, Steve. But the way the society is going and old people are treated in old people's homes, I'm not too sure. Yeah, Ron says, I think the key is to eat small portions of fresh vegetables. Well, that is the key. I'm not big about vegetables, but I did eat Brussels sprouts the other day. Little Brussels sprouts. I can eat a whole pack of those. Went to see The Merry Widow, says Therese, last night. A cabaret soubrette. Oh, I love The Merry Widow. I did the Operatic Society. We had an Operatic Society in our town, and they did The Merry Widow. Vilia, oh, Vilia, mine. It was all the girls. Coco, Frou-Frou, Les Très Jolies Coquettes, the ladies of Maxime's. Oh, it was lovely. I was a flunky. I wasn't a singer, obviously. And we got to wear a horsehair wig, which was tied in a bow. We looked like something out of Beau Brummel's time. And it was really awful. It's because it itched like heck. And we had makeup done and we wore these lovely outfits. We loved it. We had to wear our own black shoes, and our mum and dads made us buckles out of cardboard wrapped around with tin foil. It was really cute stuff. I loved it. So I'm delighted to see The Merry Widow is back. In fact, I've got the album of The Merry Widow, and I love listening to it. It's one of my favourites. My dad will be 92 this year, says Frank. His mother passed at 92. My other grandmother's at 90. I believe genetics and lifestyle play a big part in our longevity. Also moderation in everything, whether it be food or drink, and my dad is Sicilian. You see, I think that's right. I think everything in moderation. I spoke to somebody the other day who they're having to cut back on their drinking because they drink quite a lot. I mean, I would probably consider myself to be a moderate drinker. I would think I would be classed as a moderate drinker. I mean, I try not to drink lunchtime. I'll only drink in the evening. And I don't go out to get drunk. I really don't. In fact, I prefer to drink in as opposed to going out to somewhere, because you've always got to get back from where you are. And I've sat on a train over the years a few times thinking, I'm going to go to sleep. I'm just going. And then you've gone to sleep and you wake up and you've gone past your stop and everything. Yesterday. Oh, how about this one? I'm on the train yesterday. Okay, I decide to get the train to... Where was this one going? Hounslow. But it stopped at Richmond, because there's another Hounslow one that stops at Isleworth, okay? This is very important for the story. So we set off on the train, we're all going, hello, she girl speaking, blah, 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 and we get to Clapham Junction, okay, and the guard gets off the train, he's only a young boy, and he gets off the train, and then he gets back on again, and he goes, ladies and gentlemen, the train on the next platform to us on the left-hand side here, which was platform number 5, will get you to Richmond and Twickenham quicker than this train, if you'd like to swap trains. So like 50 or 60 people get up, get off the train, get onto the train on platform 5, and we all sit there, and the guard comes on platform 5, and the train, hello, ladies and gentlemen, this train is going to Feltham. Feltham is the next stop. What? So we all get off the train. We've only just got on it. Meanwhile, the other train has pulled out. And so we all said to the guard, excuse me, is this not going to Richmond? No, Feltham. But he's just told us to get off this train. He couldn't have given a forex. He didn't care. We just stood there. I mean, frankly, I thought, is this one stupid? So we had to wait for the Reading train. You know, so we all sat there. It's only going to Feltham. And you know the only thing in Feltham, apart from the Chinese, is the Young Offenders Institute. And there was nobody in my carriage who looked like they were heading there at all. But how I felt like going back to the other one and going, what'd you tell us to get off the train for, mate? Come back. Why did you tell us to get off this train and get on that one? Because he's not going to Richmond. Oh, dear, honestly. Shoddy. Oh, I'm so angry. So cross. The fashion shows and the people who go to them, do you just think it's a pile of old rubbish? You know, the latest must-have accessory from cult designer Simon Porte-Jacquemus is the 2-inch version of his bag. It's 2 inches. It's 380 quid, large enough to accommodate perhaps one polo mint. I mean, it's just... And people are flocking to buy it. They must be a right bunch of saddos. I've never heard anything like it. If I see anybody tonight with it, I'll let you know. It's ridiculous. Somebody says, you know, what would you actually carry in it? A USB stick or the dignity of the bag owner? Well, I think you must be mad if you're going to waste 380 quid. Talk about a fool and their money soon parted. Oh, dear. Why is it taking me this long to discover the Steve Allen Show, says Fraser? Who knows? Who knows? You might have been in a home. You might have been locked up for years. I have no idea. First World Problem Special with Steve Allen Show, says Mark. Well, you know, I'm sorry. I think you find trains are very important for people. I had an appointment to get to. Completely ruined my day. Steve, my great uncle is 107, mad as a barrel load of frogs, but physically okay. Never been outside Cornwall. He's dead, isn't he? He's dead. That's what you're telling us. That's why he's never been outside Cornwall. Steve, the only problem, says Simon, of living to 100 is all the funerals you have to go to. Actually, I'm supposed to be going to one this Friday, but I don't think I'll be able to manage it. And I've been a paramedic for 25 years, and throughout those years I've met people who look fantastic for their age, normally on no medication. When asked what the secret is, they say, you know, I don't do stress, which is good. You see, I think you need a bit of stress. It gets the blood pumping through your body. You don't want to sit there looking a bit pale, do you? Jenna says, last night I won £5 on the Thunderball, but I'm thinking with the amount I spend on the different games, maybe I should invest in some premium bonds. there's a bigger chance of winning. Well, 20 grand's worth will get you, or 25 grand, whatever the maximum is. That's good. You could take it out. So if you've got, savings of 25,000, stick it in premium bonds. You can take it out. It won't be worth any more money. Probably a little bit less. But most of the big winners have got £25,000 worth of bonds. Just having a fiver's worth isn't really going to do it. Moderation is all well and good, Steve, as long as you don't overdo it. Good morning, says Roger in Brentwood. And Holly says, I'm on a horticultural society committee. Gardening, hugely important to people. Men especially enjoy their allotments. They love sitting in their sheds, drinking copious mugs of tea, listening to the radio, and avoiding the wife for hours at a time. I know. That's what they used to do in EastEnders, didn't they? Arthur used to go and sit in his thing. I watched a bit of that the other day. They're rerunning, it's revisiting EastEnders. It's very nice. Steve, re the problems with our politicians. Is Brenda from Bristol still alive? Has the thought of another election been too much?
You're joking. Not another one? Oh, for God's sake, I can't stand this.
Brenda from Bristol. There we go. A voice. We don't know if she's still with us or not. A voice in the wilderness. The wilderness being Bristol. Colin says, we the people always blame government for the state of the country, but we're the fools that voted them in. I know, but I always think vote them in, get them out again. Seriously, it's turning into a pile of rubbish at the moment. Royal shock at slum housing crisis. This is William and Kate doing their thing. Meanwhile, draping themselves over each other, and Meghan dragging the royal family further down the alley, is him on stage. And Stephen Glover's piece in the Mail today on why I fear the Duke of New Age nonsense is riding for a fall. The trouble is, she loves the whole publicity thing, but now she's getting it on a daily basis. And they go, doesn't she look... Was it Vanessa Feltz who said, oh, she's marvellous because she's pregnant? I thought, she hasn't had to lift a finger. She's working too hard. I thought, what? Gets in a car, somebody drives her, somebody cooks her food, she doesn't have to do anything at all. Vanessa's daughter's pregnant. Well, she'll have to work, of course. The mother's not making enough money to support everybody. The Sun, Taylor's woe. I carry army-grade bandages in case I get attacked. Lord, you won't get it in that little handbag, dear. You'll have to go and buy something a little bit bigger. And when will it stop? Latest victim knifed 6 times. It won't. I mean, there is no answer to this. I wish there was. It's like, it's like living in Mexico City. You never know from one day to the next. Heartbreak of brother and sister, say the Mirror, separated by 5,000 miles. Courts in China will not let Jack Simpson, 8, join sister Alice in England. You sometimes lose the will to live, do you not? And the Daily Star today, footy wag terrorised by raiders. She does look like a footy wag. Also, the top gadgets and stuff in the paper, plus Big Brother's Roxy. I'm treated like Michael Jackson. Shut up. Shut up now. Goodness sake, honestly. She was bad enough in Big Brother, making up lies, and she's done it on a few other programmes. The Daily Telegraph this morning, leaving Netherland. The most explosive documentary of the year. Another 2 hours of it on this evening. And also the bedroom battle. Are you at war over who sleeps less? People always say that, don't they? Who sleeps less? Plus, Countess joins Jolie to fight for victims of war. This is the Countess of Wessex with Angelina Jolie. I'm not sure where I feel or where I stand about Angelina Jolie. I'm not sure. Who is that politician over here? William Hague. Oh, he went gaga for her. It was so embarrassing. So embarrassing. Plus, fear of chaos over digital tax reforms. I have to be honest with you. I mean, my accountant said he hoped they were going to drop... You'd heard a rumour that they might actually drop this thing because it's turning out to be a disaster. They're coming under pressure to delay the digital tax reforms amid warnings of chaos if they go ahead next month as planned. Fears are mounting that the move, which will affect 1.2 million businesses, will lead to more tax errors as 97% of businesses still haven't signed up. VAT-registered businesses with income above 85,000 are being told they must start using new software that lets them record their tax bills in real time. It's a mess. They should have left it alone for what it was. It's really annoying. At the Times, British billionaires rush to the world's top tax havens. Oh, Twickenham on the top of the list again. People rushing there to save their money in our local piggy bank, which is good. And this is a wealth manager called Mariana Schroeder, filmed at a property exhibition by an undercover Times reporter describing the ways in which anyone can enjoy substantial benefits by moving their tax residency abroad. She recommends Portugal. Well, there you go. There you go. I don't disagree with that. Javid and May clash on knife violence. I don't know how they can. Surely we're all singing from the same hymn sheet. This is on the Eye. Andy Murray, he's ready to play again. That's what he says. And what have we got here? Javid on the front of The Guardian, backing police as chiefs seek £15 million fund to tackle knife crime. Hello? Why not? 12 million we've just spent on the Madeleine McCann thing. They've asked for more money. Whether they get it or not, I don't know how it comes down to. Does it come down to the police or does it come down to the government? It comes down to the government. I mean, surely with all the things that they've got going on, they're going to have to stop that money. Not think so? Plus, Best in Show, Martin Parr unveils his take on Brexit. Britain at the National Portrait Gallery in London. And there's a new documentary about Michael Jackson, alleges years of abuse. The team is trying to salvage his $1 billion image worth a lot of money. That's it for this morning. So this started, ages ago. We were talking about Little Mix, and we were talking about, all the different people who are going to be appearing at the Global Awards, held at the Eventim Apollo. It's a big thing. There's, I don't know how many tables there were of people eating. There's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably about 9, 10 people on a table. And I got a phone call. This is how bizarre it is, because I get a phone call from somebody upstairs. Nobody on our floor, somebody from upstairs, and says, he said, what would it take to get you to come to the Global Awards? Because everybody knows that I'm in bed by between 4 and 6 every day. 6 would be considered a late day for me. So I like to go to bed early because I've got to get up early because I've got a show to do. That's what they actually pay me for, but surprisingly. And so I said, I don't know, can we get you a hotel? I thought you were a little bit keen to actually get me to go to this award ceremony because I know nothing about the music. I thought, perhaps I'm presenting an award. And then I thought, I don't think I could do that and have the courage of my conviction. You need to get the boys and girls from our music stations. And so I said, OK, I'll go. So anyway, dusted off the dinner jacket and all the rest of it. And they sent me a car, got a nice car, and took me. And I got to the Eventim Apollo at 4:30, which unfortunately was a bit early because the doors didn't open till 5 o'clock. So I'm standing there with my ticket, which said VIP on it. But I suddenly realised later on, everybody's ticket had VIP on it. Everybody's wristband had VIP on it. And there were loads of people. So I'm sort of standing, and it started to rain, and I didn't have a hat with me. And so I said to the bloke on the door, I said, where shall I go then? He said, you can go and stand under the flyover. So, OK, right. And as I was getting wet, I went and stood over the road under the flyover. But by this time, it had started getting a bit cold. And I was very, very cold. And I thought to myself, I'm going to end up with a flu or something ghastly. And I'm watching people going backwards and forwards, and they had all these sort of kids who were going in. You know, when I say kids, probably 15, 16-year-olds. And there seemed to be loads of them, and I thought perhaps they're the waiting staff. Then I thought, no, maybe they're actually too young. Anyway, so I then phoned our head of publicity, Chits, and said, I can't get in because they're not opening the doors till 5 and it's only 4:30. He said, no, they're very strict on that. So anyway, so that was that. And so then I texted my boss's right-hand man, Tom. And I said, I can't get in till 5. I'm here now. He said, well, don't worry, I'm only 5 minutes away. We'll go and grab a drink in a pub. So dutifully, he turned up and he went round the corner with me. And I had a little tiny bottle of Prosecco and he had a beer, which was very nice. And so we were chatting. I said, this is very odd, this. I said, why they didn't invite me last year? Why would I be going to this? Because I'm normally in bed so early, because I have to be, because otherwise you've got to be your wits about you on this programme. You can't just sort of sit there and allow it to sort of flow forth. There's got to be some structure to it. And so he said, I don't know. And so I wanted to say to him, is our boss getting an award? Because that's what I'd been told. So, of course, I was lulled into this false sense of security that, and there must have been quite a few people in on it, except Muggins me. I was the only person who didn't know. You didn't know either. Did you not really? Because Nick Ferrari must have known about it. Because he was doing they obviously don't trust anybody around here to tell people things, or to not tell them things. And then everybody seemed to know about it. This is on the after thing. And all the people who are employed backstage, there must have been about 100 people backstage, you know, because after you've done, anyway, so they do this thing, and then they go through these awards, you know, best this, best that, best group, and then we had a couple of performances, and I'm sitting there, and I'm not drinking, I'm deliberately drinking water. And I'd had my food, but the trouble is I'd not felt very well. And I'd gone to the toilet, which luckily was quite near us. And when you go somewhere and you think, oh, I don't feel right. I could tell I didn't feel right. My tummy was a bit gurgly. And I really didn't feel 100%. And I looked at the time, and it would have been the time that I would have actually been in bed. Always far more preferable, I always think. And I sort of thought, perhaps I'm going to be ill. And I didn't want to be ill because that's just really embarrassing, isn't it? So I sort of, you sort of fan yourself and all the rest of it. Anyway, that kind of passed. In the meantime, Tom came back to say, are you all right? And I said, I don't feel very well. Unbeknownst to me, they'd then gone back to the stage crew and said, listen, can we bring it forward? Steve's bit. I didn't know this. Can we bring Steve's bit forward because he's not very well. We're not sure if he's going to last. And they couldn't because my bit was a fairly big chunk, as you probably discovered. And so I'm sort of sitting there, and we'd watched all these awards go through, and I'm drinking my water, and I'm chatting away to Nick Ferrari, and chatting away to my boss James, and chatting away to Sheila Fogarty, and then Eddie Mayer was there, and then all of a sudden Nick vanished. And I assumed he was off to do another interview about the Global Awards. So I'm sort of sitting there, and I've eaten my food. I didn't have very much of my dessert because I was being quite good, and it was a special lolly. It was an ice cream lolly with all sorts of different things, and there was light cheese, and it was all very sort of poshy. And I thought it was chicken, but it was guinea fowl. See, you couldn't have done it, could you? Because you've probably never eaten guinea fowl. No, exactly. It's like eating ostrich for you. It's just a bit smaller. You've had emu. Oh, I think that's awful. I don't like to do emu. But anyway, so we're sort of sitting there, and then they go, the next award is I can't tell you because my mind blanked over from this moment onwards. And they might have said it's a special award, or they might have said it's the LBC award. That's right, it's for news. For news and something like that. And I was thinking, this is going to be my boss. Of course, I'm looking at people waiting to see. They'd already said, if James comes back to the tape, don't let him leave, because the camera will be cutting away to him. So there's no point in just having an empty space at the table. So I'm sort of thinking, it's all about him. And then on comes Nick Ferrari with Moira Stewart, and Nick's got a microphone, and he's got this award thing, and he starts talking, and I kid you not, this introduction went on forever, and it was a book. It was like the Gettysburg Address. It went on and on and on. And then he said, this person, for their services to radio, not just for, a couple of years, 5 years, 10 years, he said for 40 years. And it's when he said 40 years, I suddenly went, ring, 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 ring. And my boss, James, looked at me, and I went, oh, no. I started tearing up a little bit because they started talking about me, even though I was sitting at the table. And I've now got a cameraman there, and I'm projected onto the big screen, which they had, God knows how many, it seems to be loads of them. It was beautifully put together. And so I thought, oh no. And James went, you'll be fine. He put his arms around me, and I'm thinking, I'm going to be fine. Then they started showing clips. All the clips of me over the years with old photos and things like that. And then they played a little bit of the clip of me talking about Dale that night when I broke down. And I thought, oh no. And then everybody stood up. They went, the service for 40 years in radio. I mean, it's a lifesaver. You get less for killing somebody nowadays. Goes to Steve Allen. And so it was that moment, I sort of stood up and I walked to the front of the stage, and I went to the step, and Nick, thank you. No, don't. I teared up more times than I can tell you. It's this overwhelming sense of lots of people going, really well done, Steve. Couldn't happen to a nice person. Blah, 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 blah. No matter what you think about me, whether you like the programme, whether you don't like the programme. Should we have and then I did my speech. And unfortunately, it was a bit disjointed because I'm not a speech maker. I don't do after dinner speech or anything else. So I was a bit lame, I'm afraid. But everybody said it sounded good. Everybody said it was okay. But there again, if they're smiling, there must be some rubbish bits in it. So Nick gave me the microphone, gave me the thing. He then hugged me, the start of many hugs. Many, many hugs. And I came out with this.
Ladies and gentlemen, for one night only, he's up past his bedtime. He's stayed off the Prosecco. Moira.
Please show your appreciation. And he had no idea this was happening tonight. Yes, show your appreciation for LBC's Mr. Steve Allen.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. There's a week's worth of programming in this room tonight. I've been looking around the tables. I've featured most people in here. Most people. I have to thank James Rea, Tom, thank you so much. Ofcom I thank on a daily basis. I've basically got a hotline to Ofcom. They love my show, they really do. I have to thank Ashley, who's just been such a big supporter. Thank you so much. I never thought 40 years ago that I'd still be working on the same station and still working. I think I'm living proof that some decrepit old tart like me can actually get an audience at 4 o'clock in the morning. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. I love every day. I love everything about it. And at the end of the month, they give you money. Please, God, it continues. Please, God, I'm not supporting anybody, but I might after tonight. I love working with the people at LBC. They're so nice. I see so many friends in this room that, I see at work all the time. And I love every single one of you. Even you lot down here. So thank you so much for this. Thank you so much. You've no idea what this means. And I generally cry quite easily. So I'm going to try not to tonight and just say thank you.
I tell you, and I tear up quite a lot after that, because they then take you off stage. I thought I'd go back to my seat. So we then go through the side bit, and there's all these people, and they take the award off you, and they give you a proper one, because it's a lot heavier, the proper one. And then you go into a room, which is all black curtains and everything else, and there's the photographers, and I had pictures taken holding my award, and then with Nick and with Moira as well, and so we must have had loads of pictures in there. And then they take you out of there. You've actually got somebody who looks after you, which is really fantastic. And then we go into the next room, and there's Charlie Girling from our showbiz team, as you know, and she's interviewing me, and she's teared up, and I'm tearing up as well, and it just got... You can watch that one on the website, because both of us are a little bit, not weak in any way, shape or form. I don't think it shows a weakness, but as you know, I've cried sometimes on a fairly regular basis on this programme, because I can't believe, sometimes I'm doing something, and sometimes you just get affected by it. It doesn't matter. I can go to a funeral and not cry. I can, somebody can clap you and go, thank you very much indeed, you've done a really great job. My boss says he really loves me and thinks everything's going great. And that kind of affects you. It's a bit overwhelming. So Charlie's got I thought she put glycerin in, and just to make it look as though she was crying. And then, and we talked about, I don't know what we talked about. I mean, I must have been talking drivel by this time. And it was lovely. And we sort of did this interview, then I had to sort of sum up the Globals in one word. And of course, the only word was fantastic. Because it's lovely to go to an award ceremony like that, but it's even more lovely to be honoured by people who know you. And I suddenly realised last night I've got a lot of friends in the business. I knew I had a lot of friends in the business before, but loads of people in this building who came up to me and said, well done, Steve, couldn't be more thrilled. I mean, we're just really, the people I wouldn't have thought would have either been listening to the programme or would have been, bothered about, 65-year-old, who, if ever I get to that age, and that was what, and then we go into another room, and there's more things going on. There's people doing radio programmes, and then I did a piece on Ian Dale's programme, sitting on a couch with a pair of headphones on, holding my microphone. So we've been about 30 minutes after the actual ceremony, and I'm still sitting there. And then Ian starts tearing up as well. And he said, don't, you're going to get me going. I said, well, don't. I said, because I can't believe it. People are so nice to me. And then eventually I got, shown back to the table again. So I sort of put my arms around our big boss, Ashley, and said thank you, and he said it couldn't have happened to a nicer person. So I started crying again. I was absolutely chronically crap, I'm afraid, last night at not crying. And then my boss, because this was about 8:30, and my car was picking me up at 9, and so I said, I think the car's on the way. He said, I'll walk you out to the car. I said, no, you don't need to. He said, no, I'm walking you out to the car. And he put his arm around me. He said, well done. He said, well done. He said, it couldn't have happened to a better person. I said, well, I'm just a radio presenter. I don't make any big claims. I don't have any delusions of grandeur. I don't, sort of want to start appearing on television and doing silly things like that. I'm just quite happy to sit here at 4 o'clock in the morning and chat about all sorts of things. But the funny thing was, we're sitting at a table. We were at table 15. Directly opposite us to the right-hand side is Leanne Payne, Kelly Brook, my big boss Ashley, his other half, stunningly good looking, and a few other people. And then directly in front of my table, there's Mark Wright and Michelle Keegan. It was getting worse. They were ganging up on me. Over a little bit to the right was Cheryl. I mean, it was seriously like they were all there. And Gemma, we didn't see Gemma Collins, actually, but apparently Ollie Murs was in there somewhere. And then we had Toby Tarrant on my table behind me, then Mr. M was in, and it was just lovely. And then Emma Bunton came over and sort of put her arms around me and things like that. And it was just, I kind of went home feeling not elated, just very grateful. Just very, very grateful to, you know, to still be working after all this time. It's not an easy business. It's not an easy business. You know, you stand and fall on your audience figures. And those you don't know anything about. I can't persuade people to listen to my programme. I can't go out there. Even if you put me on 1 million billboards, it wouldn't make any difference, because I can't say to somebody, you must listen to my programme. You choose to listen to my programme. Sometimes, you know, people write it and go, oh, I should never listen to you ever again. And I always go, well, I don't care. Doesn't make any difference to me. I can't control anything like that. I'm not going to burst into tears over that. But you do think to yourself, you know, could life ever be nicer or ever better? And I kept saying to my boss, there was so much love in the room, in this huge place with thousands of people in it. There was so much that affected me. And people are so nice to me. They don't have to be nice to me. You know, there's no, you know, traditionally radio presenters are a bit sort of big-headed and they sort of do their own thing and ride roughshod. I'm grateful to be working. Believe you me, you know, I'm grateful that they look after me. They've been very nice to me throughout all my illnesses and stuff like that. And I do have a hotline to Ofcom, as you all know. But it's a case of, it was just overwhelming for me. Just because I thought, can anything ever top this feeling of euphoria? You know, because I got this award and because my boss was there, and, you know, he isn't like any other boss. I'm not going to blow smoke up his bum, as they say, but he's very complimentary. He's very nice. At the same time, you know, we're a radio station. At the same time, we're looking for an audience, and at the same time, you know, LBC is such a diverse, you know, lot of presenters. And I've said, listen, I mean, I can't talk about Brexit. He said, yes, you can. He said, you've talked about Brexit, you've talked about the American elections, things like that. I said, yeah, but I can't do it on a regular basis. But we always come back to the same story. He always tells me a story of when he first met me and what he thought, because he'd listened. And of course, if you remember, I had a message when James came in, and he saw all the presenters, and he said, oh, I've listened to you, Steve. He talks like that. I've listened to you, Steve. And he said, I think it'd be good if you took phone calls. And I said to him, because I'm not a phone-in presenter, I've done phone calls before, but I'm not a phone-in presenter. I'm a standalone presenter. Give me a microphone, I'll sit down and chat for as long as the programme takes. But I can't really do it with any courage of my convictions to actually do a phone-in programme. And he said, I realised that. He said, within 24 hours we had reversed the decision, and it's gone from strength to strength ever since. But it is this overwhelming feeling that the audience that listen to me, and that's all of you out there this morning and probably tomorrow morning and Sunday morning, are very loyal, very, very loyal. I've made lots of friends of people who listen to the programme. You know, we've had dinners and all sorts of things, and you know, we do the Christmas shows, but you will never ever understand how grateful I am. You know, I seriously pull yourself together, for God's sakes, pathetic. You know, I seriously thank God every day. And I'm not a particularly religious person, but I do sort of say thank you for actually, you know, I said one thing, I think, to somebody. I said, I wish my parents were alive and I could go, look, I did get something. You know, meant a lot to me. And so thank you. Thank you, all of you. Thank you for being there every day. Thank you for, you know, some people write nice things, some people don't, but it doesn't really bother me. Really doesn't bother me. All I know is that we come in to do the programme, and we do it, and I can only do it with the producer that they've given me, because he's the only one who'll work at that price, and the assistant producer, and you know the trouble we've had there. Don't want to make a big deal about it, but it's a great way to sort of have a bit of fun for 3 hours first thing in the morning. If you want to partake, you can tell your friends. If you don't like it and it's not for you, well, then fair enough. But, you know, you don't need to write and tell me that you're not going to be listening anymore. But after yesterday, I just kind of sort of knocked myself sideways. I thought, I'm going to treat myself to something today. I'm going to have some Kentucky Fried Chicken. Sod it, I thought. Sod it. And some watermelon. I don't care. Because now I've got to phone all the people. And my ex-Uncle Rob, he sent me, my friends Danny and Jordan and loads of people who sort of write saying, oh, it couldn't have happened to a nicer person. And I think, you know, I might not be. I might not be that person you think I am, but I'm pleased that you think I am. Somebody says you're waffling, and I love it. I do good waffle. You won't find anybody who does better waffle than me. And in fact, I've waffled so much, I've done 9 minutes over the out time. So, and who's going to tell me off today? Nobody. Okay? 26 minutes past 4. I tell you, if you haven't got a presenter on the radio who doesn't show his emotions, it's not worth doing, I promise you. Keith in Hong Kong says, congratulations. Well done. You had me blubbing listening to you this morning. Long may you continue. I got a friend of mine, Ant. He said, I'm crying just listening to you. I wasn't sure if he's crying with laughter or he's crying with sort of, because he knows what it's like. He knows what it's like. Somebody says, no need to thank us, Steve. If we could bring as much joy to you as you bring to all of us, we'd be very satisfied. Very satisfied. Was Scottish boy waiting table, says John. No. He's a bit too Frank Spencer. I've had a bit of trouble. Is it guinea fowl? Roast potatoes? Things like that. No. I mean, I'm sure he would have loved to have gone, because he probably could have parked cars or something like that. No, you wouldn't be allowed in with the celebrities or talk to them. You know, putting your arm around them. Can I just have a selfie? No, selfie. And that kind of thing. I met a woman, actually, who works in this building, and she says, I've listened to you for years. She said, I've just got to have a selfie. She said, I'm obsessed with you. I looked around for security, as you do, you know, as you do. Loads of people were taking selfies. Everybody was taking it. But people were just so nice to me. And I kept saying to my boss, James, I kept saying, everybody's so nice to me. He said, why not? He said, why not? And then somebody wrote and said, the newsroom cheered when I got my awards. So sweet. So sweet. Did you have family with you last night? No. My brother is laid up with a bad back. He can't do anything at all. In fact, he can't move at the moment. And because I didn't know I was going to get an award, I mean, you wouldn't have taken people. Roman Kemp took his sort of mum and dad. My friend Michael sent me a thing and said, you've made me cry now, and I'm a 6'2" rugby player. It was seriously, I cried all the way through the backstage things. I said at one point to them, all these people standing there wearing all their global I said, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I said, this doesn't happen every day to us. It really doesn't. Sarah in Welwyn Garden City says, I saw your speech and I was crying with you too. I couldn't help it. I really couldn't help it. I have to keep apologising now. And it started with Dale, and I said to you before, because we went back such a long time, I was fine in the office until I got on air. And then for some reason, it overwhelms me. It can be all sorts of things. I can be watching the television. I can cry at an advert for no reason. I don't know why. Perhaps it's something clever I can do. But I always get, you know, a bit emotional. Karen says you're a national treasure. And Bernie Cochran says, Steve, from UBN to LBC, an award so what? That's what people are so nice to me. Honestly, you don't need to be nice to me, but I'm very grateful for it. I hope that everybody gets as much out of the business as I've got out of it. You know, it's no hardship for me going to bed at 6 o'clock in the evening. People will say to me, what time do you go to bed? I said, well, if it's 6 o'clock, it's called a late night. That's like, you know, I've got to be in bed sometime between 4 and 5 o'clock, and I've got to phone a couple of close friends today who would have gone to bed early last night. My friend Lynn, whose mother died, as you know, and you probably don't know. I can't remember if I told you about. Yeah, and she saw me off the other day. She said, "Perhaps you're going to get an award." I said, "I shouldn't think so. I shouldn't think so." So now I can phone her today and go, "I did get an award." And so it doesn't matter to anybody else. It matters to the people in the business. And as I say, I've come to the conclusion I want some more now, because there's lots of hugging and kissing that goes on. Kelly Brook kissed me, Emma Bunton kissed me. I mean, everybody. There was so much kissing going on. It's obviously a brilliant business for that. Vicky says, well deserved, saw the videos and absolutely loved it. And somebody else says, huge congratulations for the win. And felicitations, says Stephen from Montpellier, for your well-deserved win. And so delighted for you on this well-deserved award. Don't you think you appreciate how important you are? I don't think about that. I know that sounds really ridiculous. People have written into me, and as you know, over the years, I've had listeners that I've lost. You know, regular people, not lost physically, but lost. They've died or contracted something, and their family always write to me and go, you know that she was a big fan of yours, or he was a big fan of yours, and that's what it's about. Somebody said to me, what's the trick to doing it? I think Charlie might have said to me, what's the secret? I said, I don't think there is a secret. I think the secret for doing a radio programme the like of which I do is making sure it sounds believable, making sure you sound suitably humble, and making sure that you appreciate the fact there'll be some people listening who are sick, some people who've got mental illness, there are some people who are lonely, there are some people who don't have anybody, and they derive something out of the programme. If it works for them on any level whatsoever, it works for me. LBC News Time. 4:30, the headlines with Alan's Early Breakfast. We've kind of put ourselves on the placemat now. I think we know where we are. And a friend of mine who is also in the business, who has written to me many times, and says, so pleased for you. Nobody in the whole of radio deserves it more. He said, seriously, fantastic speech. What a day to renegotiate your contract a week before your big birthday. It is true, isn't it? It's true. It's nice to get... I mean, I'm not really a kind of person who collects awards or anything like that, because nobody bothers, you know, really with sort of some people, and I think I'm on Early Breakfast. I know. I did mention the fact that you were a listener, and in fact, I think I did it to Charlie Girling when she was filming me, saying that we get lots of famous radio presenters who listen in to me. I don't know why. Perhaps it's because I'm the only speech-based programme and it gives them some ideas for programmes. I don't know. All I know is I'm very grateful. Also... we had 2 other awards at LBC, which I'll tell you about a little bit later on. Mickey of Plumstead says, I was so happy when I heard you won. My mother used to listen to you in LBC as I was growing up as a kid in the 80s and 90s, and I shall continue to listen for as long as you continue. Little Julie says, many congratulations on the award, well deserved. Lots of posts on your Spikers Facebook group saying the same. We've had so many in here. And when it happened yesterday, a lot of people were watching online, and that was very pleasing. That was really very pleasing. It was lovely. Kieran says, I've got to jump in the bath, but I can't walk away from the radio. When I'm late for work, can I name drop you? Why do you keep ignoring me in Lidl? Stop it. You know I've never been into Lidl. You know I can't do there. And Steve, on your much-deserved award, says, Viv, it brought a tear to my eye because you mean so much to everybody. My boss wrote, he says, you know, your millions of fans... And you suddenly think, sometimes it comes back to me slowly, and you suddenly think, what a responsibility. What a responsibility, you know, that people rely on you to sort of put a smile on their face first thing in the morning, or failing that, sympathise if I've had a total disaster and made a complete wuss of myself. But, why are you all smiling when you open the door? Is something the matter?
Just happy.
Just happy? Why are you just happy?
Happy for you to got an award.
Oh, right, thank you. Didn't come with a present, I've noticed. He's after something, isn't he? You can tell. What are you after?
Nothing.
You're after something. I can tell you're after something. Chris spotted it.
What?
What's he after? Is he being naughty?
Well, someone suggested I should get a pay rise to £2.50 an hour, which, you know...
Well, I vetoed that straight away. I told them last night you'd do it for £1. And if you won't, I've got loads of other people who will. Got to knock them back, you know. There's no point in building them up, is there? No point in building them up. So Wayne, the trolley dolly, says, please never think that all you're doing is a simple radio show. You do far more and your reward is so well deserved. I'm so proud of you. Do you know, I got that from so many people yesterday going, we're so proud of you. And I thought, gosh, I wasn't even sure I'd been noticed by people. I'm quite happily wandering along. He says, imagine waking up jet-lagged at 3 a.m. on the other side of the planet. That can be a lonely feeling. Short-lived, though. All I need to do, switch on your show, and that's my link to home, even if I'm 10,000 miles away. Noreen, Patsy, Neil and the gang say, needless to say, we are over the moon at you winning. Yes, I cried too. Spoke to Steve in Spain. He said he'd try and speak to you. They're both thrilled. So, great show, lots of coffee and maybe home for a nap. Well, I'm going to be with Nick Ferrari on breakfast. This short-lived fame is sort of getting myself mentioned on the news, which actually I thought was really bizarre. Really bizarre. And then Nick said to me yesterday, he said, you're going to be coming on to breakfast with me tomorrow morning. And I went, really? I thought he was joking, actually. I wasn't sure. But apparently I'm on the schedule at 10 to 8. So at 10 to 8 this morning for breakfast. There you go. That'll boost the numbers. That'll work, won't it? That'll work. And Steve, can we now have some award-winning Steve Allen T-shirts? I would like an award-winning Steve Allen told me to mind my own business T-shirt, says Jim. That's a good one. Neil says, for me and I'm sure many others, you'll never know how many very dark nights you've carried us through during the often darkest times. I understand all of that. Because I've been there as well. And I think once you've been there with somebody, and I was explaining to my driver yesterday, it's that little voice that comes out of the radio. That's your connection. So if you're away on holiday, or you're lonely, or something disastrous has happened, you know that you've got that. You've got that voice that comes out of the radio. It's so important for so many people. You know, we should never underestimate not only radio and the power that it has, but also how much it can change people's lives. How much it can transform people's lives. How much people come to rely on it. That's it. Rachel in Surbiton says, little Julie posted the news to the Facebook Spikers group. We've all been celebrating for our Steve. Thank you very much. Steve, your show is unique, says Dennis in Bamridge in Northern Ireland. Good old Dennis. He says, the phone-ins are fine, but you bring a bit of fun and humour and no music to the early morning listeners. It's like a breath of fresh air every morning. Do you think you could keep it going for another 40 years? Doesn't it just fly? I said yesterday, I'm sure they've only given me this award because they're not sure how much longer I'm going to live. But at the moment, I feel fine. Thank you very much indeed. But it's seriously lovely. Thank you so much indeed for all the nice things that you've said and about the programme as well. But it's not just me. This isn't a one-man show. It's a combination of three of us. You know, we're a little team. You know, we're all one big happy bloody family. In their dreams. You know, oh, Steve, would you like to go out for dinner? No, thank you. You know, I've eaten in a Harvester before. And they go, oh, we might have the chicken platter plate. You go, oh, riveting. And they go, would you like to come and watch Crystal Palace play? I don't think so. David Emmanuel says, congratulations, emotional night for you at the Global Awards. David, listen, we've all been there, haven't we? We've all been there. Something's happened. Somebody said something to you, then all of a sudden you just choke up a little bit on it. And Ian Dale said to me, we've got to stop this interview, he said, because I'm going to burst into tears. And it's so nice. It's so nice. I can't tell you how nice it is. It's lovely. But it'll all finish in about 2 days' time. So by the time we get to Sunday, people will have forgotten about it. But the award's nice. I'm going to give it to my brother. He looks after things like that for me. He'll probably have it on eBay inside an hour or something. He better not do. And Stuart says, I get the funny feeling you might be getting a little letter from Downing Street before Christmas regarding the New Year honour for services to radio. Do you know, funny you should say that, because somebody very well known said to me the other day, shall I put you forward for an award? And I went, for what? And they went, services to radio. I thought, oh my God, I've never even thought about it. As it was, I've gone colourblind. I've suddenly realised I've gone colourblind. Because I thought I was going to wear a dinner jacket yesterday, so I've got the dinner jacket trousers on. The jacket came from another suit, but it was still dark, but it wasn't the same dark. And the shirt that I had on, I thought was black, turned out to be dark blue. I must have looked like a complete nightmare for the colourblind section of the community. You thoroughly deserve it, says David Enhance, for entertaining the masses at the ungodly hour. See, now we don't think it's the ungodly hour. Joseph says, well done on the award, and on only having 2 shandies. I had to. Tricia said, a million muzzle toff for the award. So well deserved. You're so loved. I know. I appreciate that. Don't think I don't appreciate it. Really. And a lovely speech. Well, considering it was off the cuff, I didn't know what I was talking about, as usual. If I'd been drunk, it would have been terrible, but luckily I was not drinking. I was being a very, very good boy. So, more of your texts and emails. Not all complimentary. You know, we do other things on. I don't want you to make it sound as if it's a Steve Allen fest and I'm going to be sort of rolling around in candy floss, which actually is quite an exciting prospect. But no, we had a nice chat. I just took it all in. I took in the whole evening and sort of looking at all the different celebrities, thinking, oh, God, they're going to throw things if I get an award. And, boo, boo, Mark Wright, boo. But nobody said anything. I was going to go around the table to give them all a big hug. Hello. But I thought, no, maybe not, Steve. Did Cheryl sing you a nice song? No, but she did have an old snog with Liam, which was captured by I was watching them going, honestly. Because strangely enough, Naomi Campbell turned up on Jonathan Ross's show, which is going out, I think, tomorrow night. Might be. For some strange reason, they've got Naomi Campbell and Gemma Collins on there. God knows what they're going to talk about, because Naomi Campbell is about one of the dullest people. And so he asks her about Liam Payne, and she doesn't want to talk about it. Whereas Gemma Collins will sort of come up with any old claptrap. But you'll have to suffer with that later. Cindy and Michelle says, we're very proud of you. Everybody says they're very proud of me. I don't think I'm living up to this. I don't think I'm living up to the very proud. I'm very proud of the people I work with. I did give a mention to the people at LBC, because they're just nice to me. They're just nice to me, and that's all you can hope. Some days, you might not feel as bouncy as you probably do the days before, but I always manage to get through it. And then somebody will say something nice to you, and you sort of think, that's really lovely. It's such a nice thing. I wish I could say that I put many hours of work into this programme. I wish I could tell you that I sat there sweating into the night like some presenters do that I could mention. Trying to make sure, deciding midway through the week what they're going to be doing on the programme a few days down the line. Things like that. I can't do that. I'm very instant. Great crested tits and things like that, But it is, because you can't do... Radio is instant, as far as I'm concerned. It's like somebody will say to me, my friend Mike, will say, oh, I listened to you this morning, Steve, you had me in fits of laughter, but then they can't remember what it is I've said. It's no good asking me, I say, because I can't remember from one minute to the next. Love your daily entertainment, says the London Netball Academy. 40 years service to LBC. Perhaps I could get an OBE. Perhaps I could get a CBE. It's quite a lengthy time, isn't it? I think. Lee says, even though you spend most of your time reprimanding me for bad jokes, well done. and Rachel says, from Butch newsreader to LBC treasure, you've entertained me all my adult life. I was 18 in 1979, well deserved. Entertaining, but at times thought-provoking. Enjoy the moment. Oh, listen, won't get me to not enjoy the moment. Still to come on the programme, the second part of that Michael Jackson documentary was shown, even worse than the first bit, I think. And people have now made up their minds. Coronation Street, is going to tackle the issue of human trafficking. Why's Prince Harry, become his royal hypocrite? There is a very good reason for it. And the little lad who thought to himself, because he's got a goldfish, and it's called Nemo, he thinks, if you take it out of the tank and cuddle it in bed, Nemo will be your friend. It died. It died, because you can't just take fish out of tanks. They go, can't breathe. Also, Gary Lineker thought his car had been nicked. Turns out he'd parked somewhere else. We've all done that. And Karen Matthews is trying to flog the rights to her autobiography to fund cosmetic surgery. Pond life. Disgusting. Gemma the Fridge wants to become a supermodel. I don't think so, dear. I think you've actually taxed yourself already. And Emmerdale will be renamed Femmerdale tonight to mark International Women's Day. So, and they're doing that on there's a radio station up in the north of the country, BBC Local Radio, and and it's going to be all women. So all the men will be sort of taken off and sit in the corner and learnt how to knit and probably darn socks, and then they're going to bring all women in to do the programmes. God, that's a risky thing to do. What happens if they're better? It's like whenever I go on holiday, I don't want anybody better than me doing the programme, because I don't want to come back and somebody goes, oh, so-and-so was really good. And you go, were they? You become terribly insecure. Why do you think I'm here every day? I'm not mad. And Anne in Blackburn, she says, thank you for bringing in conversations, your early morning humour, laughter, you have us in stitches. So much doom and gloom every day, and you, Steve, give us a break. Thank you. Mike of Hampton says, talk about an ego. You haven't stopped talking about yourself all morning. You're reading all the positive texts out. Bet you won't read this one. Well, there you go, simple boy. Simple boy. I wonder which side of Hampton you're in. That'll be the cheap end, I can tell. You can tell by sort of anybody who does bad spellings. That mean, it is a bit of an ego, isn't it? It is a bit of an ego. Love it. Love it to death. Love it to death. I mean, the worst thing is you've just come over as a very jealous old queen, which of course you're not, but that's the way it's coming over. You must be jealous. Don't be jealous, for goodness sake. That makes it worse. Makes it worse. Pablo says the Spikers love you. That part of the ego, I can't remember. That could be part of the ego as well, actually. Of course, listen, it's only going to happen for one day. I'm going to milk it as much as possible. Don't get to my age without enjoying a little bit of ego. A little bit of ego. Mind you, we've been doing ego for about 40 years now, which is good. And my friend Simon Beale has retweeted, because I said, how do you say thank you a million times? So much love. Oh, I bet Mike's not in Hampton. I can just tell, actually. I don't think there's anybody called Mike who lives in Hampton. It's a very common name, isn't it? It's not sort of the name that you would have for somebody who lives in a quite... mind you, there is a really bad bit of Hampton. Really bad bit. And that's probably where little Mike is. He's going, oh, I've got an ego now. I've been mentioned on Steve. There's always one, and of course it's poor little Mike this morning. But never mind, Mike, don't worry. We love you, L-O-V-E. We really do. We feel sorry for you. So that's why we like you, which is good. It was so good, though, wasn't it, the video? Is it up on the LBC website? We think it's on the Global app. Okay, this is the video from last night, so you can see the whole bit of the ceremony, which is great. I'm in bed crying, says Jane. I must be as soppy as you. Well done. It's something you'd want to share with your mum, which is exactly the reason you deserve it. Oh, I'd love to be able to say to her, my dad as well, look, I got an award. Ben says, well done, well deserved. Mornings wouldn't be the same without you. It is true, I think that too, but that's just completely selfish. And Mark says, I'm glad I filled in the nomination box for you. You've been an amazing addition to my life in the mornings. And thanks to Mr. M for introducing all his listeners to you. Yeah, I mean, it's nice, isn't it? Over and above. The next thing I need now to complete the hat trick, I need a music-based show. I need a music show. I said to my boss the other day, I said, I could do a music show, because he also looks after a music station, very big one. My nephew once had a goldfish and washed him in soap because he was dirty. I don't think you can wash goldfish in soap, can you? Do you know that if you put normal-sized goldfish in an outdoor pool or pond, they grow to the size of the pool? So, because I just thought they stayed the same size, but they don't. They grow. We had some quite big goldfish. Quite big thing. I don't like touching them. We did have a pond at one point with things, and unfortunately the heron ate all of the fish. Came out one morning, the heron was there with its wings spread over the thing, so it could see them under the surface and just pick them all off. Swallowed them whole. And it ate the other bits too. Yeah. Cheap radio. Hello. Welcome to my world. What's this one say? There was a lot of love in the room last night. There was a lot of love in the room last night. There really was. I'd have loved to have seen actually cutaways from Cheryl and from Mark Wright and everybody else, just to see what they were doing. Just to see. Paul in Grace Lake in Illinois. He says, I discovered your programme online here in the States about 2 or 3 years ago, and I've enjoyed listening to you. Well done to those who've officially given you the credit you deserve. It's you! It's you lot out there. That's who's done it. I'm in San Francisco, says Joe, on a trip with work as cabin crew, regular listener to the show. I'm awake all hours like yourself, so congratulations. Love you lots, you big softie. I can't help it. I quite like being a softie. And if you'd seen me yesterday, me and Nick Ferrari and everybody else, and it just blows your socks off, which is great. We've got 6.5 minutes to 5. So I'm going to be on breakfast this morning, 10 to 8. Can you wait? Probably. Can you wait? It'll be good. Be very nice. Another one here. I normally listen live on Catch Up, says Chris, but today I had to congratulate you live. Thank you. Tom in Southend says, congratulations on the award. You're best at what you do, and I don't care if anybody says differently. Radio would be poorer without you, and crying shows you real. Yeah. I think radio would be poorer without me. I don't know how it would be, but I'm sure it would be. And Dev in Sutton says, at 8:30, I texted my son and daughter letting them know you won the radio show Global Award. I'm thrilled and overwhelmingly delighted. Thank you. And regards from Qatar. Adam says, I don't think you realise how much you deserve it, which is precisely why we love you. I'm now officially a legend within the radio industry. That's what they say. They say, Steve Allen, the legend. I'm talking about myself as if it's not me. That's what makes it so funny for me, and that's how I kind of get through it. When somebody says, oh, you know, you're a radio legend, and I used to say, are you sure? Kelly Brook retweeted, how do you say thank you a million times, so much love. And my friend Dan, congratulations, so well deserved. I'm proud to know you. I get so many of these, honestly. I've got all sorts of things. My friend Matt, richly deserved. Thank you, Matt. And I hope Polly's well. Hope everything's good up there. I mean, you never met Polly, did you? You'd have liked Polly. She'd be your sort of person. Although, actually, to be honest with you, I never know what your sort of person is. What is your sort of person? The breathing. Don't do the breathing gag. Is there a sort of person that is your sort of person? Maybe. No. God, you are the most boring person I've ever met. Somebody pays you any attention? Oh, God. Maybe somebody who's holding an award or something like that. Yes, you would have liked Polly. Yeah, I thought you would have done, yeah. She drove all the way down from Welsh Wales with Matt to interview me, which I thought was really quite sweet, because I'm a legend, apparently. I'm a legend now. Officially a legend within the radio industry. Think a bottle or two of Prosecco should be put in the fridge ready for tonight, says Alan. Well, I didn't listen. Yes, I didn't listen. I didn't drink yesterday. And I think that was very good. I think that was very, very good. Had to try and wrestle the gin bottle out of my boss's hands. I picked it as it came back round the table again. I took it and he wrestled it back from me. He's obviously, and it was that nice one, that Bombay gin stuff. They like yeah, that's very, very, I said I don't drink gin and I didn't want anything alcoholic. And they kept saying to me, do you need anything? I thought a bed with pillows would be lovely at this precise moment. But very nice. Lynn in Bushy, she says, our very own Mr. Radio. Where is the award now? It's currently sitting in the car. It's sitting in my car. It's going to be taken out and put in a place which is so wonderful. Philip in Bournemouth says, I listened to you for years in London. When I moved away, I missed you, and then I discovered you on DAB. Now, thankfully, you are back in my life. Jean says, although I live in Canada, you've helped me so many times, but please know that you and Darren really got me through 4 horrible, difficult nights as I sat by my mother's hospital bed. And thank you for being there, broadcasting to the world. Yeah. John says, he says, you've said you're not the person we think you are, but you are the person we want you to be. That's very prolific, isn't it? The person they want you to be. In other words, you know, if you could pick what somebody would be like, it would be me. Would be me. That's nice, isn't it? Dorothy says, I work out in the mornings at 4 a.m. and always listen to you, even when I'm abroad. I tell everybody about you. By the way, we share the same birthday, only I'm a couple of years older. Peter says, you're one of a kind. Can't think of any other words. One of a kind. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, Steve. No, sorry. The producer's one of a kind. Steve Allen was one in a raffle. It's like the man walking down the street, isn't it, with sort of the teddy bear, and somebody says, "Where'd you get that from?" And the teddy says, "I won him in a raffle." Okay, it's an old joke. It doesn't really matter. The Spikers, Pauline, thank you, and Steve. Well done. Makes this 65-year-old with a 40-year career feel proud and fortunate. Hope you're around for many more moons. Yeah, I do as well. I do. I've got no intention of going anywhere. Got no intention of going anywhere. So, you know, whether you like it or not, you're stuck with me for a bit longer. Okay. Steve, congratulations. I've been listening to you for many, many years. Which, you know, it's amazing how many people... You very rarely find people nowadays who've only just tuned... What? Which one are you looking at? And this is one from Michelle and Paul in Tel Aviv. They listen every day at 6 a.m. They're 2 hours ahead there. And they listen every day at 6 a.m. Oh, 3 hours ahead. Thoroughly deserved. We also enjoy In Conversation. You're going to love it this week. You're going to love In Conversation this week. Really good one. Really good one. They're good every week. What award did you get last year or the year before? I got the Arkiva Radio Award. In fact, I was the last person to receive it. I think the last person to receive it. So this one, I mean, I shall now want one every year. They'd have to go back and go, this is now 41 years. Which would be good, wouldn't it? Femi says, I listen to you every morning, Steve. Thank you, Femi. And nice to be company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Whatever you've heard about the programme is probably true. In sort of, you might have heard all sorts of things, actually. But lots and lots of texts and emails. Well done seems a bit inadequate, Steve, because radio, as a long-distance lorry driver, the radio has been the biggest part of my entertainment over the years. When you're far away from home, sleeping in a truck and starting work on a cold, wet winter's morning, a warm and humorous voice in the dark is like a big blanket. And there's only been 2 or 3 presenters that can make me feel like that over the years. Your secret, if you don't know, is to make all of us listeners feel like a part of you. It's like being in a family. And now that family started to have a life of its own. That's what Ian Dale said to me yesterday. He said, you know what makes you a great presenter? And I said, no. And he said, and I can't remember what he said actually. I just remembered, I've forgotten. And it was something to do with the fact that people want to keep listening to you because they don't know what's going to happen next. They don't want to go anywhere, just in case all of a sudden something major happens. So that's quite nice, because I've said before, I wish I knew what the trick was to capturing an audience, because if you could bottle it, you could sell it around the country. I hope Scottish Boy is furiously tugging his forelock, Steve, all morning to you, and so he should. Having had the pleasure of your company on half a dozen occasions, I can tell the listeners you are the real deal. Kind and warm-hearted, this award is long overdue. Gosh, don't know what to say, actually. Don't know what to say about things like that. That's quite nice. But he says... I can't wait to hear your dulcet tones at 4 a.m. every morning. And if you need a stunt double to take the kisses from Kelly Brook and Emma Bunton, I'll take the job. No need to thank me. Yes, Kelly was looking lovely the other day. She was on a table. Unfortunately, on her table, there were lots of... Not unfortunately. Well, unfortunately for her, there were lots of gay guys on it. And she said, oh, so-and-so's gorgeous. I said, I think you'd be wasting your time. She laughed. Always up for a challenge, I always thought. And but it's true, and Emma Bunton as well. But she's definitely not getting married. She told me she's not getting married. She said, we've been thinking about this for ages, but we're not doing anything. Tony Polledri and all the Italian cafe owners and restaurateurs says, don't leave your reward on top of the halogen oven. Tony, thank you. We don't have a halogen oven at the moment. I've been tempted a few occasions, but I've thought no. Do you know, I'm going to have the best Friday I've ever had. I don't know why, I'm just going to have a good Friday. I might go to Feltham and get a Chinese. I just feel like beef curry today. I don't know why. Don't ask why. I'm having one of those funny things. I'm Katie, says Katie. Well done, you. The mum to Rebecca and Maxine. We're so proud of you. Maxine and I use British Sign Language to translate your best-of sections to Rebecca, who's profoundly deaf, and we all just love you. So you've seen me through some very happy and some very sad times. Listen, the longer we spend together, and we've spent 40 years so far, and I've spent 40 years with quite a number of people, actually, more than even I can shake a stick at. We've been through it. We've been through birth, marriages, and death. We've been through all of it. And that's what somebody said to me once. I said, what makes a good radio presenter? Somebody in my position, they said, somebody who's lived a bit. You can't put a 20-year-old guy or girl in this position because they haven't lived. You have to live. And the more you live, the more you experience, the more you see, and the more you appreciate what you've got. And so I really appreciate everything now, far more so than I probably ever did at any other time in my career. I appreciated it yesterday, and I've said to, when people say to me, because sometimes I get a bit frustrated about things. It's only just something for me to sort out. And once I've done it, it's like, how can I describe it? It's like people working on a show on the television, and then they lose their temper because they see somebody who's not concentrating or somebody who's not pulling their full weight. Because this is a job, whether you work in this side of the microphone or the other side of the microphone, that people would break your legs to get to. They really would. So I expect people to get as much out of this as I get out of it. I don't know how I get it out of it, because I wake up in the morning. I mean, I do bounce out of bed. I'm good at bouncing out of bed. And I like that. I mean, I really like that. I think it's just, it makes it easy for me. I don't need to worry about it at all. And I did get, I've lost it now. Wait a minute, where is it? I did get one. Oh, I've just lost it. Where's that gone to? Sometimes things come up. Zora Suleiman says, much deserved, I'm proud of you. People say that, don't they? They say much deserved, and you think, I don't do this job to get anything, as you know. I don't think anybody does. You just do it. And you love doing it. Danny and Rupert at London Lives. Oh, that nice book. Do you remember that nice book? Oh. And, somebody else says, thank you for being there on those early morning. A class act. Oh, I don't know about that. Not sure about that. Janie is a Facebook group spiker. I've got so many, actually. Matt, as I say, says, Richie Deserve. I can't mention Matt too often. I don't do good-looking people on the programme. There's no point in doing good-looking people. We are the deeply unattractive ones. Oh, look, little Thomas you've retweeted things. That's sweet. Fancy you learning how to do that. The producer taught you. Was that in between waiting for Crystal Palace to actually do something on the field? Did he? Yeah. I don't want to be rude about it, because as you know, I know nothing about, I've lost this bloody tweet now. It's gone completely. I've lost it, and you know why I've lost it? Well, I don't know why I've lost it. It just doesn't appear to be here. It was there a minute ago when I was looking, and it was from Stephen Mulhern, and I can't find it, and I don't know if it's coming on something else. Where is the blooming thing? One minute I was reading it, and the next minute it disappeared from view. Do you know where things are? Perhaps you'll find it. I'm hopeless at these sort of things. Honestly, I'm supposed to know about this at my... Oh, there he is. He says, over the moon for you. Massive congratulations, so well deserved. Listening to you every morning is not only a treat, but a masterclass in presenting. Oh, God, I wish it was, Stephen. You clever boy. Good luck with the new TV show. Good luck with the new TV show. Clever boy, Steve Mulhern. Very clever. Very, very clever boy. Still works his little socks off. He's like me. We like working. It's as simple as that. So thank you very much indeed. He's also too good looking for this show. I know. Why can't I attract more unattractive people? Oh, here it is. Alan, who's a taxi driver from Belfast. Sorry, Alan. It was easy cannon fodder. 6 months ago, I started to listen to on LBC. Now I wouldn't miss your show for anything. I don't even talk to the customers because listening to you makes my early mornings a lot more bearable. And somebody says, well deserved. This is Chris. Listen to your early morning show and in conversation. You kept me company through my darkest days. Never underestimate the great service. I think all people in radio, especially on LBC. I can talk about presenters that I know from other radio stations, but I think LBC's presenters are such a diverse lot. Seriously, and it's the best job in the world. And as I've said before, and they pay you. They give you money for it, and you think, are you sure? I feel a bit guilty. I'm expecting them any minute to come knocking on the door with a wheelbarrow saying, actually, I'm terribly sorry, we've made a mistake, we're not supposed to be paying you at all. In which case I then burst into tears again. Paul in Manchesterford says, never forget how kind you were to me when I was nursing my dad, Bill. It made the worst days a bit more bearable. He says, don't ever change. I think I've probably changed as much as I probably can do. When I listen back to early shows of mine, I think to myself, my God, we've evolved. We've evolved as a radio station. God, blimey, if you could see behind the scenes and you knew how it all worked. It's a tight team. It's a very tight team. There's no sort of flotsam and jetsam floating around in this station, which there might be in other BBC stations, BBC Local Radio. Everybody here is accounted for. Everybody here is accounted for. Sheena says, your constant company in the best of times and now a hard time in my leukemia battle. In all the uncertainty of illness and laying in hospital, to hear a familiar voice through the headphones is priceless. Well, you enjoy it. You enjoy it. Why not? Thank you for that. Charlie Girling says, so proud. We had a weepy time, didn't we? We had... no, we haven't heard from Katie Price and the GC yet. Still waiting. I don't think Katie Price has got the money to contact us. But she says, what a treat that I got to interview as well. And only cried a little bit. Only cried a little bit. They always say that. People always say, she says, have a wonderful morning reading all the lovely messages. So much love, so much of an outpouring, and worth everything about, not getting very much sleep at all. But that doesn't matter. 84850, Steve at LBC, in a wine tasting bar, just asked for the Wi-Fi password. He said, and I thought she said nipples 12, before clarifying that it was city in Italy. I didn't get that at all. Did you get that? No, over my head too. I'm rubbish on this. My friend Jeff Stevenson is on Qantas, flying to Darwin, and the Wi-Fi's free and fast. I've never done... All I want to do on planes is sleep. My boss, James, says a friend to millions and an LBC treasure. So proud of Steve Allen Show, who was honoured for 40 years of broadcasting. I'm going to milk it for all it's worth on the programme today. And in fact, just to really annoy the doubters, the doubting Thomases, as we call them, not you, doesn't matter. It's a case of some of it will be repeated tomorrow on the Best of Steve Allen, just before we have In Conversation. LBC has very good ratings, says Albert, because the presenters are good. You and Nick have different styles, but my way to start the day, can't imagine not joining you in the mornings. Yes, I mean, that's the good thing. I don't think you'll find any two presenters on LBC being the same. Everybody's different. Everybody's got their strengths and their weaknesses. But last night was my strength, I think. And Tracy says, the 5-year-old asked why you were crying. I told him, I think it's because his friends were super nice to him. Oh, Mummy, that's so nice, said he. Oh, dear. It's sad, actually. It's sad. Drew says, you've cheered me up over the years through my hard times. Get a lot of hard times, and I appreciate that. We've all had hard times. We've all had times where either, it'll be with you've lost a job, or you've got no money, or you can't afford to pay your bills, or the taxman's knocking at the door, or your relationship split up, or you've had your house taken away. There's so many things that you need to feel that you're wanted. You need to feel as though you're still part of it. And I promise you, you are still part of it. I get no end of people writing to me, telling me about, how bad their life is being. And I always say to them, it might seem very dark at the moment, but I promise you, it will get better. It will get better. It never goes dark, for the rest of your life. It gets better. You just have to wait. And the other thing you've got to do is believe in yourself. If you believe in yourself and if you like yourself, you can overcome mountains. It's as simple as that. 5:15 is the time. What do we do at 5:15? We get you to work quickly. I know you don't want to go to work quickly, but if we check on the roads and the rails, we shall do that. Till Vickery says, nice one, boss. Actually, your missus is in the paper today, talking about drinking after her mum died and things like that. We all do different things, don't we? And glad to be a listener, says Fawn. Big hugs and kisses. She says, there's nothing wrong with emotion. We've already, too many hard hearts. And all this while you're still 39. Ooh, if only. That would be lovely, wouldn't it? Matt the Trucker says, only came across the show last year and I've listened pretty much every morning since. I was looking for something different. Something I could just sit and listen to. I was going through a particularly difficult and dark period of my life, and with my job, I felt so alone. But once I found the show, that feeling began to ease and helped me to begin rebuilding my life. Don't ever underestimate the power of a wonderful radio show and a brilliant presenter. Who are you listening to? He says, thank you. It is true. I agree with you. If you're, I get a lot of people. Somebody wrote to me yesterday and said, I'm listening to your programme. I can't believe that I've not discovered you all these years. Because some people have got 40 years under their belt. A lot of people, with the 30 years and stuff like that, friends of mine who become, listeners who sort of became friends. And it works really well, actually. Wish everybody had exactly the same loyal listeners. Jill in Glasgow said, I've listened to you since the very beginning. When I lived in London, you deserve an award just for your Adrian Childs impression alone. I'm not going to do it again, actually. I thought I was going to get into trouble over it. Alexander says that's exactly the way I feel about getting paid for my job. I teach English. All I do is basically show up and hang around. I know. I mean, people say to me, I realise, I do appreciate the fact that there are some people who send in, little bits and pieces because they're on the radio, but they find it terribly difficult to actually, do a radio programme, because it's either easy for some people or it's not easy, and a lot of people find it's not easy. I don't know why. I mean, somebody said to me last night, they said, do you really find it easy? And I said, yes. JK retweeted my how do you say thank you a million times at the Global Awards. I knew he'd retweet that. And Kelly Brook retweeted it as well. Bless her heart. Honestly, we've discovered we have quite a lot in common, actually. Sarah and a few other people retweeting. Thank you very much indeed. And retweeting what my boss tweeted, which is nice. And you are truly the most entertaining 3 hours of all broadcasting. Oh, I wish I could say, Deanna, it was that easy. You might well get an award from Her Majesty. I'll keep my fingers, toes, legs and even eyes crossed. Very well done. Can you imagine? That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. We're invited to Buckingham Palace. We're going to give you an OBE or something like that. I've never had an OBE. I'd have to get it put on the chequebook. Wait a minute, I haven't got a chequebook. Oh, I'll have to have it. I could have it. Do you know what we were doing the other day? I knew something I was going to mention to you. We were watching the television. We have a big bank in our, well, it's not a big bank at all. It's a bank of televisions. We can see the studio downstairs, and you can see, all sorts of bits and pieces around the world. And I think it was CNN, and one of the men had something, we thought, a number of them did. It was stapled, we thought, or stuck on with glue, to their forehead. And we kept looking at it, and I said, perhaps it's a microphone. And then we decided it wasn't. Do you know what it was? It was to celebrate Ash Wednesday, when people do the charcoal and they do the sign of the cross. Took us ages to realise that. And apparently in America, it's big in television. I don't know what we can do. Nobody does it over here, did they? I've never seen anybody. You imagine if you turned on the news and there's somebody with that. Because you wouldn't know. You really wouldn't know. I mean, we were very impressed. We were told about it, actually. Who told us? Who told us that that's what it was, Chris? Who's the person? Amelia Cox. How clever she should know. How clever she should know that that's what it was. Because I kept looking, I kept saying, it's a microphone with a bit of tape over it. No, it was a cross done in charcoal. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Scott in Swansea says, I fall asleep at night with LBC on my phone in the background, and when I get woken up at around 4:30 when my 1-year-old son cries for milk, I listen to the programme. Oh dear, I bet your sleep must be absolute rubbish. Rubbish. Jeanette, 28 years of company, Steve. Thank you for that friendship and entertainment. It's been a lifesaver in the happy and sad times. Must get some sleep, so I'm awake by 7:30. Steve, after years of listening to your show live as an early morning Addison Lee driver in London, I'm listening now in the bed back in Poland. Even my wife, who's blaming you for my sarcasm and my sense of humour, said today that last night's award is well-deserved and long overdue, so we shall crack open a bottle of Prosecco and toast the occasion. God bless and keep going, says Raphael. From the young man, says Ron, spinning records at Cheeky Pete's to a living legend over the years. Happy days. Yes. Well, I mean, I'm surprised as well. Caught you buying a sneaky breakfast at Waterloo a few times, but always friendly, says Paul in Sidcup. Sneaky breakfast. I bought a packet of hash browns the other day. That's not a sneaky breakfast. Sneaky breakfast. I don't know what a sneaky breakfast at Waterloo is. Certainly nothing I've ever had. And, Steve, one thing you said, you only had 2 shandies, but me thinks you must have drunk more. You said you're coming up 65 in 10 days. However, we all know you're coming up 45, says Jan in Lincolnshire. I know. What is the true answer? Perhaps it's 45, but occasionally I feel that it's sort of 65. It's a state of mind, isn't it, really? It's basically a state of... It doesn't really matter how old you are. I was looking at some of the pictures. I missed the other day Louise Redknapp was there last night, and she might be getting back with her ex-husband. Ollie Murs was there. And I said... Actually, the funny thing was, I thought he'd have gone over to Mark Wright's table. Perhaps he might have done, actually. Perhaps we don't recognise him. Anne-Marie... I think I'm going to make her my featured single of the week, Anne-Marie, because that's really good. Also, Harry Redknapp was with Fleur East, and they both took to the stage. There was no... What was it? Was it Rhubarb Crumble or something like that? What was it? Well, no, yeah, what was the advertising? McDonald. Oh, right, okay. Mark Ronson was another big winner, and I met another bloke. I can't remember what his name is. He does... Tim Westwood. I met Tim Westwood as well. He's very polite. He's extremely polite. But his father's a vicar, isn't he? Yeah, that's why he's polite. And then there was a picture of the Kemp family, Roman, who's now towering over his dad and his mum. And he's wearing flat shoes by the look of it. And then there was Vic Hope. I didn't see Vic Hope. Very revealing dress, Vicky. We shall be having words later about that, I should imagine. And Jessie Nelson paid an emotional tribute to her bandmates. They all they came up on stage, and we were sitting quite close, actually, so you can see what people look like close up, which has been good. Steve, well done for the many superb one-liners, says EM, who's in Morecambe. Every time I think Morecambe, I think of those cockle pickers who lost their lives. That's all I think of in Morecambe Bay. It's the only one. He says, my family think I'm plot lost at times. The van with the square wheels ready to pick me up at any time. He said, thanks for the many mentions you've given me. So there you go. Somebody else very happy. And Kevin says, you're not just a radio presenter, you're a help for everyone in the morning, including me with your funny sense of humour when I'm on night duty. Yeah, that's what they tell me. They tell me it's very, I think somebody said Steve Allen's show should be available on the National Health, which I think is quite a nice idea. I don't mind that. I can live with that. I can be happy with that. What have we got? 26 and a half minutes. You know, I've not even looked at a newspaper this morning. Let's pick up something intelligent. Here's the Sun. And on the front page, justice for my Jodie. This is the devastated dad of tragic Jodie Chesney. Pleaded for justice for her yesterday as yet another teenager was knifed to death. It's just, you don't know where it's going to happen. You don't know how bad it is. Somebody was chased out of their house the other day by somebody. I should point out to you as well, and I'll do it just before the news, because it was a very special day here yesterday at Global, because as well as the Global Awards and my very special LBC award, the IRN Awards were also taking place at the same time. Now, that's the annual awards ceremony for commercial radio news, and you know by now we are the best at that. And our reporter, Rachel Venables, picked up the Gold Award for being Best Reporter at a big radio station. And winning silver in the Best Newsreader category is our very own Simon Conway. So we were having a bit of a field day yesterday. He's at a big is that what they call it, a big radio station? It's a technical term for it. Its TSA has got to be over, yes, over 1 million. So no hardship for us here at LBC. So that's good, isn't it? So Simon's got something. And Rachel's got something, and I've got something as well. In fact, it'll have to be your turn next, won't it? No. Do you not want to be best producer? Yeah. I'm not in it for the awards, but it's nice when you get it, because you get a free meal. There was no bill. It's the only time you get the free meal, and you stand up, and nobody says, "Excuse me, sir, would you like the cheque?" You go, "No, I'm not paying for it. It's free." Oh, you get free, not only just free food, free drink. Free drink. I mean, that's going to appeal to you straight away, isn't it? Alcohol with no bills attached. You yawned. I can tell when you yawn. Because I just yawned as well. But I'm entitled to. I've only had an hour's sleep. I'm surviving on my uppers, as they say. Oh, look, Yorgie Porter, or Jorgie Porter, showing off her cuddly side. Go out like that, do you? Be arrested. Showing off her boobies. That's what she's doing. Also, David Beckham, very friendly with Helena Christensen. She likes him, he likes her. Apparently, Victoria is nervous about Dave's friendship. So it says here, she's often nervous. Above it says, Posh's fury at friendship. What, was he not allowed to talk to any other women? Is that it? Does he have to just go, I'm not interested in any other women at all? And we all go, yeah, we believe you. We really believe you. Prince Harry is risking accusations of hypocrisy for hiring a private helicopter 2 days before he told kids to take action on climate change. If he's a royal family member, they're entitled to change their opinion. They do it all the time. Can't do anything about it. So, Wednesday, he was telling kids to wake up and act over climate change. He makes a chopper trip to Brum 2 days before the clinic change plea. There you go. Poor old Harry, honestly. He can't win, can he? I was going to say, damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's LBC. Here we go. Do you know what's going to happen today? Gales are going to sweep across the country. That's what they've said. Winds at more than 60 miles an hour, 55 miles an hour in London yesterday. And I've had to tie some of the plants down on the patio. They keep getting knocked over by a big gust of wind. And the Met Office said that high winds would continue today, with London getting the brunt of it. So, if you've got things that might blow away, like chairs in the garden, like your watering can, if you've got a shed, put them in there. It'll make life a lot easier, I think. Plus, Prodigy fans have paid tribute to Keith Flint by spraying his image on the Berlin Wall. Obviously, I'm assuming he was bigger over there than he was over here. They seem to like that sort of music, don't they? Which is okay. I don't have a problem with it. Don't want him to go mad. Also, a multi... Where's he gone? Is he doing the tea now? Oh, does it look all right? I hope so. Anyway, so, hi. Oh, that's nice. What's that?
It's coffee.
Coffee?
With milk.
It's a bit murky, isn't it? I don't want to make a big deal about it. Don't you think it's a bit murky?
Well, I mean, it's because you shouldn't have milk with coffee.
Oh, here we go. Pick on the poor tired diabetic, who's now a legend. Yeah. It's okay, I'll drink it. Don't want to make a big deal.
If you want a proper coffee, let me know and I'll make you a proper coffee instead.
Oh, right. Oh. Very chipper. Very chippy. Like to be everybody's friend. He's very odd, isn't he, really, at times? I don't know where we sort of got him from. I think he was sort of... You know when you get... We always sweeties at the table. After we'd had dinner, all of a sudden they came with bags of sweets and put them on all the tables. My boss was devouring his like he'd never seen sweets before in his life. I can only say that because I think he'll be listening. And, Steve, now you're a big celebrity. Yeah. Are you going to get a car sticker that says, I've upped my profile? Up yours. No, I don't do car stickers, actually, or anything like that. It's like, you know, P.S. 5 minutes, love traffic wardens, that kind of thing, or little princess on board. You look in the car and you think, that's right, my other car's a Ferrari. You think, well, blooming well, drive it then. Don't drive this old rust bucket. But you do get that a lot. I get that so much, people in front of me. And they all seem to be going to Essex. I don't know why Essex. When I went to collect my 2-year-old from nursery, I noticed another mother waiting outside had a smudge of something on her neck, her forehead. And so I thought I thought I'd actually abide by the women's code and tell her, only to be kindly informed it was Ash Wednesday, and that she'd just been to a church service, therefore it was a smudge of ash. I was so embarrassed and explained that I'm not religious, so didn't realise whilst apologising profusely. Very awkward. Yes, I can agree. It must be very awkward. It is difficult, isn't it? You don't really know what to say. Well, we didn't know. Don't worry. Don't feel ignorant about it. We didn't have the faintest idea. If they'd done it on somebody's arm, I could have understood it, but to do it on somebody's forehead, what's the point of doing it on there? They don't actually do anything for us, do they, in the church when they come back? They don't give you all these things. My daughter Becca met you at the awards last night and had her photo taken with you. She told you how much I love you, says Ellie. And also having a sleepless night as we're going to Singapore tonight to get on a cruise, says Jill. Oh, that sounds a bit nice. It's going to Singapore, but it will be amazing. But I'm not looking forward to the long flight. Oh, listen, as long as you don't have to go 28 hours to Australia? Whatever it is, I remember thinking, every time people tell you about Australia, I was thinking, oh, it takes too long. It takes too long to get there. I mean, I do manage to put myself out on an aeroplane. I take a sleeping tablet, and that's it. Just wake me up when we get there. Just wake me up. Aussie boy, he's gone back to his homeland, hasn't he? I know, every time he goes back there, you know why he goes back there so often? I've discovered his parents keep moving, but they won't tell him where they are, so he has to go back and ask neighbours and then put an advert in the local paper. It's all very bit messy, I think. It's a bit like Brexit, only in Australia. Michael Jackson, since his death, how much has Michael Jackson earned? 1.6 billion. But although the family are in denial, the empire is about to crumble. It's very interesting, this one. Very, very interesting. The doctors revealed the huge scale of the legend's abuse and all sorts of other people, because it's another nail in his coffin. The Airstream, the musicals, merchandise, Cirque du Soleil shows and the exhibitions. And at the same time, he was still out and about doing what he should have been doing. And do you know, Sony Music signed a $190 million deal last year for the rights to distribute Jackson's recordings for 7 more years. They paid £190 million. I mean, that's a phenomenal amount of money. There's also a delivery driver in the paper today exposing himself in crotchless jeans. He claimed he was a naturist, so that was okay. If you're a naturist, you can walk around exposing yourself. I don't know. I'm not sure about crotchless jeans. I've never heard of crotchless jeans before. What's the point of that? What is the point of that? His name's somebody. And you think to yourself, if you're a naturist, you wouldn't have clothes on at all, would you? We do have the naked rambler. Also, the sports-mad schoolgirl. This is the worst story ever. She was left paralysed last year. She learnt to walk again, only to be paralysed again in another car crash. So she's back where she started again. I mean, really? Poor soul. Hit by a car, paralysed twice now. I've never heard of people being paralysed twice. That really is bad. Plus, Amanda Holden switches to the BBC to pose next to her. Who is this here? Oh, it's a topless sort of the topless exhibition thing. Not sure about that. A bit rude. The Britain's Got Talent judge appears to have gone straight to the bust section in Battersea's South London. We don't need to canvass opinion. Amanda clearly, he's given her a head start. So good for her. Good for her. Also, this is, I don't know if I can do that, actually. It's a story. No, I can't tell you what it is. It's a story about a Kinder Egg, and it's a bit rude, actually. It's a bit rude. Shall I do it and then you decide? Oh no, okay, right. Oh, okay, right. It's somebody who was going into prison, okay, and they were going to visit somebody. So what they did, they actually put it inside a Kinder Egg, which she then hid inside her body.
No, that's enough. Yeah, that'll do.
Oh, that's it, is it? Oh, okay, right. All right. There's another bit here, which is, anyway, jailed for 4 months. because smuggling drugs in. Apparently it's the easiest thing to do. You either do that, or you either smuggle them in, or you send in a drone with it, and it hovers by somebody's window. They wave a hanky out, so you know, oh look, there he is, Richard's up there, or whatever it happens to be. And the drone goes right up to the window, and they then just release the drugs, which are in it. Steve, I was bought a small radio, says Glenn, for my 11th birthday in 1978. I soon discovered Jeremy Beadle, was hooked to LBC. From then along came Steve Allen in 79, and a fan ever since. But I'm sure I'll be tuned into your show for many more years. I do hope so. I've gone through a tired phase at the moment, where all of a sudden I'm reading something and I've switched off a couple of times, so you have to bear with me, because I didn't have much sleep last night. In fact, hardly had any sleep. I don't think it counted as sleep. Steve, so the TV people in America mark their foreheads with a charcoal cross, says tanker driver Phil. But with the state of this country today, we could all answer with a pancake on the head for Shrove Tuesday. I bet there'd be some people who do that. I love it. I love watching people tossing. That's my favourite bit. Because I never see the point. What's the point? Why can't you just turn it over normally? Why do you have to toss it? You don't need it, do you? It's not... Why are you all standing up? Oh, has it just got cold? Oh, right. Oh, right. Oh, it's going to get very cold in the studio. It'd be like an ice block. 5:40, the temperature drops. Chilly, isn't it? Just when you've got your winter warmies on. Loves his winter warmies. He comes in here wearing stuff, I tell you. And he goes, well, because it gets so cold. I know what you like. You've got central heating at home. How do you afford that on your meagre wages? I thought you'd be huddled over a tin of tomato soup or something, which actually I wouldn't mind being huddled over at this precise moment in time. I mean, is that... Oh, right, okay. Well, do you do weekly shopping? I never asked, actually. I should have done. Do you do a weekly shop, or do you just buy daily stuff that you need to eat? Twice a week? Blimey, that's very posh. Why twice a week, weekly shop? Why would that be? You get through... Okay, right. Right. Well, no, but I buy milk once a week. And I always check the sell-by dates. I'm forever checking sell-by dates. What do you buy every week in your little shopping basket? Your little Mrs. Me. What do you buy? What do you buy every week? Vegetables. All right. Is it a sort of a shopping basket that goes over your arm? You get the trolley. Oh, right. You got the trolley. Okay. So you always buy vegetables every week. Well, that's lovely. Sauces. You buy... Wait a minute. You buy sauces? That's it. Didn't you criticise me for buying sauces? I seem to remember... Oh, right. And you can't make sauces yourself. Do you have a liquidizer? Oh, you make the fancy sauce. Which fancy sauces are you making at the moment? Which ones are you doing? Various Armenian. Well, you can tell me. We can have them Googled and find out about them. Dowd Pashar. That sounds lovely. Yes, I like it. I could like a bit of Dowd Pashar. Does that come in a packet? Is it sort of dry or watery? I need to know. Dowd Pashar. Sounds lovely. Why does it sound as though it's vaguely Indian or Persian or something like that? Is that where Armenia is? Is it sort of near that? Is it very similar to Indian cooking? Not really. No. So, but it just sounded very Indian, didn't it? Dowd Pashar. Sounds quite nice. I mean, are there any Armenian restaurants in London? Oh, right. There you go. What? Well, you wash your mouth out with carbolic. Meatballs, he said. Meatball. Just like that. He came right out with it. Meatball. Oh, right. Are they just meatballs by themselves, or they got a nice sauce over them? Got a nice sauce. Oh, how dull. Oh, tomato lemon. Somebody said, I was watching James Martin the other day. He was in a field somewhere, and he was cooking, and he said, I'm going to be a bit self-indulgent. He put cream in. He poured cream into this. It looked delicious. Looked like sort of a... What do they call that thing? It's not spaghetti bolognese. Boeuf bourguignon, where you get sort of the meat and you... Oh, it's delicious. Lovely. Right. Does Aussie boy take his mother his pants to wash like Scottish boy does? I fear probably not. Fear not. Peter in Kent says, Marconi made it possible. You proved it was worth it. Thank you very much indeed. I think a visit to Costco for a celebratory hot dog and endless coffee is warranted, says Jan in Lincolnshire. At 4:30 you were fancying KFC, says Ian, and watermelon. Half an hour later it was curry. How many meals are you planning today? Armenian meatballs could go down. He says, you're like a gambling lamb this morning. Looking forward to you with Nick Ferrari later. Don't shout at him. He's a listener. He's just sent in a very caring thing. He just said to me, he said, oh, it's the weekend, you can count as many meals as you want. Well, you can't. You can't. There's a limit. There's going to be a listener... Yeah, give me a listener. There's going to be a food tonight, that's one. There's going to be maybe 2 tomorrow, probably down to 1, because you'd probably just have a sandwich, and then 1 on Sunday. And you start jumping down the people's throats. It's just not good enough. There's no need to be like that. I've noticed that with you. That's a little streak that comes out every side, and you've got a twitch in the side of your neck that... Yeah, you're having your own coffee. But have you noticed that when he gets really angry and really riled, the little tick in the side of his neck kicks off, and he sort of... All of a sudden, it goes tip, tip, like that. Which is very bad. We know when you're angry. We know when you're being picked on. We know when you're shoved in front of the other boss's office. You know, with a tin of sugar or something. Fancy asking me if I wanted sugar in my coffee. You know, has the word diabetic not sunk in at all in your life? You wait. Something will happen to you. You will end up with some illness. I can't think of what it would be, but you could end up with some illness, and you'll be expecting me to be a nice person, which I will be, of course, because I am a nice person, and I'm a living legend. I'm going to have a card made with living legend, just to be different. But anyway, short, pretty nice, heavy company. 10 to 6. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC, and Graham says, well deserved, makes it all worthwhile. It does, actually. It does make it all worthwhile. And I'm popping in on breakfast this morning at 10 to 8. God knows what state I'm going to be in by that time. A lot of hugging, Dave, yesterday. You'd have loved it. Everybody was hugging, kissing. Seriously. Men. Men on men. Action. There was a lot. I've never been hugged so many times. Seriously. I mean, it was almost unbelievable. It was lovely. It was a lot of warmth and love and touching going on, which was great. I loved it. It sort of just made it a bit more sort of realistic. It was lovely. It was... No, we're not doing any more hugging at the moment. I'm not doing it till after the show. 7 o'clock, I can resume hugging. Yeah. We do hugging at 7. No, not now. No, you mustn't come in and hug. No, it's a live programme. I'm not allowed to do live hugging. We'll have to do, I was going to say dead hugging. Whatever dead hugging is, we'll do it at 7. Everybody was doing it, though. They were all doing it yesterday. People hugging and putting their arms round you. And of course, I'm trying to do tongues. And no, you know, and it's just not working. I don't know why. I thought they'd be up for it. You know, I'm sorry if you start hugging. I mean, that's the natural progression, isn't it? I've already started undoing shirt buttons and everything, you know. Go on, treat yourself. Never works. But it's the fact that you sort of see yourself, and it's on the global page, so on the LBC website. Or is that the speech and is it all? Oh, it's all there. Oh, right, it's all there. You should watch it, actually. Oh, no, not because it's any ego trip for me, but it's because somebody worked very hard putting all the clips together on the video. I mean, seriously, at one point it's me interviewing me, which is really clever. I mean, you know, you've got to have some talent to do things like that. Armed police raided a hotel in a gun scare over a paintball team. Henry Byer and Jay Webb and Tony Fullerton were quizzed after a staff member mistook their weapons for real ones. They're paintball guns. Paintball guns. We've really got to educate people onto what paintball guns look like now. And a care home nurse left in charge overnight was caught romping with a colleague on a washing machine by a resident's horrified son. That's a bit unnecessary, isn't it, I think? And this particular person... Anyway, he was found guilty for the Nursing and Midwifery Council and struck off. They don't mess around there, do they? Definitely don't mess around. Also, as I said before, pesto, raisins, yoghurts and cream crackers will be caught up in a nanny state junk food blitz. Pasties and sandwiches will also be hit, according to new analysis. Everybody goes and buys a sandwich, don't they? People go into all the supermarkets and they go into Waitrose, especially on railway stations. What do they buy? A sandwich. The only place I would never buy a sandwich, a garage. I'm sorry. You go to a garage to buy petrol. You know, if you want to buy firewood, that's your problem. But you certainly don't go to a garage to buy sandwiches. You can imagine the conditions that they're made under, can't you? They really shouldn't. They shouldn't allow them to sell them there, but people do. I mean, sometimes I'm a bit tempted with a samosa. I like a samosa. It's got to be hot. I like a hot samosa. That's quite exciting. I'm a person of simple pleasure, I'm afraid. Steve, fantastic show. Well done. I've just become diabetic. I'm feeling a bit down. Don't feel down. If you're a diabetic, it opens up a whole new world. A whole new world. It's fun. You listen. You can cope with it really, really easily. It's not difficult at all. Oh, sorry. Sorry, the phone's come to life. Easily, it's not difficult. Tall, I'm sorry, so the phone's come to light. Easily, it's not difficult, and so it goes on. This is predictive text on here. It's got a mind of its own. I'm convinced one day this phone's going to kill me. I'm going to wake up in the morning to see it's trying to throttle me or something ridiculous. Steve, I'm sure a well-deserved curry would be lovely. Bring the whole team. Scottish boy would love it, says little Julie. He would actually. Well, no, little Julie, listen. There's no point in me giving him expensive things like curries, because that would spoil him. You know, and you don't want him to sort of get dependent on luxury items. So I sort of say, you know, leave it. Next time round. Dan in Lingfield says, hearing many well-deserving messages. Have I missed something? No. And Monica says, you don't cook, so trust me, who's doing that with enjoyment. Tossing pancakes is actually easier and more effective way to turn them to the other side. Is it really? I'll just pick it up and turn it over. Much simpler. Chief Spiker Mike from Finchley. He said, yesterday the wind was so strong, it knocked me off my feet. And knocked me over in my wheelchair. I'm thankful. And knocked you over in the wheelchair? How strong was it yesterday? Good Lord above. But anyway, I just laughed. I don't know why. Thankfully, only my pride is bruised. And Paul Brennan in Vienna, he says, you sound so chuffed. I am so chuffed. You don't expect to get anything at my time of life. I'm just grateful to be working. I'm just grateful to be sort of sitting here, surrounded by, you know, people who are sort of dedicated to trying to make me sound as good as possible, which, as you can see, is a bit of a waste of time on some days. The little boy who killed his goldfish by taking it to bed, unfortunately cuddled it. His name's Everett. He's only 4. He scooped Nemo out of a tank in his bedroom. So what they did, they actually took a picture of him holding the goldfish, as opposed to his parents taking it out of his grasp and quickly putting it back in the tank. You know, but they say Nemo lived a longer life than most goldfish. Oh dear! I mean, you should teach kids you don't put your hand in that dirty water that's got the fish in there, and you certainly don't take them to bed. He said, I just wanted to pet it, so we were like, buddy, you killed the fish. Fish can't live out of water. Wow, where is it? Oh, it's not even here. This is in Georgia. Georgia? Oh, Georgia. In America. And so they've shared a snap of it. Oh, it's awful, isn't it, really? I can't even bear to think about that. Poor goldfish must be going, put me back in the water. Put me back. Gone. Put me back in the water. Poor things. Status Quo. My brother was a big Status Quo fan. Very big Status Quo. Whatever you want, da-dum, whatever you need, da-dum. Rocking all over the world. I know all the hits, and I thought they were great. Although I never understood why it was just 2 of them going out. Did they sort of dance around pretending to be the other ones? I don't know. But they did do sex, a lot of sex. They did do drugs, a lot of drugs, and they did rock and then tragedy. We had under 1,000 women. I'm no Rod Stewart, says Frank. I've had under 1,000 women. Good Lord. Why do people want to tell you that? Why do people... What was it somebody said the other day? They said there were two women gossiping in the street, and one said to the other, that milkman slept with every woman in the street barring one, and the other woman says, that'll be that stuck-up woman at number 33. Which actually, if you think about it, you have to kind of work that up. Do you not have an M&S petrol station where you live? Says Charlie in Cambridge. No, an M&S petrol station. Do you really mean a petrol station that's got an M&S shop in it? No, we don't. No. Have we? No, we haven't. There's one in Hammersmith, which is, far enough away. Tanya says, I've just watched your speech, Steve. Congratulations. So proud of you. I was crying before you. I was dreadful, wasn't I? David Enhance said that little rendition of A Whole New World was better than Katie Price's version. You've twigged. And Hugh says, for all those millions of us who do listen to the Steve Allen Show, LBC, it's no surprise he won the Global Award. Like the idea of you doing a music programme will give you an excuse to play Kerry Katona and Victoria Beckham records. Don't be silly, Hugh. You know that Victoria Beckham and Kerry Katona records don't exist. They've been taken away by the music police. They don't want you to have to buy this rubbish. I mean, Kerry Katona, just dreadful. Just dreadful. I mean, I wouldn't... Oh, sorry, it's gone again. This phone is taking over my life. Shall we play a game, Professor? It's a bit like that, isn't it? War Games. Which is a great film, actually, with Matthew Broderick. But he was playing tic-tac-toe. Really embarrassing. And, JK's very happy for me. Well, that's good. Well, let me, I can live again. And Eddie Mayer. I sent a photograph of me with Sheila. Somebody says, can you play your speech again for those people who didn't hear it at 4:15? I said, we'll do it just after 6. This is my friend Christopher, who says, I'm composing the first draft of your new contract. Bless his heart, honestly. Some people are so sweet. So sweet. Years back, Steve, we Protestant kids felt shortchanged when the Catholic kids wore their Ash Wednesday cross on their forehead, says Linda in Washington in the northeast. Is that Washington, Tyne and Weir? Tyne and Weir, why? Why don't we have decent accents down south? We don't have anything like that, do we? It's all very embarrassing. Also, telefoodie Dan Docherty has lost another plum BBC role in the wake of sexual harassment claims. I don't know who Dan Docherty is. Are we supposed to know who that is? But he's lost his contributing editor position with BBC Good Food magazine. It's not good. We had this years and years ago. I seem to remember. But he's the chef director at London's Duck and Waffle. We had duck last night. It was in a little lollipop type thing. I think that's what they said it was. I'm sure it was duck. I should have brought the thing back just to tell you. And you know, I didn't take any photographs. He was a judge, Dan Docherty, or is a judge on the primetime series Britain's Best Home Cook, alongside Mary Berry. Although I don't think he is anymore. He seems to have sort of lost all these different jobs, poor soul. Coming up shortly, the news. Forgetting to tell you it's Friday, because I've just heard another radio station starting off, and they obviously had a much later night than I did. And they were sort of, I think they must have been up all night. Mind you, they're a lot younger. When you get to a certain age, it's a bit more difficult. Luckily, I've just had a very nice message from Scott and Barbara, which is lovely. Really thrilled, much love. And, in fact, Scott is running the half marathon this coming Sunday. So I think on Sunday morning, we're going to play a little bit more of Scott's interview that we did a short while ago, just to sort of boost you up and give him some, because it's going to be his first half marathon. You know, there's going to be a lot of people looking out for him, which is good. And then I think it's a bit later on his birthday, he's got a full marathon to do, end of April. I don't know where these people get the energy from, seriously, but he looks really good on it. He looks good on it, I'm telling you, really, really good. Just watch you collecting your award. Need to redo my makeup, says Sammy. They played a little bit of it on the news, which was a bit I did with Charlie Girling, who does all our entertainment, with a lovely little team up there. And then somebody said, can you play it again? Well, in fact, my friend Christopher said, can you play it again for those people who missed it at the beginning of the programme? So this was at the Eventim Apollo. This was, a slick show. And then, of course, it comes to me, and I get an award for 40 years. 40, it seems like an absolute lifetime, but I promise you, it's gone through so fast, really, really quickly. And then somebody said, here's to the next 40. I think you must be joking. I don't want to be 105. I'm not going to make it. What sort of show do you think you get at 105? Today, we had food liquidised. That'll be it. Today, I visited cemeteries. You know, it's just at 105 years old. It's not going to be the most stimulating programme in the world, is it? And now here's some songs from my childhood. Vera Lynn, There'll Be Bluebirds Over the... it just won't work. She's still going, isn't she? That's what's amazing about it. I suppose so. There could be... I don't know who the oldest presenter in the country is. There must be quite a lot of sort of elderly presenters. They always say that good radio presenters don't actually sort of die. They just keep going on and on and on. And somebody says here, this is from my friend Christopher. He says, tell Scott we will see him at the start line for the big half if he wants somebody to run around with. And we're going for a curry direct after to celebrate and raise the glass to the legend that is Steve Allen. So, Scott, you've got some big fans who are willing to run with you. And when you discover who it is, you'll be very impressed. Okay? Starts at Tower Bridge, 9 o'clock on Sunday morning. Okay? So, my friend Christopher will be doing it and Scott's doing it. And if you want to go for a curry directly afterwards, they're up for it. Which is fantastic, isn't it? So I won't bore you with the scenario of getting. You'll have to wait till tomorrow morning for the best of Steve Allen. But it's you've just done it. Is it all ready to run? Yeah, fantastic. And so this was my speech. So I stand up. I get a bit emotional, but there again, I get emotional over doing shopping. So it's just one of those things. But they gave me an award for doing 40 years in radio, and a bit more, I should imagine. So this is what I said. It starts with Nick Ferrari, who was sort of leading up to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, for one night only, he's up past his bedtime. He's stayed off the Prosecco. Moira.
Please show your appreciation, and he had no idea this was happening tonight. Yes, show your appreciation for LBC's Mr. Steve Allen.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness, there's a week's worth of programming in this room tonight. I've been looking round the tables. I've featured most people in here. Most people. I have to thank James Rea, Tom, thank you so much. Ofcom I thank on a daily basis. I've basically got a hotline to Ofcom. They love my show, they really do. I have to thank Ashley, who's just been such a big supporter. Thank you so much. I never thought 40 years ago that I'd still be working on the same station and still working. I think I'm living proof that some decrepit old tart like me can actually get an audience at 4 o'clock in the morning. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. I love every day. I love everything about it. And at the end of the month, they give you money. Please, God, it continues. Please, God, I'm not supporting anybody, but I might after tonight. I love working with the people at LBC. They're so nice. I see so many friends in this room that, I see at work all the time, and I love every single one of you. Even you lot down here. So thank you so much for this. Thank you so much. You've no idea what this means, and I generally cry quite easily. So I'm going to try not to tonight and just say thank you.
Well, there you go. And then we went off stage, and then we had more tears and all the rest of it. I was in a very teary kind of a place yesterday, and we've had so many messages. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I can't read all of them out, but it's really, really lovely. Listening to that gave me utter goosebumps. I've now got a lump in my throat. Says Stuart Manning. It's very emotional to win something. You don't go into the business. I said before, you don't go into anything, whether it's acting or radio or singing or whatever it happens to be, to win awards. It's nice. It really is nice, I have to tell you, but it's not, that's not the primary reason for doing it. We do it because we love it. And luckily there's so many people here who are passionate about radio. They're absolutely passionate about it. People work very hard. It's not slapdash. If you don't fit into the mould, then, you have to be replaced and they find other people, because it's such an important thing. It's got to be right. And the passion is there, throughout this building. Philip reckons Nicholas Parsons is the oldest presenter at 94. Wow. Is he still working? Is he still doing stuff? I suppose he could be, actually. Really? 94. Isn't that amazing? Once you've got one of those voices, though, that's it. Does the Jackson estate still own the rights to the Beatles music, says Paul? No. I think they reverted back to Paul McCartney. I think he bought them back again some years ago. And Ron says Kerry Coke Toner on Celebrity Dating was very rude. Yes, well, she's just rude and vulgar anyway. What with her and Chelsea Healy, I think, two of the worst people I've ever seen on the television. They're just doing it for a fee. They're doing it. They're not looking for boyfriends or whatever it happens to be. They're just doing it to sort of become general irritants. There's an M&S at a petrol station in Sunbury by Kempton Park and at Hampton Court. Hampton Court. Wait a minute. I know Hampton Court very well. No, there's definitely not one at Hampton Court. Definitely not an M&S. Definitely not. Definitely. There is at Sunbury, further down, which is near Kempton, but it's not near Hampton Court. You forget I live there. I drive these roads every day. Steve, you didn't win that award. You earned and deserve it, says Cirque. Thank you. And Kaylee says, you're amazing. So pleased you won. So well deserved. Keeping us all sane and happy in the early hours and getting us through some tough times. Made me tear up hearing that. Makes me tear up. I've yet to see the Charlie Girling bit. I don't think I can watch that again. I tend to sort of put those on the back burner. It's like I know that Eddie Mayer's very, very keen on my Dale tribute on the programme, and that was one of my worst tearing up. Can't help it. Can't help it. It's just because if you're passionate about something, you kind of forget what you do for a living. You kind of forget that you're a radio presenter. You're just doing it. I'm doing it to entertain the people, the other side of the glass. You know, that's who my instant reaction is. And they're also very easily... Seriously, it's not complicated to entertain them. Yes, you are. You're very easy. I just say to you, you're working on this show for the next year. You know, they go, yeah, woo, 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 woo. That's exciting. You should be happy. I always think, you know, unless you've really got something that makes you really terribly miserable, every day you should be happy. I don't want to do that line about live every day as if it's your last, because one day it might be. And you don't want to know when that is, do you? Here we go. Toff Shaw accounts a baron, a viscount, 6 nights among a third of billionaires to quit the country. Imagine, it looks lovely, actually. A lot of people have gone to Monaco. Monaco looks, mind you, if you've only got a small ship, don't bother going there. They only account for big ships. Big ships in Monaco. Wow, amazing. Also, the son of a mega-rich farmer, dubbed the car boot king, is fighting his stepmum for a slice of his dad's will. Richard Scott, who died aged 81, made a packet running the events at his vast farm, because that's what a lot of farmers have got to do now. They've got to think of ways of making money. And they filmed ITV's Boot Sale Challenge between 2003 and 2004. And it's sad, really, isn't it, when these things happen, but people love car boots. And if you've got a lot of land, then you're going to want to put it to good use. And that's what he did. But then if the money goes somewhere else, people want it back again. Fern Britton said she's still ambushed by grief a year after her mum Ruth died, aged 94. She's found her loss difficult to process and still hears her giving her an ear bashing. I never heard of having an ear bashing. I really didn't. But I can understand how people get very emotional. There is a tie, isn't there, between mums and their daughters and dads and their daughters. And she says, I booked a cruise on the Queen Mary tour on my own. I cried a lot in 2 weeks, but I also wrote a lot. And I found that very soothing. I never know when the grief will come now, but I feel in a much better place. Some people are like that. People sometimes for no reason just burst into tears, and you don't know what it is because you can't control it. I find it very difficult to accept praise. I'm not the most brilliant person at accepting it, and so it does react with me quite bad. Yeah, right, you're rubbish, says the producer. Which actually, I don't mind him saying that to me, because I think, I can win him over. I can win him over with my winning personality. Ron says Tony Blackburn's still working. He must be over 80. 76, not over 80. Let's not make old, sensational, Tony Blackburn, yes. Also, I've forgotten about that, actually. We're still doing that, are we, today? Oh, good. I thought the programme had got a bit awry, actually. And even if you after a fan of vegans... No, I've never not been a fan of vegans. I've got an assistant producer who likes veganistic type food and stuff like that, but occasionally he lapses. Yes, you do! You've been in McDonald's. You can't go in there if you're a vegan. You can't. But I don't have any problem with vegans. I always say you eat whatever you want to eat. It's got nothing to do with me. Couldn't care less. Steve, congratulations. Oh, no, as an ex-airman, I'm so pleased and proud to see a member of the RAF extended family honoured. As you were, I've listened to LBC since 74, says Graham in Norfolk. So thank you so much for the show. Nice, isn't it? After the news and travel, we'll look ahead to who I'll be in conversation with this weekend. One is a very famous British comedian who you'll know very well. The other is an actor who's appearing in a film which is hitting your cinema from today. Before all of that, though, so listen, I know exactly where the garage is at Hampton Court Bridge, but what the issue was that it wasn't a Shell garage, it's a BP garage. BP have the tie-in with Marks and Spencer, so thank you, Imogen. And who is the compere who introduced you? Says Ollie. Nick Ferrari. It definitely wasn't David Rodigan. Definitely wasn't. It was, I'm sure he'd been thrilled. But no, it was definitely Nick Ferrari. And somebody says, this is Richard, who says you are, of course, fantastic. But the M&S is in the BP garage. I know exactly where it is. But the person said it was a Shell garage, and it's not. It's a BP garage. I know, because I filled up there. McDonald's do a vegan wrap, says Lynn. And the purpose of that conversation was, I don't sleep well, and you've kept me entertained on long nights. Love your sense of humour. Well, it's nice, isn't it, really? Now, every Saturday morning, between 5 and 6, we have the best of Steve Allen. This week will contain one or two little snippets from the Global Awards last night. We have to milk it for a little bit longer, thank you. And then after that, between 6 and 7, it's In Conversation. Two celebrities come in, we talk about whatever is relevant to them, and then it's repeated on Sunday evening at 9 o'clock. So my first guest on In Conversation this weekend is an actor, producer and director. He's played Mark Antony in the TV series Rome, former college professor turned serial killer Joe Carroll in The Following, and Solomon Kane in the feature film Solomon Kane. It's James Purefoy. He came in to talk about the characters in his new film, Fisherman's Friends.
The story of a bunch of hairy lobster fishermen. Well, some of them are fishermen, some of them aren't fishermen. That's why they're called the Fisherman's Friends. And they would sing... There's just a bunch of big, quite rowdy blokes who would sing on the dock on a Friday night. They call it the Platt, down in Port Isaac in Cornwall. Tiny, very pretty fishing village in Cornwall, North Cornwall. And they would sing there in aid of the RNLI, and they came up with singing shanties, lots of shanties. And they'd discover new shanties, and they'd find new songs, and they'd bellow out across the dock. And then one day during the summer, a record executive spotted them and thought, oh, hello, this could be interesting, signed them up, and within a matter of moments, they crashed into the charts, album charts, at number 7, sold 200,000 copies of their first album, and ended up playing the Pyramid Stage alongside Coldplay at Glastonbury.
How cool is that? James Purefoy, who's in conversation with me this weekend. Now, as well as James, I'll be talking to one of Britain's best-loved stand-up comedians, famous for his stage character known as the Pub Landlord, and the TV series Time, Gentlemen, Please, which he wrote and starred in. He's also made his debut into the world of music with his band Fat Cops, who have launched a brand new album this week. It's Al Murray. Al came in to talk about his new TV series, The Great British Pub Quiz, and where his famous character, the Pub Landlord, came from.
I had a very peculiar sort of sound effecty weird thing before the Pub Landlord, because the stand-up circuit, when I first started in the early 90s, was full of weird and wonderful, wacky acts. It hadn't sort of settled into kind of people talking about themselves and stuff. And I remember that when I first started, there was a guy called the Iceman who would come on stage and melt a block of ice, so with a hairdryer. So there was some pretty weird stuff out there. But I got into doing the Pub Landlord kind of by accident. I was working with Harry Hill. We had a show at the Edinburgh Fringe where I was playing drums in a band with him, and we'd called it Pub International, and the idea was that we were asking, when will there be a pub for the world? If only the whole world could go down the pub, it would settle its differences. And when we got to Edinburgh, we didn't have a linking device for it, because I'd tried a character previously and it hadn't worked. And so we got to our opening night at the Fringe. We're in this bar, the cabaret bar at a venue called the Pleasance in Edinburgh. The people who've been to the Fringe, they'll know it. And I said, well, why don't we say that the compere hasn't shown up and the barman has offered to fill in? And Harry said, yeah, well, whatever. Because my previous idea had been so brilliant, stiffed completely. He said, yeah, sure, well, do what you like. So I wrote some things down, and this is the last 10 minutes before we start. Wrote some things down, put on the suit I brought with me, and went on, and went, all right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And it's like this thing appeared. And I introduced Harry, he did his stand-up while he was on, I wrote a load more things down, and by the end of that run at the Fringe, I had a kind of proper beginnings of a character, and then we went on a big tour, and by the end of it, I had an act, and it all by accident, as a stopgap, and that's sort of been my relationship with him ever since. Is where it leads next is the sort of interesting thing rather than anything else.
I never knew that story. I never knew that story at all. I'm always delighted to hear where people get their characters from. That's the comedian Al Murray, who's in conversation with me this weekend, along with the actor James Purefoy. So I'll be talking to James and Al tomorrow morning from 6, after the best of Steve Allen, and on Sunday evening from 9 p.m. Or if you can't join me this weekend, you can listen to the whole thing by downloading the LBC app or the Global Player app. Thank you to Mark. He says, love the video, especially the bit with me in. And Mylene Klass has retweeted me. Because I said, how do you say thank you a million times to people for just being nice to me? And Scott Barber, that's Barbara Windsor's husband, and now I've told him who the person is who runs who might be joining him, and then they could go for a curry afterwards. That'd be lovely, isn't it? That would be really nice. What else we got? Can you do your old LBC Butch voice when reading the news? This is Steve Allen. No, I won't. No, I don't do it. I can't, to be honest with you, I can't remember how it went some years ago. I just remember that if you were imparting information, you've got to be fairly solemn, you know, because you're telling people a news story. And it could be a news story that's got, you know, dreadful connotations that go along with it. Chris says, I'm working in London right now, but I leave soon for another project up north. Going to miss my 6 a.m. commute to work. But don't worry, you can still hear us. You can download the LBC app. Stu in Witten says they should organise an open-top bus parade through Twickenham High Street. Begins to sound like a Cliff Richard film, doesn't it? You'd bring in a bigger crowd than the rugby. Well, more people listening to this than go and watch rugby. So that's good, isn't it? Holly says, my friend bought some vegan sausages, sausage rolls from Greggs into the charity shop yesterday to share. She told me that they were filled with a thick fake meat paste. I didn't even look at one. I'm dying to try one because Greggs have turned over £1 billion in a year, £1 billion. And the reason is that it appeals to students. The students know all the range that Greggs do. They know the steak bakes. They know all the lattice work. My favourite is like a puffy sort of pastry thing with apple and cream in it. And you just bite into it and it all goes down your chin and everything else. That's really nice. That's nice. Or they do donuts, long donuts, sliced in the middle with a squirt of cream like that, and then a bit of raspberry jam or something. And they're quite nice. Although I just like donuts. I'm not supposed to have things like that, but occasionally one lapses. And today is a celebratory day. It's a celebratory day for you because you might be having a birthday and you might be looking to. You might have, a new arrival. And, you've not got it, have you? Have you got it? Oh, for God's sake. So for those of you who've never heard the Butch Steve Allen 1970s voice, this is from the vaults, as they say. How long is it before I get 20 seconds? Quite long enough. It's a bleak news story, is it? Oh, right. So it's not a bundle of laughs, this one. So this is what Steve Allen in the 1970s sounded like on LBC, reading the news.
A very good evening to you. This is Steve Allen with the main stories. A passenger train has crashed head-on into two locomotives on the Trans-Pennine line in the Derbyshire Peak District. One person's been killed and 26 injured. The remaining 128 passengers are being taken to Manchester on another train.
I was bloody good. I'll tell you, I was very good at reading the news. But it was different because that's what I was taught to do. You know, because I sounded like the way I sounded, and they thought that'd be good for the news. To me, it's cringe making, but that's just me. You know, I mean, I don't. Oh, actually, I probably do. Actually, I was trying to think how many presenters I know who actually can listen back to themselves. I've never listened to a program. Seriously, I will never listen to a program. I just can't because it's what I do at the time. 84850. Kevin the Milkman says you're describing an apple puff, and the cream and jam donut is a finger donut. Oh, nice. There's something about the donut kind of thing, and it's long, and it's got the cream. Oh, it's delicious. But I do like the things with apple in. They're quite nice. It's like Aunt Bessie, bless her heart. She makes like an apple turnover. It comes in a little pot. You put it in the microwave, and it's got apple and then the sponge on top of it. I think they call it apple charlotte or something. It's something like that. It's delicious. And she makes custard. This woman is forever in the kitchen. Her fingers must be warm through to the bone. Because she does Yorkshire puddings. And they're nice. I could sometimes just heat up a Yorkshire pudding and just eat it. Just for the sake of it. But apple charlotte or apple pie, or not, my mother used to do an upside down pudding. That was quite nice. Steve, you more than deserve the award. Do you think they'll rename Global Towers to become the House of Allen? I don't think it's very likely. This studio is going to be the Allen Memorial Studio. There'll be a little plaque in the corner. I shall have it made. It'll be Steve Allen broadcast here for so many years. I can't remember how many years have we been broadcasting from here now. It's quite a lot. This used to be another radio station studios, and they configured it again. Because I used to be coming from downstairs, but to be honest with you, the walk was killing me slowly but surely. I should say to him, you're going to have to get me one of those invalid trolleys and just sort of take me down, because I can't make it down there. So, sorry, are we late? Oh, Lord, honestly, I'm hopeless on this numbers thing. I want to see the video which they played out last night. It's on the LBC website, and in fact, I think on the top 3 videos, it's me. You can't really get away with me. I'm directing traffic, as they say, to the LBC website. It's clever, though, isn't it? It's very clever. I was sort of had my head buried in my hands, I think, at the table. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Nick Ferrari's with you at breakfast this morning at 7, after 2 cabinet ministers had to offer grovelling apologies for inappropriate comments about race and the troubles in Northern Ireland on the same day. The Tory deputy chairman will attempt to explain why the government has become quite so chaotic. Nick will also react to yet another fatal stabbing, the 5th across England in less than a week. Plus, with Stephen Yaxley Lennon, who you might know as Tommy Robinson, faces new court charges and possibly a ban from posting his videos to YouTube. Is he being treated fairly? All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning on LBC, just after the news at 7. Actually, it was because it was a star-studded night. You'll find pictures all over the internet of who these celebrities were. I was kind of stuck in the middle of it. I was the one in the middle, and which was quite interesting because I'm a people watcher. I can't help it. I love people watching. Best song went to Little Mix with Nicki Minaj, Woman Like Me. Best group went to Little Mix. A bit of a Little Mix night, actually. Best male was Mark Ronson. Leanne Payne was on that one as well, and he was sitting at the next table, on Ashley's table. Best female went to Dua Lipa. Best British group or artist went to Dua Lipa. Oh, very good, actually. Best pop went to Anne-Marie. Best indie went to Blossoms, so congratulations to them. Best classical artist went to Nicola Benedetti. In fact, we only spoke about a few days ago on the programme. Best R&B, hip-hop or grime winner was Khalid. Rising Star Award was Halsey. I have to be totally honest with you. I don't know who any of these people are. I'm just reading their names. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? When you... I was saying to people backstage when we were having the photographs done and the interviews and all the rest of it, I said, I'm terribly sorry, I don't know anything about music. Most played song was Rudimental. Mass Appeal Award was Lady Gaga. Social media superstar was Joe Sugg. I think I've heard of Joe Sugg. Special Global Award went to Mark Ronson, and the LBC Award went to somebody called Steve Allen. You might have heard of him, or you might not have heard of him. Bless his heart. He struggles on. And just checked, says Neil, your brother's already put the award up on eBay. Do you know, nothing surprises me at all. I've been listening to you for years because of my nanny Floss, says Nicola. She listened to you every day you were on the radio until she passed away at the age of 98, 8 years ago. Now my daughter Lily listens to you every morning. She's 11. On a sadder note, today in Havering is being called Purple Friday in memory of Jodie Chesney, who was stabbed to death last Friday. All the schools, the shop, the buses, every park and council buildings are being adorned with purple bows. Even residents' front doors have placed a bow on them. Once again, Steve, you are a star. You know me, I hate using that word that's bandied around. Helen says, my mum's a Yorkshire woman. Aye, and used to eat Yorkshire puddings with jam on. Oh, I've heard that quite a lot, actually. A lot of people do eat Yorkshire puddings with jam on. She also has vinegar and sugar on the pancakes, as I do. Whether or not it's because they couldn't afford lemons in those... I thought lemons were quite cheap. I don't know. Stu in Winton says, was Scottish Boy up for any awards last night? No, nothing at all. Nothing at all. I did say to him, it's a little bit early. You've got to do about another 39 and a half years before they'll even consider you for an award. You can't get it now for just going, oh, I've been doing something for 10 years. It doesn't work like that. It's sort of, it works completely differently. You want to know the front pages of the papers? And I shall tell you, because I'm that kind of person. I'm very nice. The Daily Star, unfortunately, after poor Emily A. Tack launched her... Why are you laughing? Launched her... What's he laughing? Is he watching the video? Is it still running? How long does it run? 5 minutes. Good luck. It seemed a terribly long intro. Just when I thought Nick had finished talking, up came in some more bits with some old pictures of me and stuff like that. Is that why you're laughing? Because I look different? It's very hurtful. I'm sure. Is it? It's very well done, isn't it? I think Tom Cheel, did that. I think Tom was sort of putting that together. Ever so clever. They're very clever around here. I'm the only one who's not very clever, actually. So... yes, if you want to watch it, go to lbc.co.uk to watch it. The first link is on there. I want to see you crash the website, to be honest with you. I want to see you all go there and go, just to see what it looks like, because then you'll see the crowd and everything else, and you'll see how it all went, which is good. Anyway, so yesterday, Emily Atack has this sort of apparently super-duper clothing line that's launched. Anyway, as per usual, these people just get drunk, so she's pictured coming out looking a bit sozzled. Shazza, Jacko victims' mums to blame. This is Sharon Osbourne has blamed the mums of Michael Jackson's accusers for failing to protect their children. I suppose in a way she's right. They can't have been that naive. They can't have been. It's just not physically possible. Queer Eye host Karomo Brown has opened up on his past cocaine addiction, said he's learnt to forgive himself. Oh, that's riveting then, isn't it? We're all very pleased about that. Shamed Roxanne Pallett claims she suffered post-traumatic stress disorder after feeling unwelcome in the world. Well, it's because you told lies. You were trying to destroy somebody. I'm sorry. I mean, you're playing the poor little me, are you now? No, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't start to try and destroy somebody's career and then sort of emerge and go, oh, I didn't know. You've tried it on a few times, haven't you, really? But strangers in supermarkets have helped you through. You're a bit needy, aren't you, actually, Roxanne? Just a little bit. Karen Matthews, trying to flog the rights to her autobiography. I hope nobody buys it. I really do. And, it's a picture of KFC, a bucket of KFC. Do you know there was a very interesting thing, you can probably find it on the internet, and it's people who've tried to sue companies thinking they're onto a winner. Somebody tried to sue KFC some years ago in America because the barrel of Kentucky Fried Chicken came over the top of the ridge, whereas, of course, on the top of the barrel, but of course it doesn't like that. Somebody also sued for the hot coffee. Other people have tried to do a similar thing, and basically the courts have said, listen, you should know that coffee is going to be hot. They let it go through the first time, never since. And a few people have tried, the old scourges of dropping bits and pieces into food that they bought, trying to pretend that, I've just found this beetle in this. No, you haven't. And then there was somebody who was complaining about, what was it, in America again, a quarter pounder with cheese, but they said they didn't want cheese on it. McDonald's said, well, you have to ask if you don't want cheese on it. In other words, it's not a quarter pounder with cheese, is it? Matter with people. Terrible. Also, Robbie Williams' mania has hit Las Vegas. It's even brought his mum and dad back together. He wowed on the first night of his sellout series of residency gigs. I don't know where he's playing, but he brought his dad on stage to duet on Sweet Caroline. That's a bit naff, isn't it? Really? But his dad is 69. They say the show opened to rave reviews, but they don't tell you where in Las Vegas is Robbie Williams. I suspect he can't be playing anything big. They don't know who he is. They've got to put somebody on there who knows about it. Also, 2 was definitely the theme of the 2nd annual Global Awards in London last night. Harry Redknapp, Cheryl was on hand to announce Best Female. Well, yeah, Best Female come up as Dua Lipa. I was watching her very carefully. When she was watching some of the other girls singing, she was watching very carefully, obviously thinking, I should be up on that stage. That's next year, she might be. Hailey Bieber has finally learnt to love herself, no thanks to hubby Justin Bieber. I didn't even know he was married. Is he married now? Very recent. Oh, right. I miss out on all these things. Jesse Nelson has a new boyfriend. He's another plank. As I say, it won't last. It'll be finished in about 3 or 4 months. And Love Island bosses, Love Island, have said the new series will include curvier girls, they mean fat, and chunkier boys, they mean fat. Okay, the move comes after the show came under fire for not being inclusive enough. No, it doesn't. And also, why do they all have to be straight? Why can't they be gay? Make it so much easier. This is a good one. Shall I like this one? And this is somebody said, Steve Allen show being so shallow this morning. I got an award from my boss. I'm not a star. Here's a message calling me a star. Well, I can't help it what people write in, dear. Sorry, LBC. Listening to somebody milk their own ego is sad to hear. Well, go listen to something else. Don't be such a wuss. Don't be a snowflake. The producers and all the other ones have gone, bye. Go and find... You've got no followers at all. That's how desperately sad and lonely you must be. But, as I say, we have sympathy with you because you've obviously got some sort of sick illness. The sick illness is called jealousy. Jealousy. No, you can't tweet us back now, actually. But, of course, you didn't have any followers to start with, so it didn't make any difference. We love people like you. It always proves my sort of faith in it. You think, you've got no friends. You're having to listen to this programme and then criticise me. I love it. I love it. Bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get enough of it, as far as I'm concerned. We love people like that. Probably hasn't got a job either. Doesn't really help, does it? Also, Emmerdale's cast and producers have defended the decision to broadcast a female-only episode tonight to mark International Women's Day, and they've got this plate deal at Paul's Boozer, £1. for the Sunday roast. It's normally £7.50. To be honest, I wouldn't pay £7.50 for it. But it looks nice. But you have to buy a drink. You have to buy a drink, which is £3. So in other words, you basically paid £4, in which you could probably do it. But they had a waitress. The smell was incredible. And for £1, I got 3 roast potatoes, carrots, parsnips, cauliflower cheese, Yorkshire pudding, runner beans, sprouts, a stuffing ball, and best of all, several slices of beef drizzled in lovely gravy. In London would have cost £20. At least one late again. LBC News. Not my mum, obviously. Holly says found a beetle in a pack of blueberries. Thankfully, she washes berries when she gets them home. I think she got a £20 voucher. Robbie is on at the Wynn Theatre in Las Vegas Boulevard. Seats 1,480. But there's nobody knows who he is he? I mean, was he booked in for a long season, or is it just sort of a few little mind you, if you can flog Bros over there, you can probably flog Robbie Williams. Somebody says, I always thought you were Nick Abbott, but congratulations anyway. He's going to be thrilled. Laughed so hard at your 70s news, Steve, I had to demiss the windscreen again. Well, there you go. It's lovely. Kerry and Brad's love connection. This is Kerry Coke Toner, a more ridiculous person you'd be hard pushed to find. Every time they take a picture, she pokes her tongue out and sticks, the V sign up in the air. She's a pathetic waste of space. Absolutely. Perhaps if you've never done drugs, you might have been a better addition to the human race. Plus 3:30 p.m. Say the Mirror. Medic sprint past me, pushing a trolley towards the theatre. On it lies another stab victim, a teenage boy. His whole life should be ahead of him. Now that life is slowly ebbing away. There's no solution to it. When you read some of the stupid things that people send to people, you can understand why there's people who go around with knives, very thick people. Also, they're ganging up on Harry, the royal hypocrite, they're calling him. He was doing a big thing the other day, and he was talking about climate change. What did he do? He took a helicopter trip to Brum. And people are saying, are you mad? Perhaps he doesn't see it. So 2 days before he told kids to take action on climate change, he takes a chopper from London to Birmingham to carry out 2 engagements. He leapt on stage at Wembley Arena and urged 12,000 screaming young fans to wake up and act on... You see, he's playing games here. He's playing celebrity on it. And, he actually could have... the helicopter's about £6,000. But, of course, Harry's so dim, he doesn't see that. He doesn't see that he could have actually got the train, first class in advance, £34. That could have been organised. There's no excuses for it. Harry says to be happy is to be mindful of the 7.7 billion other humans that inhabit this planet. He wasn't so mindful, of course, in 2005, when he and failed to realise the offence he would cause by wearing a German army uniform and Nazi swastikas. Also racist comments about Asian soldiers from 2006, and then he talks about every forest, every river, every ocean, every coastline, every insect, every wild animal, every blade of grass, every ray of sun and every raindrop is crucial to our survival. He didn't have so much concern for every wild animal when, during a gap year in 2004, he killed a water buffalo and then posed for a trophy photograph. Of course, in an effort to inspire his audience, Harry encouraged them to dare to be the greatest generation of all time. And of course he was in 2012, when he was pictured stark naked in the Wynn Hotel. They obviously like things like that over there because it made it very famous very, very quickly. Robbie's in Vegas till July the 6th doing 25 shows. What does he sing? Does he get the audience to sing along with him or something, And through it all, he offers me protection. And they hold the microphone out and they sing the show for you, which is quite nice, isn't it? Forecasters warning, and I warn you now, of more gales this weekend, with gusts of more than 60 mile an hour. We've got rugby in Twickenham tomorrow. I'm not there. I'm out for the whole day. Because Nick said to me the other day, he said, you going to the rugby? I went, no, not going to the rugby. I've never been to the rugby. Front page of The Guardian. They've got populist presidents linked to reduced inequality. Also protests and rallies marking International Women's Day. The Eye, Ricky Gervais. There are 10 things in the first episode for people to complain about. New character, maybe his most challenging yet. We love Ricky Gervais. Amber Rudd has apologised for the Abbott, that's Diane Abbott, race remark. And May makes last-ditch EU plea to save deal. Plus, front page of The Times this morning, here's a picture of the violinist, Nicola Benedetti. Well, she was having a bit of a day then, wasn't she, yesterday, because she got her CBE insignia and then turned up for the Global Awards. Fantastic. Beautifully put together, by the way. Whoever was the organiser of it and who put that thing together, that was absolutely mega. Not only just for my little bit, thank you very much indeed. Camilla Tominay, why I'm not enjoying M&S's Willoughby effect. This is Holly Willoughby, who turned up on the one show looking as though she'd had a bit of a sherbet method going on. She's had quite a few of those, I think. Steady boys steady. This is Jacob Rees-Mogg, urging Conservative MPs to hold their nerve and deliver Brexit, and warned activists against a purge of MPs. Also, the Express for today. A lot of people, the cystic fibrosis scandal. Parents saying, can we have some life-saving drugs, please, now? Also, the Chief Constable, who demands harsh sentences for criminals in a drive to end bloodshed on the street. That's what I said. When you get somebody who's been caught carrying a knife, 5 years, 10 years, you can rot in prison. Couldn't care less what happens to you. Seriously, couldn't care less. You're going to stay there. We're going to kill your career stone dead. You have to learn about these things. If you're too stupid to realise what you're doing, then we're too clever to put you in prison for a long time. Corbyn's final humiliation. New Equalities watchdog set to probe allegations that Labour is anti-Semitic and may have broken the law. That's it. Thank you so much. What a week. What a week. Good grief. And it continues tomorrow morning. The best of Steve Allen. Simon says you must be shattered. I was in the second hour, strangely. In the third hour, I've kind of sort of picked up a little bit. But I just need something hot, which would be quite nice. The loos, which are engaged all the time. You know why? You're on your telephone. Everybody takes their telephone to the loo now. Suppose it beats a book. People used to take a book, didn't they, to the loo. I've got loads of reading in the loo, but I also take my telephone in. But I'm always worried I'm going to drop it in the toilet. Don't know why, so I'm always very careful. You know me, I'm accident prone anyway. Nice to have your company. Hope you've had a really, really good week. It's tipping down this morning. It's not the best weather. Oh, I don't know, actually. For a half marathon, shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too bad. At least it won't be so boiling hot out there, which could be a bit of a pain. Also, the Queen fells some beloved oak trees to make a boat. Boat fit for a Saxon king. Lord Carrington, he died in July of last year. He left 36 million quid in his will. 36 million, blimey, I tell you. I'm obviously in the wrong job, I've decided. And Esther Ranson, she says her mum made me socialise with a creepy uncle who was molesting me. First time we've heard, well, it's the first time I've heard of that, unless she's said it before. Plus, the woman who stood by Adam Johnson now claims he ruined her life. The Iceman, that's what he's called, he does have another name, admits to killing gangland rivals. He's just about to go into prison. That'll be a short stay, I should imagine. Megan Barton Hanson, apparently goes and lays into her ex. And then Gemma Collins turns up and starts sort of brown-nosing Naomi Campbell, who doesn't want anything to do with... Don't want anything to do with her at all. Oh, well done. Very clever. Very clever. Is that it? Look at that. You make it bigger? There you go. Look, just one finger touch. Amazing, isn't it? There's no end to your hidden talents, I've decided. Should we make a balsa wood aeroplane or something now? Should we do something exciting? Where'd you get your hair cut? How much did you pay?
£5.
£5? That was well worth it. That was very good value. Go there again.
Tony and Guy Academy.
Oh, really? So you get a proper professional hairdresser, it's just that they're not fully qualified?
They make up their skill credits.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, they had their work cut out with you, didn't they?
Thank you.
Wow.
Sometimes you get a complete novice.
Yeah.
But I find that sometimes it's better than going to an actual...
Yeah, for a £5, that was well worth it.
Takes a while, 2.5 hours, maybe 3.
Oh, does it? Oh, I'm not sure. I've got 3 hours in my life, but it looks very good.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
So it's yours.
Thank you. Don't have to say that. What was I talking about? I can't remember what I was talking about, actually. I was forgotten. Yeah, so we had Friday, and then we got the weather this morning, which is sort of miserable. And we will have a little clip a little bit later on from Scott Mitchell, who's Barbara Windsor's husband, about him running a half marathon today. I mean, bless his heart. Bless his heart. I mean, he's never run one before. I have no doubt in my mind that he's going to do really, really well. Really, really well. But, no, so I heard from all sorts of people that I'd worked with after Thursday. The phone started ringing off the hook. I ended up with something like 4,000 tweets and everything else, and it was really lovely. So thank you ever so much. Ever so much. You can't believe what it means and how nice it is and what a lovely feeling of sort of love sort of enveloping you. So many people coming up to me, and so many people in the business that I know sending me texts. And I've got more breakfast dates now than I can shake a stick at. People saying, we've got to go out for breakfast, got to go out for breakfast. And I go, right, I'm going to be as big as a whale by the time we get to Christmas. There's also, that Meghan losing another person. I forget how many this has been now. There's been quite a few. I don't know whether or not it's because her and Harry are sort of going out there giving it large, giving the talk, giving all the rest of it. Whether it works or not, I've got no idea. Frank Bruno says he feared the worst when he was struck down with pneumonia. And a cocky juror who said he didn't want to turn up to be a juror because he was going to lose money. Got fined 250 quid. That'll teach him. Won't be doing that one again. So Alex Brooker, according to the papers, has been having a fling with a beautician. He has a wife and he has a child as well, so he's trying to repair that damage. Why do people do... If you're famous, let me tell you, and I have told you before because we had loads of them at the Globalist night, there was all the famous people there. All the people. I mean, I looked round the hall and said, there's a week's worth of material in this place. Which, of course, there was. Just on the table in front of me. And tables all around me. It was lovely. It was really, really lovely. It was, there was some noisy. God, blimey, I've never been in such a place that was so noisy. But it was fantastic. It really was. It was very lovely. Very, very lovely. So I thank you very much indeed. And for all the people who contacted me afterwards, people who I haven't spoken to for ages and ages, but we kind of have a bond about, where we've been and what we've actually done. And these are people who've been in radio for a long, long time and now doing all sorts of things. So when Vaughan Rogers contacted me, and I got a lovely thing from Ian Dale, which was really super. We were both crying during the interview. Me and Charlie Girling were crying during the interview. I couldn't stop crying. It wasn't sort of forced or put on or anything like that. I was just overwhelmed with the whole thing. My friend Kevin Hughes as well, and Mike, he's got the hairdressers in Twickenham, and Stuart from the fish shop, Andrea Zemmel, and Ant, my friend, and Matt and Daryl. I mean, just loads and loads of people. Loads of people. Even my friend Lynn, because she saw me as I was heading off for the thing, and she said, I bet you get something. I said, well, I don't know. My friend JK as well, and Warren, and Jordan. Loads of people, really loads of people, even Paul, my friend Paul. So it was lovely. Thank you so much. If you were one of those people who sent in congratulations, then thank you very much indeed. It's very much appreciated. But I've got to try and go for the next 40 now, which I think is highly unlikely, but I'll give it a go. Give it a little go. So we'll go through the papers. Some of the stories are a bit dreary. Some of them are, stories you're not too sure about. I'm really not too sure about the baby of Shamima Begin. I know that sounds... Well, in fact, it doesn't sound awful. I really couldn't give a stuff. She went over to join ISIS for 4 years. I'm not really particularly bothered. And I just didn't... For some reason, she then goes over there and then magically, ta-da, baby is produced. A baby is produced. And I was thinking to myself, this is how cynical I've obviously got. I think she thought, how am I going to get back into the country? Baby. Let's produce a baby. So lo and behold, ta-da, there's a baby. This is the cynical side of me. There's probably another side of me that says this is absolute rubbish. Because she's already lost 2, she tells us. 2. And so then we have the third baby. Now, I'm working on the assumption that there are loads of people who managed to get their babies through and they're looked after and everything else. These refugee camps are very up to speed. Most of these girls over there have got plasma televisions inside their tents. So, you're not dealing with sort of poverty on a mass scale, and the baby died of whatever it was, I can't remember. Anyway, I remember thinking, so they produced a baby, then that doesn't work. The British government are not buying into that idea, as far as I'm concerned, and loads of other people. I couldn't really care less where she comes from, what her family are like. I'm not interested in that. I'm more interested in the fact that she thieved from her own family, she stole her own sister's passport to get out of it to join ISIS. Whether she was radicalised, whether she wasn't radicalised, I'm not interested. She's prepared to do that to her family. The family who, then just go, oh, right, she's disappeared. Well, in fact, they appeared not to know that she'd disappeared. And apparently then her real father, who's in Bangladesh, says it's our fault. He's now changed his mind. He's now changed his mind and said, she shouldn't really be coming back and all this kind of thing. And I'm thinking, she's obviously a deeply troubled child. But the trouble is, I don't trust her. So she produces a child... From where? I do not know. And then she moves from the camp because women have apparently been out to get her because she's started talking about ISIS. She started talking about IS. And I'm thinking, they won't like that at all. And she was uncovered. She was showing her full face. Nobody in that camp shows their full face. So that was another thing. Magically, she's then whisked out of the camp for her own protection. And the next thing is, the baby's died. The baby, and I'm thinking, oh. Now, the cynical side of me again, which probably isn't true, is thinking, so you've tried the baby trick of trying to get back. That hasn't worked. No point in hanging on to the baby because it's not yours. Okay, following my line of thinking? Because otherwise she'd have to keep up with this baby, which I don't think is hers in the first place. I think it was like a borrowed baby. Try a baby, then you can get back to England. That doesn't work. So all of a sudden the baby is taken out of the equation. So there's now no reason at all for her to come back to this country. She can go and live in Bangladesh with her real father. It's only her stepfather over here, and as she thieved from the family anyway, I mean, why they even want anything to do with her, I've got no idea. But that's the way it works. So that's the cynical side of me. The other side is saying it's an awful tragedy. To lose one child is bad enough. To lose 2 children is awful. To lose 3 is beginning to sound a little bit scary. So anyway, I'm sure that the following days, weeks and months will uncover some more of what goes on. I mean, there's something about it, isn't there? I just don't feel... We know what a liar she is. We know what a compulsive liar and economical with the truth. And I think she'll say anything to get back here. And then you get Diane Abbott chipping in. I couldn't quite work out whether Diane Abbott was in step with the entire country or off with the Pixies again, because she has spent a lot of her life off with the Pixies, especially when she seems to talk on LBC. She can't get anything right at all. She's got no idea. So at the end of the day, we're sort of stuck with a girl who's 19, who might or might not have been radicalised, and then I don't believe in the interim period that she's now said, I now denounce ISIS. I don't believe you're allowed to do that. I don't think that's how it works. I think you start denouncing them, they're going to be after you big time. Big time. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. A lot of other people agree with me, but as I say, people agree, people disagree. It'd be a very sad world, wouldn't it? It's like the people who watched the Michael Jackson documentary. You either believe that Michael Jackson was a paedophile and had groomed the families, or you thought it was a load of old rubbish. Just because you've got young people hanging around you doesn't mean you're sleeping with them. But there again, that's what the documentary was setting out to prove. But as Michael Jackson's not here, you'll never know. Unless you were the fly on the wall, you will never, ever know. It is said, whether you believe it, that, the kid slept in the bed, he slept on the floor. Now, he might have just liked people. I don't know. He might have been very simple. He might have just sort of enjoyed the company of children for the simple reason that, they have an innocence which seemed to come through in his music. It's like saying all the people who work in nurseries, are they people to be mistrusted? The kids have a sleep there in the afternoon and things like that. Same sort of thing. It's just that they don't record any tunes. I was always a big fan of Michael Jackson. What he got up to, I was never sure because I wasn't there. I love the way people are pontificating now and saying, oh, well, definitely he was a paedophile, definitely. And you think, well, how do you know? Well, because 2 people you've never heard of have sat there on a television programme for 4 hours telling you that Michael Jackson was abusing children. They don't know. They don't know. And now you get radio presenters going, can you listen to Michael Jackson music anymore? And you think, what's that got to do with it? What has it got to do with it? I suppose it depends on whether you believe that Michael Jackson was abusing children. Geordie Chandler, who ended up with $30 million, I believe, and was coerced into it by his father, who is now dead, Geordie Chandler has said nothing happened. And if anybody would know about it... You see, the trouble is, when you get somebody like Michael Jackson, who is of a sort of an unknown quantity, because unless you've mixed with Michael Jackson, you don't know I don't know what he's like. Got no idea. He might have been very generous and taken you out for a triple thick milkshake and a portion of fries. I don't know. But when you sort of get Geordie Chandler, who sort of got this money, I think because it was a case... Michael Jackson was found guilty of nothing. So it's quite easy, isn't it, when they sort of see a lot of money floating around, oh, I can say that now, as if it doesn't really matter. And so people can say things about him, and he can't reply. It'd be great if he could, if we could sort of find, some of those sort of well-known psychics who can contact Michael Jackson and ask him the truth. That'd be a good one, isn't it? But of course, as they don't contact anybody, let alone the living, there'd be no chance. So that would be the answer. Can you get Michael Jackson back? Can you sort of, reincarnate him and ask him the questions? Did you ever have sex with any of these children? Or did they just come round because you like the company of young people? And, I don't know. I have no idea, because I wasn't there. And none of you can comment on it at all. You can comment on a television programme, a film that was made, you know, exactly to do that, because obviously the director-producer firmly believe in the fact that he was abusing these kids, and they've got two people who sit there and go, yes, definitely I was abused and all the rest of it. And you think, but you might be lying. But we seem to have taken it as gospel. I don't know. You don't know. I shouldn't imagine they know too much, do they? But whatever it is, I bet there's money involved. I bet you there's money involved. It just is the way it goes. It's early breakfast. Luke says, you're so correct. Nobody will ever know about Michael Jackson. No, unless you were there. Unless you were there. You know, you can have a documentary and you can have two people sitting on there saying, yes, we were abused and this happened. But we don't know. We really do not know. Also, somebody says, I think the same as you. I can't believe that after losing 2 babies, she'd get pregnant again with the risk of the third one not surviving. To be honest, I don't think it was her baby. Well, I don't either, but that's just me being cynical. You know, I might be completely wrong on it, but it just seems a little bit convenient that in an effort to try and get back to this country, of which, to be honest with you, we don't want her. I couldn't care less what Diane Abbott says. I really have no faith in politicians whatsoever. I just know that this is somebody who went to join a group who hate us. She hates us. She hates everything about us. She's prepared to lie through her teeth to actually get her sister's passport. That's why. And then I think the father said, oh, you know, somebody should have stopped her. Well, she was on her sister's passport. She wasn't on any list for us to watch out for. And she spent 4 years over there. This wasn't like 4 months. It wasn't like a happy holiday break. It was 4 months. She supported everything that they stood for. You know, yes, she's seen heads in buckets, apparently. Has she ever seen anybody, gay or otherwise, thrown from the top of a building? She's not too sure. Not too sure. In fact, actually, she's more vague and stupid than I ever imagined. But whatever it is, I don't want her here. She can go anywhere she likes. Go anywhere she likes. I couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. But I just thought, how convenient. All of a sudden, ta-da, another baby. Another baby. And then, ta-da, the baby's gone. You know, I mean, it just seems too convenient, doesn't it? Seemed too convenient. And Martin says, I was so upset to hear about the death of the ISIS bride's baby. That means the government bows down and gives her back her British citizenship. Well, that was the original thing that they were looking at. The only way she could ever get back to this country is if she has a child. But of course, she hasn't got the child anymore because they didn't buy into it. And then, just supposing, hypothetically, that it was somebody else's baby, then all of a sudden they'd be going, oh, so where is the baby? She's not going to say, oh, I've given it back to its mother, is she? She's going to say, oh, it died. And we would go, oh, that's really terrible. But at the same time, you know, if she'd been a murdering so-and-so, we wouldn't be remotely interested. But as her husband's slightly dodgy, and the whole ISIS thing, I'm sorry, any group of people that subscribes to the crap that they subscribe to with sort of beheading people, I mean, she thinks this is quite normal. That's what's so worrying about her. She's quite clearly touched many, many times, you know, and a group that believes in you sort of solve a problem of homosexuality by throwing people off the top of buildings to their death. I wish somebody would throw her off the top of a building to her death, and then you'll know. Then you know exactly what it's like, the fear that goes through people's minds. The people who were on that beach, we saw them all being lined up, kneeling, to be beheaded. And you think to yourself, and you subscribe to that, I hope you rot in hell. It's as simple as that. Steve, I think they should do a DNA test, says Marilyn. You see, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you know, she looked quite well fed, not undernourished, very capable of breastfeeding. I don't know how it works. To be honest with you, I've not brought any children into the world. I just think in the back of my mind there's something not right about her. Something not right. Jane says, I watched your well-deserved award a few times, felt like I won it with you. I know, I felt like I was sharing it with everybody. I really did. And Steve, the A4 Hammersmith flyover is a river this morning. I've never seen so much water that came down. It was absolutely terrible. Terrible, but never mind. Miriam in Greenford, thank you very much indeed. And this one here says that your dry humour and observations. Oh, do you think it's dry, do you? That's strange. I never thought about it like that. Jackie in Watford, and it says enjoys the programme. Shell in Slough, knife crime is here to stay. Nothing we can do about it. No, I agree with you. But have you noticed now we're moving away? It's not a race crime. It's got nothing to do with race or anything like that. It's got to do with gangs. Okay? Couldn't care less what colour the gangs are. I'm not remotely interested. It's the fact it's gangs. In my day, and then Matt was talking about it earlier on with a comedian from New Zealand. They must be trawling the world for ginger comedians to a feature on the programme. But it's a case of, he was sort of saying it is just gang crime. That's all it is. You know, and that poor girl who got murdered in a park, I think she was an innocent victim. I think she was there, and it was a case of somebody, because they had this thing, it was explained to me on Majid's programme the other week, to get their stripes in these gangs, you have to go and do something. So it's like they go and kill an innocent person in a park. So somebody goes out, kills an innocent person. I mean, this person's a coward, whoever it is, because they knifed her in the back and she died. And you think, do you know, I hope somebody inflicts real pain on you when we find out who you are. I really do. I hope you suffer very badly, because that family has just been absolutely destroyed, like all the families of all the children and all the kids, and some of them are very young. They're from age 14 upwards. And what are they? They're scared. They're scared. You don't do what you're told to go into a gang, and you're going to be found face down, probably in a river somewhere. They don't care. They're not remotely bothered. It's always the bigger boys, isn't it? Bully the little boys. It's always been like that. It's never changed. Never changed from when I was younger. Steve, following your award, we had a big increase in members. Oh, that was nice, little Julie. How nice. Good luck to Scott and all those taking part in the half marathon. So the GC's leaving the country. Is that later this year when she returns to the Celebrity Get Me Out of the Jungle, apparently? Yes, she goes on Jonathan Ross's show and she goes in her little funny little voice. Yes, so I was like thinking maybe I'll go to LA and be a big star over there, because I've never been to LA. And I'm thinking, good, go to LA, stay in LA. Take a one-way ticket. We're not interested in you. You can stay over there. Nobody cares. You have no talent whatsoever. And then she turned her back on Harry Redknapp. How rude. But there again, she is rude. But then obviously somebody said, you know, behave like a diva. So she tries to toady up to Naomi Campbell, who was having nothing to do with her at all. Yeah, because I'm like, big fan of yours, Naomi. And I'm thinking, she doesn't even know who you are, love. She really doesn't. It's ridiculous, isn't it? But provided she goes to LA, the happier we'll all be. Much happier. Much happier. You can stay there, dear, for the rest of your life. She says, I think I'll be a big star in America. No, you won't. But once they've discovered you haven't got any talent, you'll be sitting there staring at the walls at Farmer's Market. Steve, maybe we should get Sally Morgan on the case and see if she can contact Michael Jackson. I'm surprised she's not come forward. She manages to contact everybody, doesn't she, in her strange inhabited little world. Hello, darling. I mean, she does sound like Dame Edna. It's just a bit pathetic, really. But I'm surprised she hasn't jumped on the bandwagon and gone. I spoke to Michael the other day. He said it's all true. Yeah, right. Of course, darling. I was watching the video. And when I was watching the video, the Global says, Kevin, and saw the montage of you talking to your other self. I thought that was a very clever movie. In fact, the point of wearing those glasses when you're not looking through them. You have to wear them like that because they're reading glasses. So in other words, if I want to look at people normally, I look over the top of my glasses. If I'm reading, I look down. It's a broadcaster's trick. That's what happens. Loads of people do it like that because if I'm looking up, it's not the same looking through reading glasses. So they have to go on the end of your nose. It's the way it is, otherwise I'll be seeing nothing at all. And Lorraine in Manchester says she didn't cry at all during the interviews. This is the Begin woman. And from the time she stepped on the plane... Oh, she's just liars. She's just a liar, compulsive liar. The trouble is because she thinks she's really big and clever. You know, she thinks if she lies through her teeth that we're going to go, oh, you come back, darling. It didn't matter you're a member of a terror group who's brought terror to these shores. No, you go and sit out there and then you pop back whenever you feel like it. We give you some money in a house and perhaps you can get a car or something like that. No, maybe we can lock you up. I don't even want to see her locked up in prison. That's how detached I am. I don't want to see her locked up. Why should we waste money? No, you stay in Syria, darling. You stay in one of these refugee camps. Go on. In fact, as soon as we find out where you are, I'll be telling ISIS exactly where you are and which camp you're in. OK? Now you start feeling like all these other people feel. Dreadful. And less than an hour after giving birth, she gave the Times interview. I just don't believe it. I don't know why. I'm terribly cynical. But I don't think you should have to, subscribe to anything she says. We know she tells lies. And Steve, I believe she's had no baby and probably promised the mother that the child would have a wonderful life over here, says Linda. I just don't think she's lost a baby. I just don't know why. I don't know why. I might be proven wrong. But then, that's something. But I mean, because she's such an evil person, how do we know she's not going to come back here and turn into somebody who's going to do damage to this country? And then she'll be laughing at us. So maybe we should laugh at her. and keep her exactly where she is. LBC News Time, 5 to tell you I'm here till 7 o'clock this morning. Dennis says, congratulations, thank you, very much indeed. And somebody else says, we never saw the baby, Steve, we just saw a nurse rocking a bundle of shawls. Yeah, I mean, I didn't believe it either. Why was she holding her own baby? Could she not hold a baby? Is she not capable of holding things? In fact, actually, I think it was somebody... a former Met chief, former police chief, said the death of her baby was perfectly avoidable, if of course you believe she ever had a baby, and she hadn't borrowed it from somebody to make her case for getting back to this country a little bit more plausible. It depends how cynical you are. I mean, I'm terribly cynical, very cynical. See, do you remember the Michael Jackson baby balcony scheme, the gas from below, then having babies to jump councillors waiting lists in this country? Yes. Now the attack on Sajid Javid. Oh, it started. Of course, you knew it would do, wouldn't you? You know that there will be some people in this country who are more than happily welcome back. Although her father, Samima Begin's father, who lives in Bangladesh, has changed his mind. First of all, he was criticising the government for letting her get out of the country, and they're going, but wait a minute, she'd nicked somebody's passport, her sister's passport, so it was her sister coming out. And so they didn't have any issue at all with her. She was just evil, and I don't think she's changed at all. I think she's trying to see how deceitful she can be to get back into this country. And so you're going to find somebody, and they managed to find, you know, various politicians and people going, oh, I think she should definitely be allowed back in. And you think, what? She's been over there 4 years. 4 years she's been over there. Why not leave her there? She's obviously more than happy to be there. The only reason she wanted to come back is because of the baby. I thought that was the only reason. I couldn't think of any other reason, unless she just decided, let's see how much damage I can do back at home to raise my elevation within the terror organisation of which I was a member. I just don't think, you know, one of the other ones there were 3 that went out. One of the other ones is dead, and the other one we're not too sure where she is. She could be in another camp as well. But then the moment that people turned on her, so they say, have you noticed there's everything occurring? It's like a sequence of events. I wasn't sure exactly how it all works, but I'm assuming if you go and you join a gang, and then you go, I can tell you everything about the gang and, you know, bits and pieces, and you think, wait a minute, somebody somewhere is going to be going, I don't think we like you anymore. And that's why I don't trust her. I don't trust her at all. And the reason she was spirited out of the refugee camp was apparently some women had made threats against her. Of course they have. Of course they have. There's lots of people who are loyal to ISIS. But, you know, I mean, lots of people have said, you know, did she ever have a baby? I don't know. I'm assuming not, but that's just me. That's just me being cynical. Other people might believe she had a baby. I just think it's all a bit too convenient. Steve, Diane Abbott, shouting about the baby. She's done her party no good at all. I don't think actually Diane Abbott does anything for the Labour Party. I seriously think she's misguided on this one. Seriously think. But, and then Kevin says, what made me laugh watching Jonathan Ross was that Gemma Collins said she'd like to be in Game of Thrones. Couldn't work out what character. She's probably never seen it. And then she said, have you got a boyfriend? She went, no, might have, might not. I mean, to be honest with you, why would waste time with this person? The moment she announced she was leaving to go to Los Angeles, I stood up and raised a cheer. Fantastic. Please go now. It's the trouble is, obviously somebody said to her, you are the GC. Start living up to that thing. Start talking a load of old rubbish. And that's what she does. A load of old rubbish. Poor sad old creature, honestly. The trouble is, give her a drink and she'll spout any old nonsense. Good news is that Jordan's left the country on another expensive holiday with little boyfriend who might be with her, might not be with her, might be with her, might not be with her. She might dump him, she might not dump him, she might keep him, she might do... who knows? And then, did you see, through the keyhole, Emily A. Tack's dreadful little place above a shop? If your place is really, honestly bad, don't ever invite through the keyhole on. It was bad enough for poor Jordan, another deluded one who jets off on a holiday when she's got no money. I don't quite understand her. Where does the money come from? You know, she's living in a dump of a house. And then I was watching her dreadful programme, which is all about her, and somebody, I think her boyfriend at the time, Kieran, brought in 2 alpacas, who then proceeded to be attacked by her horses. Fantastic. What a way to bring animals into the world. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The papers, this Iceman, I did gun down mob rivals. Cold-blooded killer's sensational jail confession. Not the best thing they're going to be reading in prison today, but here he is. This is Mark Fellows, I believe. He admitted the 2 brutal gangland murders he was told he will die in prison for. Probably actually not sort of through age, but through somebody taking out a hit on him. He says it was in self-defence, and it was his running watch that caught him. And he was then convicted. He denies being a paid hitman, but bleats about acting in self-defence. I'm sure they'll be looking forward to you arriving in prison. I'm sure they will. He'd remained silent during his 7-week trial. Jurors were told how he sprayed Mr. Big, Paul Massey, and his best friend John Kinsella, 3 years apart. And that was in 2015. The reason I shot Paul Massey, he says, because he tries to have me shot at the home I share with my partner and children. It's just, I mean, I sometimes wonder if I'm in the real world or I'm watching a film. And sometimes it's like watching a film. And so they've got all the things. He's evil. Paul Massey's partner branded his killer evil, blasting, "Why is he doing this to us?" Louise Lydiate spoke of the agony of losing him in a hit, and she denied Massey was involved in drugs, insisting he was a peacekeeper who helped clean Salford streets of them. Mum of 2, Louise, says, "I don't buy any of Fellow's confession." Well, I should imagine he'll be looking behind him quite a lot in prison. Do you not think so? Fern McCann's jailed acid attacker has become infatuated with a woman he met online. Fern, of course, dumped him after he was jailed. I thought then, in the back of my mind, I've got something about, did he not have a little telephone smuggled in and they were actually in contact on the telephone? Mind you, I don't like Fern McCann. I really don't. Mind you, it seems a lot of other people think she's two-faced as well. But the prison service have said, anybody found using a mobile phone faces extra time behind bars. Well, there you go. Fern McCann, of course, what is it about these sort of dimbos that they want to go out with crooks? No idea at all. It's all just a little bit bizarre. And Dave and Victoria Beckham have just become billionaires. This time next year, Rodney, will be billionaires. But it's £700 million in sterling. It's not a billion at all. Converted, you probably find they could have sort of converted it to, I don't know, Zimbabwean shekels or something. I don't know, whatever it happens to be. So they fulfilled a prophecy that Brand Beckham would make them $1 billion. It's in dollars. It's of no interest in dollars. But of course, she has to be propped up. And as I say, who's actually buying her stuff? I've got no idea. It's the oddest stuff I've ever seen. And then David has a turnover of 208.3 million. So they've got a turnover from his endorsement deals as DB Ventures with £90 million profit. And Victoria Beckham has a net worth of 100 million. And there's another 10 million from Moody Productions from Poss's Spice Girl days. So what they've done is they've added all up together. So it makes it sound like they're doing really rich and really well. Whereas in fact, it was only the other week she was kind of sort of going, "Why are you hanging around with Eleanor Christensen?" Because there's a little bit of jealousy. I think, there. Naomi Campbell and Liam Payne. I saw him the other night. He was there Thursday. Good-looking boy. But he was busy snogging Cheryl. At least I think they were snogging, but they went over to Hong Kong the other day. But Naomi Campbell apparently is a regular at E-Prix, and Liam shares her interest in fast cars. So maybe he's invited her to his place to admire the size of his supercar collection. He seemed quite pleasant, actually. Seriously, why is he hanging around? Perhaps he likes old women. And let's face it, there's none older than her, and she's very odd. Also, boxing legend Frank Bruno is in the papers today. Poor soul. Said he was fearing the worst when he was struck down by pneumonia. I keep reading that word, pneumonia. In fact, I've read it about 4 times this week. Also, a couple have been arrested after getting engaged before a cheering crowd at a shopping centre. Why would they be arrested? This is in Iran. The video was shared on social media, shows the couple standing in a ring of rose petals. After the woman says yes, she hugs her fiancé and the crowd celebrate. Yeah, woo, 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 all big up, but they're soon arrested because they've contravened Iran's Islamic principles. In other words, be thoroughly miserable, and you can't do this kind of thing. So Mohammed Kalaji, deputy police commander of this particular province, said the couple had been taken into custody because of the public's demand. He said they'd been outraging public decency, which is an influence of the degenerate Western culture. You sad little old man, honestly. Bet you got a mobile phone. Woo! And but he added that they were released on bail. Well, because they actually decided to get engaged for a cheering crowd. God, you sad little old man, aren't you? It's not good enough. It really isn't. So that was an influence of the degenerate Western culture. You love it, don't you? You love it. You can't wait to get a bit of Western culture around there. Steve, when that woman gave the blood-curdling interview, wasn't it reported the baby was concealed under her clothing? No? Somebody else was holding it. Somebody else was holding it, as far as I remember. And, Steve, our local community hall, which has taught good morals to our youths in Chadwell Heath, is being demolished by the church that own it and replaced with 5 houses. Everywhere you go. Everywhere you go, they're knocking down things, and then they go, oh, it's for houses. There's a house just near where my godchildren live, and one house, bit of an old-fashioned one, but the site was a decent size. So they've now got permission, and they've started building 3 houses. 3 houses are going up on the site. It always amazes me how many houses you can get on a site. So I'm not at all surprised. The church is, because nobody's going to church anymore. They don't go. Why? Because it's boring. It's boring. You've got to make it interesting for people to go. So you get the youth churches. You sometimes see them on the television as part of Songs of Praise. And they sing hymns that you've never heard before. But there's a lot of happy clapping and things like that, and we're all very excited. But the old churches, the old-style churches, they're sort of kind of going out of fashion. There you go. I saw Aled Jones the other night, actually, thinking of Songs of Praise, which I always tell him I love Songs of Praise. And now they've moved it to lunchtime. It's not the same. It's an evening. It's supposed to be like Evensong. That's how it's supposed to be. Spicer says, morning from the world of the NHS, Steve. After 3 weeks in, I'm well enough to be able to listen to you again. Thank goodness and my kind nurses. I regret I can't join you in slurping tea because I'm nil by mouth. Oh, no, you have to do it. Somebody said they weren't going to listen to me ever again because I slurped my tea. I thought, good, go away. I don't know why. Why would people ever write to you and tell you they're not going to listen to you because you do something they don't like? Well, expect us to burst into tears. Couldn't care less, actually. 84850, Steve, the death cult bride was party to atrocities by supporting her terrorist husband. Odd she also chose to appear via the media with her face uncovered. I know. Well, I mean, she's a bit thick, isn't she? Right about Michael Jackson. And an article in Forbes by Joe Vogel chronicles attempts to get money from the Michael Jackson estate. By Wade Robson, who describes Jackson as a friend. The FBI found nothing. I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? People can say that now. Because he's dead, you can't prove anything. My girlfriend told me that Kate Smart Price owns a pub. No, she doesn't own a pub. She hasn't got anything. She hasn't got any business at all. No, she's flat broke. Flat broke. Why would you think she owns a pub? I mean, we know she drinks like an alcoholic, but I mean, why would you think she owns a pub? She's never owned a pub in her life. Of course she hasn't. She's a failed glamour model. I mean, you only got to look at her face now to realise she'd have to be so far made over on something, so she'd be unrecognisable. Eddie says, will you be going to visit your poor brother after your emotional evening on Thursday? Thank you. Yes, definitely. Hope he's improving. Slowly improving. Slowly. I don't know how much longer it's going to be, but I think he's still rooted to the settee. We shall have to find out. Steve, the Met Police will have to stop and search over 1,000 a day in a bid to reduce fatalities. They'll never reduce it. It's just that I mean, how can you tell? I don't know. I could look at the producer and go, well, he looks fairly innocent, but then he might go, ta-da, machete. And I might go, oh, didn't see that one coming. Didn't see that one coming at all. More from the papers in a moment. Get your skates on. The Dancing on Ice final, whether or not the fridge will turn up, I've got no idea. Funniest thing ever. He called her the fridge. And she got all upset and all emotional. So not the big clever diva we thought she was in the first place, just wet and drippy. And as soon as she toddles off to Los Angeles, the happier... In fact, I'll even drive her to the airport if it guarantees she gets on a flight with a one-way ticket. That'd be nice. 13 minutes to 6. Playing the same trail that says Steve Allening... Oi, Nick, why do we keep playing... That's 3 times now the Steve Allening conversation trail has gone out. Why do we keep playing that? It's just gone out now, and it went out the last break, and it went out the break before. We're not in conversation, OK? We're not in conversation, I have to tell you. 2 stories in the paper which intrigued me. First of all, a plumber who caused gas leaks to discredit rival gas fit has been jailed. Michael O'Brien tripped a plumbing merchant into giving him a list of jobs a rival firm had done. He then called at a house and claimed he was there to make checks, but he caused leaks in a boiler in the kitchen and a gas meter below a child's bedroom. The householder, luckily, smelt gas 10 minutes after he left and called for help. Anyway, he's been sent to prison for 2 years. What a fool. What a fool. He admitted criminal damage. He'd lost a Ministry of Defence contract and didn't want rivals to replace him. Well, you can now spend time in prison enjoying the company of men. And then the jobless juror who failed to turn up to court because it was costing him money has been fined. Hamzi Ismail, 21, arrived. He's obviously a bit of a plank. He arrived for his first day of jury service at a trial involving a defendant charged with wounding with intent to cause grievous bodily harm. But he moaned to other jurors about being there and said a £1,000 fine if he walked out was nothing compared to the cash he made selling furniture. So the next day he called in sick, and he was later hauled before a judge at Manchester Crown Court, where it was revealed he was on universal credit. Ismail from the city admitted contempt of court and was fined £250. There you go, that'll teach you, cocky boy. Not anymore. Mary Berry has admitted to one big failing in the kitchen. She never taught her husband Paul to cook. So she gets up at 6 a.m. to make him a sandwich if she's going out, and she leaves detailed notes on how to heat up homemade dinners and treats she makes for him. They're still married. She's 83. For goodness sake. She said, this morning I got up at 6 a.m. to make him a ham and mustard sandwich so I don't have to rush back. He's a retired antiquarian bookseller, and they've been married for 52 years. She says, but the good thing is he doesn't watch much television. He's not a fan of cookery shows. So I quite like watching the cookery shows. There's not really a lot to sort of go on, is there, really? It's just somebody cooking on the television, which is great. Showbiz Week in Focus. They've got Welsh model Imogen Thomas. Nobody uses her as a model. She just sells stories to the papers. And Emily Atack, setting out their stall for a babe magnet, Jamie Redknapp. Have you noticed that Jamie Redknapp is all of a sudden apparently the person that people are going, oh, he's a really great person. He's the most boring man I've ever seen on the television. That's why the marriage finished. Apparently now she's crawling around him again. Very odd. Also, Gemma Collins, appearing on tonight's Dancing on Ice final. Why is it every time she hits the ice I think of the EastEnders theme? Don't know why. I'm going to walk back on that show on Sunday night and I'm going to skate like it's the last day of my life. But you can't skate, dear, can you? You can't even stand upright. Every time you get on the ice, you fall over because it's slippy. Maybe if it was water, you'd be a lot better. But you can't skate, you can't dance, you can't do anything at all. In fact, you are just a waste. Perhaps you'll just sort of hold your hands up and somebody will push you on like the fridge freezer that you thought you were. When Jason was talking about you being, the GC, he thought it was like, it sounded like white goods. So he's been forced to apologise because she's a bit stupid. And she went, I'm not a fridge. And you go, no, he didn't say you were a fridge. He said you were white goods, which made a lot more sense, actually. We thought it was hilarious. I couldn't quite understand why you wouldn't see the gag. You must have zero personality. Zero personality. Michael Jackson's chimp Bubbles can't bear to be reminded about his days at Neverland. And, I don't think that he was off with the Pixies, actually. Anthropologists stunned fans 4 years ago, and she claimed the chimp was physically abused and beaten when he lived with Michael Jackson. God, honestly. Kick a man when he's down. Elton John says that his farewell tour is not the end of the road for his live work. He says while he'll walk away from world tours... Oh, right, so it's a load of old garbage. Do you remember he was going, this is my farewell tour? We all thought, well, thank God for that. The old one with the dead hamster on his head is going to retire. And now it turns out he's not. It was just a joke, so he's got his sights set on a live residency. Oh, what a shame. We all thought he was finishing. So people were buying tickets going, this is the last time you'll ever see him. No, you can go to Vegas and see him. He'll still be working there. Also, the Dancing on Ice finalists have vowed to risk their lives for victory. Load of old rubbish as per usual. They won't be allowed to. And David Brent, Ricky Gervais, says his most famous creation sparked a surge of oddballs on television. That is true, actually. That is true. I couldn't disagree with that at all. And, oh, look, it's a picture of Ant McPartlin and his girlfriend, Anne-Marie Corbett, playing yappy families out with their blooming dogs again. That's all they go out. And their photographer. There's the photographer and the dogs, and they don't seem to put them down. They seem to hold them. And so here's a kiss and all the rest of it. Just imagine the ex-wife must be feeling violently ill every time she sees pictures of them out on the town. And Brian Connolly... Lovely Brian Connolly has had a pop at ITV bosses for axing comedy from its schedules. Bosses at the network have pulled the plug on all of their sitcoms, so hits like Birds of a Feather and Benidorm have been canned despite having millions of fans. Perhaps they want another cheap bit of rubbish which is called sort of reality shows. That's what they like now, isn't it? And guess what? I mean, this is an odd one. Pop star from donkey's years ago, Sarah Harding. I didn't even know she was still around. Apparently was thrown out of her rented house amid claims her pets went to the toilet all over the luxury pad. What does she do now? No idea. Apparently, it had its own golf course. She's been living in rented accommodation. She's got no work and no money. And a spokesman for Sarah denied her animals had caused any damage to the property. But there was about £4,000 worth of deposit, so she had to return some of it, as Sarah was struggling to find another place to live after the landlord refused to give her a reference. I've never heard of people renting property that's allowed dogs. I didn't know, but Sarah Harding, I mean, troubled. Troubled, I think, would be the apt description. If you remember, when she was on the Celebrity Big Brother or whatever it was, I mean, she was fine until they gave her alcohol. And that was the big down move. You know, it's really bad. So she's still around there, but she's never going to be a pop star. It's all finished. It's all finished. I mean, she's 37 now. What does she think she can do? What does she think she can do? Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Very embarrassing. And Rona from Wiltshire. What do I like about Wiltshire? Ham. I like Wiltshire ham, actually. And another one here. It says, I can't be doing with those who are like the weather. Keep your private life private. You don't like it? Find a wee corner and stay there. Yes, but they don't, though, do they? They don't. So that's why you get these people. Every time they do another programme, they go, oh, and who are the people who are sort of going to be raising money for charity or something like that? And they go, oh, it could be Stacey Dooley. Your heart drops all the time. You think, is it just the same circle of friends? Anton Deck was supposed to be doing some award ceremony, and they've lost out, I think, to Holly Willoughby and Pip Schofield for some reason. Apparently it clashed with... that's very unlike them to miss out on something like that. Also, Russell Brand, the unexpected star of Bake Off, despite his unhygienic whiskers. The trouble is he's just not funny. He's not funny. A little bit like that bloke who shouts into a telephone, hello! He's about as funny as nothing at all. And but there's loads of people like that on the television. And yet, here we go, Danielle Lloyd. You remember the racist Danielle Lloyd, don't you? When she was abusing Shilpa Shetty and then tries to reinvent herself. Laughingly, they call her a television personality. I can't imagine why. We bandied this around a little bit too much. Over the years, she's had a string of operations to achieve the body of her dreams. And so she's sort of showing you her boobs at the moment. They need corrective surgery because she had an exploding implant. Why don't people just leave their bodies alone? Nobody's interested. Nobody's interested, Danielle. They're really not. I wish I'd never touched my body. And so say all of us, you know. But mind you, it's given you an opportunity to sell a story to the newspaper, isn't it? So that's the way it works nowadays. But you should never start messing around with it, you know, having implants done and all the rest of it. It's, you know, it's when they sort of call you a TV personality that I take issue. I couldn't get... You want to spend 3,000 quid or 4,000? Sorry, look how bad Jordan looks at the moment. That's a result of botched surgery abroad. She does it because it's cheap. She can't do it in this country because she can't afford it because she's got no money. So, the punter. I've never heard of this one before, but I can understand it. Who claims the local betting shop has banned him for winning too much. Well, go to another one, dear. Go to another betting shop. You don't have to use the same one. Grow up, for God's sake. He's 70-something, and he's obviously very successful. He's made 2,000 quid in a few weeks. And you think, so if they ban you, go somewhere else. I mean, presumably you've got legs. You know, you can get to places. Also, North Korea poised to launch test missiles. And the actor who faked the race attack faces 40 years in jail. News at 6 coming up very shortly here on LBC. Half Marathon Day. Yeah. He says, only because I'm not doing it. But loads of people will be pounding the streets. And provided it stays cool, you don't want to run when it's hot or anything like that. And also your feet get tired. And Scott Mitchell, Barbara Windsor's husband, is going to be running his first half marathon. He's never done it before. Never done it before. And then in April, he's running a full marathon, all to raise money for dementia. We've got a little clip, which we'll give you in about 10 minutes' time. Okay? And we wish him the very best. And I think there's some EastEnders people who are running as well. And if it raised... I think they've raised about £70,000 so far, which I think is fantastic and amazing. So well done to everybody. Rod Stewart has slammed celebrities who whinge about the price of fame. Oh, God, isn't it so dreary? I mean, mind you, I wouldn't have a programme if it wasn't for whinging celebrities. But they're all there now. It's people who've been on reality shows. They have no discernible talent, apart from they've been on a reality show. So there's nothing that Gemma Collins can do. She can't juggle. She can't unicycle. She can't ice skate. She can't sing. She can't do anything. There's nothing she can do. But they go, oh, you know, she's going to be putting all her effort in. Well, her idea of that is basically doing nothing at all. And if you remember, the other week, she was thinking, because Jason Gardner had sort of called her a fridge. Well, he hadn't. He hadn't. I mean, she wasn't bright enough to realise what he'd actually said. And so consequently, I'm not going to be there at the fight. Like anybody cares in the country. I couldn't care less. jump off the end of Southend Pier, as far as I'm concerned. But that's the way it goes. Huge congratulations, says Rona, and a lot of other people. And then somebody says, why are so many of the offenders from single-parent families? I didn't think they'd ever itemise that out at all. I really didn't. I thought they just said, people. I mean, they don't seem to have caught many people for knife crime, do they? Because it turns out that anybody can have them. Somebody says a former gang member believes there could be hundreds of thousands of knives. Oh, I think that was perfectly reasonable. Hundreds of thousands of knives. Of course there would be. It's like I heard somebody talking the other day on the on LBC talking about the fact that I didn't join a club or a gang to begin with, but I felt pressure to doing it. And if you didn't have a knife, somebody else would have a knife. So you carried a knife. It was as simple as that. I mean, in my day, people did have knives, but they were different because they were Swiss Army knives. And you had your pair of scissors and a nail file and all that kind of thing. You never thought about attacking somebody with a knife. Seriously, I mean, absolutely never thought about it. It just didn't enter our psyche. Nowadays, that's all people want to do. It's a postcode lottery. They go, oh, you're from this area and we're from that area and we're better than you. And so it doesn't come down to sort of racism or anything like that. It comes down to which gang think they're actually better. And there are so many young people. I heard somebody yesterday talking to Ian and saying that some recruited members were about as young as 10. They give them the drugs, they give them a knife to protect themselves, and they send them off delivering drugs around the place. I just can't get it. I just don't get it at all. Very worrying. Fern McCann's ex-lover, has told a model he met online he wants to have his children. So he's met some model online. Oh, God, I'm sure she's class. And he says, I want to have children with you. I'm sorry, you're in prison. You're in prison, love. That's the way it's going to be. And a gang of suspected illegal immigrants sprint from a lorry. They caught them on CCTV. Big smiles on their faces. They'll never find them again. South Yorkshire Police said inquiries are ongoing. For that mean we've got nothing. That's the way it goes nowadays. You can't find anybody. People disappear into the country. How they get here in the first place, I've got no idea. A big X was cut in the roof and taped up from the inside. The driver said he picked up the truck in Hull. The container come from Germany, together with all these people in it. It's easy, isn't it? I mean, it's that simple because the border controls are bloody useless. Absolutely useless. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. MPs from all parties criticised the Home Secretary, Sajid Javid, slammed for refusing to allow Shamima Begum back to the UK. We don't want her. We really don't want her. You're out of touch with what this country want. Diane Abbott says the death was a stain on the conscience. Of course, assuming there was a child that was hers that died. Diane Abbott doesn't always get her facts right. But poor old Diane Abbott. I just feel a bit sorry for her. And anyway, it was confirmed that the boy named Jarrah had died in a refugee camp. Whether or not it was hers, Miss Abbott says Shamina and her son had been failed by Mr. Javid and he had a lot to answer for. I think you've quite got a lot to answer for as well. Quite a lot. It's never anybody else, is it? It's always everybody else except Diane Abbott. As I say, not good. Also, James Argent and Gemma Collins. He's put on so much weight now, he's almost unrecognisable. Again, totally talentless. But, after she announced on Jonathan Ross's show that she was going to move to LA and be a big star, well, she'll certainly be big, but she won't be a star, of course. No mention of him at all. No mention. Absolutely nothing at all. A little bit disappointing, but there again, most of his life has been a bit of a disappointment. Plus, what else we got here? Although Naomi, her speed date with Liam, which is lovely. The scandal of the lottery for speech therapy, and drivers owed millions for rip-off loans. Do you know, I refuse to take out a loan for a car now. If I can't afford to pay for it cash, I'm not going to take it out. It's as simple as that. Not good. And £1 million winning lottery ticket is going to go unclaimed today. It's final time today. This person bought it 6 months ago in East Cheshire. And then they say, East Cheshire includes the Golden Triangle of wealthy villages, including Alderley Edge, Wilmslow and Prestbury, home to football and television stars. Yuck, yuck, yuck. We've seen the programme, the Housewives of Cheshire or something. What a bunch of old moggies. Dear me. Urging punters to check the old tickets. Andy Carter from the National Lottery said we hope someone will come forward at the very last minute. I couldn't care less. I mean, if you're that clever that you're able to sort of ignore £1 million ticket, well, that's your problem. You know, you say they shouldn't have to keep reminding people and say, "Oh, do please check your tickets." I mean, that's the whole idea. You buy a lottery ticket, why do you not check it 6 months later? You deserve to lose it. Definitely deserve. Also, British blokes love posh shoes so much their spending is about to overtake women for the first time. Sales of high-end UK footwear priced at £100 a pair. £100 a pair? What, cheap shoes? They think that's high-end. Which paper is this? The Sunday Mirror. High-end shoes are 100 quid. Grow up. £600-700 if you want some nice shoes. You know, quite normal prices. And upwards if you want them handmade. £100 high-end. Come on. Of course they're not. Absolutely not. Football? No. Return over football. It's far too boring. Far too tedious. Far too just unexciting. Really, I don't know. What? There's pages and pages of football in the papers today. Don't put it in my papers ever again. I don't need it. I'd rather do, anything but that. Premiership pedo ruined my life. This is pervert footballer Adam Johnson's partner today reveals how he lied to her for a year about sexually assaulting a girl of 15. He thinks he's coming out to a hero's welcome. He's going to be a bit of a surprise, isn't he? A bit of a shock going on there. And who's this? This is Georgia Steele. Never heard of her. But apparently she broke the rules on Celebs Go Dating, in which she's starring in. Never heard of you, darling. Who are you? What is your claim to fame? That you obviously, even posing in a swimsuit, you can't find a partner? Not at all surprised. Not at all. Who wants to go out with somebody who's going to start posing like this? They say, apparently, she was spotted getting cosy with a Hollyoaks actor on a boozy night in Liverpool, but isn't meant to romance other celebs. Because it's fake. It's fake. You don't seriously think people are going to want to go out with Kerry Coke Toner, do you? Who wants to go out with Chelsea Healy? Nobody. That's why these desperate poor old bags are dragging themselves around, and then you get Kerry Katona, who's basically filth on a pair of legs. I mean, the stuff she came up with. I've not had sex for this amount of time. We don't care. I don't want to watch it. God knows what your children must think of you. God, blimey, they must be like Daniela Westbrook's children. Sort of trying to deal with a mother who's basically got so many problems you don't know where to begin. Honestly, we're just dealing with needy people now. It's all snowflakes. It's all snowflakes. You offer these people help, so they have help, then they relapse. You know why? Because they can't do anything. You'd think that Daniela Westbrook would actually go and get a proper job. Has she been to the job centre? Why don't you go? That's what it's there for. It's there for people like you to go and try and get a job. You could get a job sitting on a till, couldn't you? And there are people who go, you Daniela Westbrook. And then she bursts into tears, and then we start all over again. They can't work, these people. They're not physically... And I wouldn't mind, but they're not even halfway through their lives. They've got nothing to look forward to. Nothing to look forward to at all. You'd think they'd want to get out there and earn a decent living and actually surprise the family that, look, here's my first wage packet. They've never done a day's work in their life. Kerry Coke Toner's never done anything. Never done anything at all apart from shove half of Columbia up her nose and then tell her kids all about it. That's not a job. That's not a job. Waste of space. Poor old Jordan thinks that around the corner somebody's going to make a film about her. What for? Why would you want to make a film about a has-been? She's not done anything. She's not clever. She can't write. She can't read. All she can do is blame the press for everything that she's inflicted on herself. And then she sort of go, yeah, because the press are like, all is against me and all this kind of thing. You think, I'm sorry, this is all you're doing. Nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us. But they never learn. They never learn, and year in, year out, we see the same tired old bodies dragging themselves onto the television, and then to try and get a reality show. So, Jordan's going, I think I could do like I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here. She managed 3 days last time she did it. Why are they bothering? Here's Jose Mourinho. He's got a special female pal. What's that mean? A special female pal. Married, I do beg your pardon. The married former Manchester United boss was spotted on a beach with Prue Carter-Robinson, 41. Prue Carter-Robinson. What sort of double-barreled name is that? Chav. Mourinho was in Doha, and a source said Jose and Prue went sunbathing, but they were careful not to lie next to each other. Well, then stay at home with the curtains drawn. Honestly, such exhibitionists. But anyway, he stressed the importance of his marriage to Matilda and their 2 children. We're not too sure, actually, what Prue is. Oh, she's a former IBM worker. What's that? What's IBM? In IBM? It's computer. Oh, right. Prue works in computers, then. Prue Carter-Robinson. Hello, Prue. As if it was posh. They always do that, don't they? They go, double-barrelled, it's posh. No. Half the people on Jeremy Kyle are double-barrelled. The middle name is generally something like Kylie or Jason or somebody who's been in the news recently. That's the way it works. Taylor Swift's in all the papers today, which is good news. Keith Flint and the prodigy who died the other day at 49, a reminder that more than 3/4 of people who kill themselves are men, and suicide kills more young men than cancer. What a dreadful, dreadful waste. Nobody to talk to, nobody to help them out of a moment when they're sort of, they're sort of suffering quite badly. And no wonder 12,000 screaming youngsters cheered Prince Harry when he told them, "You're the most engaged generation in history. Who doesn't like being told they're wonderful? But what about the generation who defeated the Nazis, saved the world from fascism, then started the NHS? They all struck me as engaged. Harry comes up with the biggest load of baloney you've ever heard on stage, but then nobody's ever trained him. His mother died young. There was nobody to look up to, as I've said a million times. His father wasn't there for him. He's had to fend for himself, so that's why he loses his temper when people go, what do you think you're doing? That's the problem, you have to give him a bit of leeway. OK, short break. It's 16 minutes past. He's running the Vitality Half Marathon here in London this morning to raise money for Dementia Revolution. And if you want to donate to Scott's Fund for Dementia Revolution, you just Google Barbara's Revolutionaries. That's Barbara's Revolutionaries. The first result will be a link to the Virgin Money website, and you can use that to donate some cash to recognise what Scott is doing and to do your bit to help find a cure for dementia. So good luck to him and the other members of EastEnders. And remember, he's never run anything like this before. He's been training 3 nights a week. 3 nights a week, and I think he'll do it. With the help of everybody else, you just got to pace yourself out. And good luck to him, and good luck to everybody else who is running this morning for the Vitality Half Marathon. Anthony says, well done, Steve, for a well-deserved award. Just been looking on YouTube, your mini tour of LBC. Yes, the actual award ceremony, I think you can find on the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. And I think there might be three videos. I think so, I can't remember, actually. But there's the one where Nick Ferrari and Moira Stewart are sort of getting round to introduce, because I didn't know at this moment. I didn't know until he mentioned this person who's been here 40 years. I didn't know up until that moment. And then, an emotional touch. Thank God I hadn't had a drink. I think you'd imagine what I'd have been like if I'd had a drink there. Kevin says, Doris and me just back from 2 weeks in Tenerife. Second week spent in bed with heat stroke. That taught me not to eat my lunch outside and enjoy myself. Yeah, you'd be surprised how much you can get caught out on, with heat stroke. Watched a bit of the Jonathan Ross show. Does he pay people like that lard bucket, Gemma Collins? I don't know. How many times does she say, do you know what? I mean, because the trouble is she's a child, isn't she? In between the ears, it's quite vacuous. A lot of tumbleweed rolling around. He says, I had an excuse to stop watching it. I had to be up at 3, so I went to bed. That's Kevin, the lorry driver. Jackie says, next thing, you'll be Sir Steve. I think we're aiming for an OBE. We're pushing for an OBE now. Sheila Fogarty told me she was going to recommend me. I think for services to commercial radio. There's no reason why that shouldn't be something feasible. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, thank you for keeping it real. I can't do anything else but real. I can only do real. The only problem is nowadays that there's so much trash on the television that wanders into the papers. So they've got, on the day of the final, they reveal Wes and Vanessa were an item, but apparently it's finished now and he wants to go back with Meghan. Well, I'm telling you, when you look at pictures of Meghan in the papers, that bears no resemblance to the person I saw in this building the other week. Seriously. She's about 2 foot tall. And she's got one of those, what they call hard faces. But by the time you've done all the airbrushing and it's completely different people. Completely different people. Also, not such good news for the Duchess of Sussex. She's just lost another staff member. This is the 3rd aide that she's lost. And I don't know what the answer is. People have said she's a bit of a pain in the rear end because she orders the servants around and the people, and she thinks that's how it's supposed to be, whereas in fact that isn't how it's supposed to be. Trouble is, at the same time, because Harry is so obsessed, it's kind of dragging him down at the same time. So it's not doing particularly well. Also, she's been around. This is Kylie Jenner. Apparently she's now worth a lot of money. Jamie Redknapp and Dave Beckham's long-standing soccer rivalry is being reinvented through their 14-year-old sons. God, I tell you. And Jesse Nelson and Chris Hughes are continuing their public love fest. I know, anywhere where there's a photographer. Gemma Collins off to the Dancing on Ice. And apparently the reality queen says she's doing pilot season in LA where new shows are pitched. She said, going to New York and LA in the summer. Can't say too much, but hopefully some exciting things happening for the GC. Shouldn't think so, dear. They've got loads of thick people over there. They don't want somebody else. Seriously, you can find them. They're on every blooming show. Her desire to move, please God it happens, comes as her romance with James Argent, otherwise the one who now looks about as big as 2 beach huts, hits yet another rough patch. It's a 7-year relationship, but basically it's been on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, all the time. All the time. So giving an insight into where she's at, Gemma told his show they should set up a training school for young love. I'm sick of blokes. I'm sick of them. I've just had enough, to be honest. It's a shame in it, really. 37, but behaving like a 3-year-old. You know, really sort of, you know, the temper tantrums, all the little ridiculous things. Not so good. Not so good. Oh, I say, there's a sex festival coming up. Woo. This is Fab Swingers. Members with tents, caravans and motorhomes can pitch up for 25 quid. And the owner of the site is aware that they are swingers. And next month's 2-night event at a secluded site in North Nottinghamshire will feature a barbecue. Oh, how lovely, a barbecue. I love a barbecue. And boozy sex games to get punters in the mood. That's like a Saturday night at Wetherspoons, isn't it? I mean, you just go there, you have a couple of drinks, you pick somebody up. What are you going to sit in a field for, in a tent? What's the point of that? Swinging. I don't do swinging. Ridiculous, honestly. Apparently the organisers have said we've got sole use of the site. Well, thank God for that. What, you think other people might pop in, a sort of dog lovers or something like that? People with young children. It doesn't mean she wants to see us perform, though. Not if you've only got a tent. No, not really. And but it's £25 at the spot. I'm not in favour of that kind of thing. And there's a few people working here who are probably going, oh, perhaps we could do a story on that, Steve. You know, get a bit excited about swinging. I mean, a sex party in tents is ridiculous. I mean, you can imagine the normal AP Henry on this show, he'd be the first one down there, wouldn't he, with his little tent and rolled up haversack. Hello, I'm here for the sex fest. Here's my £25. I could say that because I know he's in. And he's just bought me a bottle of champagne, which is very nice. Yeah. No, well, it's Prosecco, but I mean, it's what I drink, so it's very nice. That's quite sweet, isn't it? I think that's sweet. You know, I don't know what he's after, but anyway, I mean, and a birthday card for next week as I turn 38, which is amazing. So excited. This time next, sorry? Same as you. This time next week, I should be 28. 38. Oh, I don't know. 28. Yeah, 28 sounds good. I wonder if I could pass for 28. Probably not, actually. I told you, he turns up. It's seriously, he's like one of those sort of slot machines. You put in the thing, as opposed to getting sort of lemon, you get Henry. And they go, oh, look, it's a Henry. And then they can't get him out the little slide at the bottom, so he's your prize, can they? So you have to open up the back of the machine and take him out and go, oh, look, it's a prize. And hang him in. No, I think well, I mean, you know, when you buy somebody a bottle of Prosecco, you know. Yeah, psh, look at that. Dismiss it, yeah. And the card, I've read the card, I've opened the card already. I'm a bit bad at opening cards already. Sort of. Apparently. Yeah, so you say. I'm not telling him that, because nobody will believe it. Wonky writing, honestly. Not been afield in South Nottinghamshire, have you, any time soon? I bet he's got a tent at home. I've just got this feeling, if there's one thing that Henry will have, it will be a tent. A mini... Oh, yeah, news. Good Lord, of course the news. It's 6:30. The headlines. 1954, apparently, was an excellent vintage, says Andy in Mansfield. Well, I'm sure it was. He said, happy birthday to me for yesterday. And James says, how can the same God motivate some people to kill and other people to do good deeds? It is possible that God is just an imaginary character created by the human imagination. Listen, I don't get into any discussions on Christianity or people's religions or Brexit or anything like that, because it's a lot easier, because everybody's got their faith. If you want to believe in the fact that there is God, then that's fine. If you don't believe it, that's also fine. It's easier that way, and then, because otherwise, you know, somebody will start a war again, and it'll be all, you know, those who believe against those who don't believe. You know, I was brought up Christian. That's it. I don't sort of go out there. I don't go to church. I like to sing. I've got hymns in the car. I sing along to everything, me. You know, probably makes me a mad person, I should imagine. Running for president 6 times, landing on the moon, and being a top robotics engineer. Who's had that career? Running landing on the moon, running for president 6 times and being a top robotic engineer. Who said that? You'd never guess in a million years. Barbie. Barbie said that. Apparently she's fully working. She was a pilot in 1999. 1998, she was a NASCAR driver. She was a producer in 2005. A firefighter in 95. She was very dapper. In 2009, a newborn baby doctor. She's been a lead singer in 98. 1973, a surgeon. 1991, a naval petty officer. An astronaut. I did buy a Barbie once. We bought a Barbie. We did it for research purposes to see what it was like. And we bought it very cheaply on eBay. And it was Barbie in a wedding dress. What's the matter with you? I have to be honest, the only thing that we thought about Barbie was that Ken was as camp as a Christmas tree. Because Ken turned up, you know, he had a little Village People moustache, he had a floral shirt and everything else, but they had been together for some time. She's been a veterinarian, she's been a US Army medic, and I think I've got a friend of mine who actually collects Barbie dolls. He's got every single Barbie doll that there is to get, because they vary around the world, and he's got a huge collection. You don't take them out and play with them. You leave them in the box. That's how you get the value out of these things. And it's Barbie's 60 years, but she don't look a day too old. She looks fantastic. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Which is amazing, actually. I mean, it really is amazing when she's had so many careers, but facially, she hasn't changed in the slightest. Not in the slightest. Which I love it. I love, really. I mean, but, you know, even boys... I mean, the nearest that we had was Action Man, and he had movable eyes, but he had no willy for some reason. I don't know why. They decided to sort of dispense with it. But there again, I never undressed Barbie, so I was never too sure what Barbie had either. Could have been anything. But it was, you know, people liked Barbie. The British version didn't do as well. Tressie, I think. Or was Tressie American? Tressie's hair grew. Oh, no, we had Cindy. We had Cindy, which spelt with an S, I think, and Barbie. Also, her first ever Maori doll, modelled on a New Zealand journalist. Great hair. Great hair. She's holding a microphone as part of her job as a journalist. So she's among, Miss Robinson, 20 women who've had Barbie dolls made in their image as part of International Women's Day. Isn't that cute? Of course, Barbie doesn't look anything like Melody Robinson, but I mean, it's a nice thought that they did model her. I think actually Barbie's hair's better than Melody, but she was an international rugby union player. She won 2 Rugby World Cups with New Zealand's women's team. It always rains in New Zealand. God knows it rains. But how lovely to have a doll made. It must be like being a member of Take That, where you have a sort of a doll made in your image. You know, that's they should... Almost, yeah. I think they should bring out LBC presenters' images in dolls. You know, I think that'd be quite a good idea. You could have Eddie Mayer and me and James O'Brien, because you wouldn't need much hair for the James O'Brien one. And you could have Nick and Sheila Fogarty. It'd be lovely, couldn't it? I'm all in favour of that one. I don't know why they never do it. Oh no, somebody else. But I mean, I thought it was a brilliant idea. People are going, oh, I don't think so. Dame Diana Rigg has revealed that she suffered a #Me Too moment at the hands of a powerful director. She's 80. Amazing how people keep these things going all their life, isn't it, really? And Jodie Comer. Anybody on that one? Anybody on Jodie Comer? No? Men fear me after I played Cold Assassin on Killing Eve. Anybody? No? Nobody on that one at all. Newly single on Love, Liverpool and Life as a Villanelle. Villanelle. I've never heard of her. Isn't that awful? She's a bisexual assassin. The worst kind. The worst kind, seriously, because you never know if they're going to kiss you or kill you. It's deeply worrying. Also, stars today for the fake Mystic Meg. It's not original Mystic Meg. They've shared the wig. It says, contacts are the cornerstones of success. This is for me. I couldn't care less about you. This is just for me. And you renew old ones and make new connections. Woo! You're starting a phase of living the moment. And this is strong and rewarding move for love. For love. There's going to be love in my life this year. It's unlikely, but I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? I'm not one, Steve, to be pedantic, but as I recall, I remember you were 38 25 years ago. What are you saying? What are you saying? Ridiculous. Honestly, I never fib about things like that. because otherwise it'd be awful. James says, I'd love to hear an interview between you and Russell Brand. Well, dream on, because that'll not be happening anytime soon. And Steve, should we start, says Ian, a crowdfunding page for Gemma Collins to ship her to the States in a case? Oh, sorry, in case she changes her mind. What will Arj do after his human meal tickets emigrated? Well, he'll just get fatter and fatter and then end up back with poor old Lydia Dim. And Holly says, I used to work at Rolls-Royce where they make the military aero engines. Every year in those days, we had air displays, including the Red Arrows, a Harrier jump jet and a Spitfire. Something hugely exciting about watching these amazing aircraft. The chap who flew the Spitfires was eventually killed in a crash. Well, I used to live on bases. So we sort of grew up with aircraft. They were part of day-to-day life. Steve, would have loved to see your reaction if they got Katie Price to give you a reward. Don't think they'd be that daft. I don't think, thought anybody like that, thank you at all. I omitted looking down at the tables to see whether or not Cheryl and Mark... Right, we're sort of clapping. They might not have been, actually. Howard says, I've just bought a pair of trainers for 750 quid. They're pink with flashing LED lights. Well, because you're gay, Howard, that seems fair enough. I mean, that's why you'd buy pink with flashing lights. I'm surprised you've got 750 quid. I thought more your mark would have been £7.50. I can't imagine you've got 750 quid anywhere. Most people don't have. Mark says, just after 5 hours sleep to carry on with the clean-up after 14 boxing matches last night at the Brentwood Centre, including Nigel Benn's son. Apparently Ollie Murs was in to watch. Didn't see him in the 1,500-strong crowd. Was really pleased to hear about your award. When are you now retiring? Can't afford to retire, mate. Can't afford to retire. Good Lord, got to keep going. Got to keep going. Kate says... that was Kate who did that one. Congratulations on an outstanding award. A lot of people criticising my age or something, as if you're some sort of disbelievers as to how old I am. Clive says that best Barbie is divorced Barbie, because you get Ken's house, Ken's car, Ken's hut, thank you. The old ones are the best, and that's very old. And Mel says, if they made a little doll of you, I could sit you on top of my radio. That'd be really cute. Yes, it's true, actually. And Nigel Farage as a doll would be very collectible. Yes, I think you could melt him down and turn him into something more useful. Can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I'm sure there must be loads and loads of things. I like the idea of sitting... Somebody did make little dolls years ago. We had them when we did Fives Company, and somebody made little figures for all of us, which I thought was quite cute, actually. Front page of the Mail on Sunday. Nurse is suspended over care of Stephen Hawking. Although serious misconduct, they've said, but they're also saying they're holding this in secret. I don't know why. I really don't know why. Britain's using their phones in toilets and minding Dex Baby. It's a walk in the park for Anthony's new love and their photographer, which is great, isn't it? They must be going, he's there again. He's following us, but they obviously seem to like the publicity. The Britain's body found on the Killer Mountain, which we told you about before. And £200 million train cab where the drivers can't see out of the window. Station signals are obscured from the new seat. View blocked by wall, housing, safety ladder. How on earth are they going to fix that problem? And she's given an interview. As the England football star who molested a young fan is set to be freed, the woman who stood by him until she discovered the horrific truth says, how do I tell my little girl Daddy went to prison for grooming a 15-year-old schoolgirl? So they've sort of got a picture of her sitting wearing sensible clothing and all the rest of it. But she said when the police came, Adam went white with fear and said, is it about the girl with the shirt? And that's... You can't stay away, can you? What is the matter with you this morning, Henry? What's going on? Is it really dull out there today? Is it because nobody... Well, there's loads of crisps. Do you see the crisps out there? Really? I'm surprised, actually. Look as though you've discovered them. There are some... No, it's not very nice. 2 packets you're going to have, are you? Good Lord. Oh, well, there you go. You can't resist a packet of crisps. I bought them the other day. I went past Iceland, and it said 12 packets of crisps for £2, and I thought, that's a bargain. So I bought them. I don't really eat crisps, but I have had a packet of plain. I'm very dull and unadventurous. But as I say, I'm surprised that Henry hasn't discovered them. Normally that desk would be cleared of crisps by now. Bless his heart. And is he going to get you a packet of crisps? That's nice. Oh, exactly. Yeah. I know it doesn't help him insulting him, but I think he's actually grateful for it. He's back. He's back. I bet he's bought you the wrong flavour. I bet the wrong... What's he bought? Look. He went all that way to bring back 1 packet. What is it? Oh, how dull. How dull. How many have you eaten? Such a fibber. Such a fibber. I can tell you've eaten quite a few. You bought 1 packet back. That's so mean. There are 2 people in it. I'm on air. What do you mean, do I want one? Yes, I'll have bacon and eggs as well and a hash brown, and I'll eat that while I'm doing the show. You could have brought, there's 2 people in here. You could have brought in a selection of crisps for them so they get the flavour they want. Oh, dear, honestly. You know, you're not working with Andrew, you're sitting at the desk. Andrew works with Andrew. Bless his heart. Dating divas who spat over whether to dump a man. If he doesn't propose in a year, apparently, ditch him. And then the other one says, utter rot, you need to give him time. They've got this millionaire matchmaker. She charges up to 75 grand. Biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen on the television. Her name is Patty Stanger. But she can't do much for women over 45 or anybody fat. So there you go. I mean, she's obviously single. Also on the crucial first date, I'm giving you this advice for free. Never go past 2 drinks, even spritzers, or your clarity will be clouded. And don't talk about the ex or what went wrong. Okay? On the telltale warning signs, beware a guy who has multiple girls as friends, is straight, and is not a metrosexual. What's metrosexual? I can't believe... What's a is that... David Beckham's metrosexual, is he? I always suspected. Always suspected. How do you know you found the right one, ladies? It's not really... you probably reverse it for men. When he's attentive and interested, but the vibe must be right. If you want a millionaire, hit any steak joint between 5 and 7. What garbage she talks. Garbage, honestly. But the other one, who is Lara Asprey, married to a Spaniard... Patty, of course, I should point out, is single. Once you've seen the programme, you'll know why. She charges £9,000, but will turn away the rude or the difficult. God, such snobs, aren't they, all these people? But she says, on the crucial first date, be impressed by a man who pays, helps you with your coat, keeps conversation flowing, is polite to waiters and compliments you. I always do that. You look really fantastic, but not as good as me. You know, the waiters, hi, what's your name? That's a lovely blouse. You know, things like that. Don't stay with a man who flashes his cash, gets too drunk, talks about how hot his ex was, or mocks the success of others. Me out of the door straight away. Time check. 12 company 9 minutes to 7. 9 minutes away from Andrew Castle. Dwayne Brooks, who witnessed the murder of his friend Stephen Lawrence, is talking about the mayor. All talk, no action. And to be honest with you, that's what everybody else is saying about him. You know, he's failing abysmally. He says he refused to take responsibility or show real leadership. It's all very well rolling his eyes and losing his temper when questioned, but his failure is costing the lives of valuable young people on a weekly basis. His true priorities were shown only last week when it emerged he's spending a vast £57 million on City Hall staff, £21 million more than his predecessor Boris Johnson, and a 27% increase in the number of posts. So, you know, he's just playing a game. He plays the media. He wants to be famous, wants to be a celebrity. And unfortunately, it doesn't work. You know, he's about self-promotion, says Dwayne, and in particular his political career. Well, it's not good enough, I'm afraid. He said, we're fed up with Khan's excuses. And there have been excuses after excuses after excuses. None of them have the answer. That's the problem, Dwayne. The problem is that nobody has the answer to how to solve knife crime. I mean, even with stop and search, that won't do anything. How are you supposed to pick people out on stop and search? You know, I'm probably as likely to carry a knife as somebody else. So what are they going to do? Stop me? Of course they're not, because I'm not wandering around these different areas. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what the answer... I really don't know what the answer is. I really don't know what I wish I did. I wish I could wave a magic wand and say the answer is that we do this, but it doesn't work like that. Sahid Javid hit by jihadi bride baby backlash. Well, you know, it depends whether you believe she did have a baby. It depends whether you believe that that baby is hers, and it depends whether you believe that baby died. You know, most people are very certain. In fact, nearly everybody this morning has decided, all the people who've been texting me, that they don't believe a word of it. And you think to yourself, I wonder why. Is it because she doesn't come over as very credible? You know, we've had other people before. Also, new series looms. Line of Duty's Vicky lets slip some tantalising clues. I've never seen Line of Duty. Never seen it. UK's first cannabis clinic attacked over pain relief claims, which we're getting a lot of. Also, reading a book by Richard Branson makes you sexier. Sexy person. I think reading a book full stop makes you very sexy. Also, Gareth Malone. Love Gareth Malone. The Grenfell Choir left me in tears and needing therapy. Everybody's into therapy. There's a lot of tears about at the moment. A lot of tears. Steve, shall we do a what's your favourite crisp flavour? I think not. I don't know, because I'm not really a crisp person, so I couldn't really care less. I've tried all of them, including hedgehog crisps, and I wasn't remotely interested. Rachel said, heard your full speech in response yesterday to winning the award. I think it's on the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, and I think you'll find it might be under Steve Anna, or it might be on the front page, and it's got the speech with Nick Ferrari, then it's got me and the rest, as they say. I do nearly go at one time. I held it back together again, which I thought was good. Guinevere and Trelawney and Ascot are off to Sunday lunch at the Dog and Partridge. Where did we go yesterday? We always get a good Sunday lunch there. I think it could be the Fox and something. It's out on the road to Bishop Stortford. And it's a really good... I mean, you could tell it's really good. We've been there 4 or 5 times, I think. And it's really, really good. And the food is good portions. It's nice quality. And sometimes I have alcohol, sometimes I don't. Yesterday it was just... what were they? I had vanilla, some sort of vanilla squash kind of thing. A fizzy sort of drink. It was lovely, actually. Really lovely. And we always enjoy it in there. And there was... How many of us? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us. And it was lovely. It was really, really lovely. And I've always said we always thoroughly recommend it because it's good. It's good food, and it's always packed. It's always packed with people who are obviously enjoying it as much as we always do. Express today, Nick Ferrari's column says the police must be ruthless with knife criminals. Yeah, we had somebody the other day, his second offence with a knife, and he got a suspended sentence. I mean, I don't like to pour scorn on the judicial system in this country, but the judge was an ass. I know he might have only been bound by what he can do, but to be honest with you, you know, this bloke comes out of court, big grin on his face, and starts taking selfies. So, you know, I think if you're caught with a knife on you, I couldn't care less whether you've used it, 5 years in prison. Simple as that. You know, let's start stamping it out, because it's just getting absolutely ridiculous. Theresa May warned last night she's heading for a crushing defeat this week on Brexit. Oh, look, Sarah Ferguson climbing over a rubbish dump in another country, which has got nothing to do with her at all. But this is part of her charity, I think, Street Child. And to be honest with you, I don't know what possible use somebody like Sarah Ferguson is. But we had this before, didn't we? We had all of this before, and it didn't solve anything either. Meet the Crufts Pooches. They've just fired a Crufts judge for being involved with animal testing. It's not so good, is it, really? Diana Rigg. Also, the father of one of the 11 victims of the Shoreham jet crash has told how the not guilty verdict could mean the end of air shows. Pilot Andrew Hill was cleared of manslaughter after the Old Bailey was told he may have suffered cognitive impairment. Jacob Schilt died going to play football. His father said the verdict is not entirely a shock. There's a very high threshold. It's the law of unintended consequences. If one pilot can suffer, then all of them can. That could be the end of air shows, which will be a great shame. A great shame. But, you know, we've had too many disasters, and we don't like them, I think. We female MPs are sent death and rape threats. This is Rosie Duffield's key message. Don't give up. Absolutely. And remember, you report everyone to the police. They have a special department that can deal with people who've been sent abusive texts and emails. You get the people, you can find them in seconds. I promise you, find them in seconds. No good sort of moaning about it to the papers. Go straight to the police. Straight to the police. My God, there's loads of people working an evening with Harry Redknapp at the Royal Albert Hall. That's pushing it. There's going to be lots of empty seats for that. I can't see that being that full. At the Royal Albert Hall. That's really stretching it a little bit. The Bizarre World of Frank Zappa. Al Stewart, my God, he's still touring. The Harlem Globetrotters, the Beach Boys, the Water Boys. Adamant, he's doing his album Friend or Foe. And everybody seems to be doing very nicely. And you've got some more ice skating or not. Whether they'll just push Gemma Collins onto the ice, I've got no idea. Care very little. That's it for this morning. Thank you so much for your company.